Okay, friends, looks like we are back. Good morning, good morning. So sorry that I have to restart the stream every time it reaches, or just before, hopefully, it reaches the 12-hour mark because YouTube doesn't save videos that go beyond 12 hours. I have much of my work last year following the fires after the Labor Day disaster. Nothing was saved with some of those videos. I do have some archives that I could re-upload one day, but I learned my lesson. Some of the most amazing things that happen live that we witness, including my building being struck by lightning, seem to have disappeared, which is really unfortunate. So I learned my lesson, and I wish it wasn't like this. I wish I could just restart video with everybody staying in the same lobby and seeing my video, but I just I can't control the way that I can't control the way that YouTube runs its show. The only thing I could say is that there's a feedback button on YouTube, and then press it and say this sucks. Make it so streamers don't kick everybody out of their channel when they restart a stream or reconnect. Hey, good morning, guys. What's up? I have just sort of woken up. I got a lot of good rest, and after having another 20-hour stream or something, that was pretty savage on my health. But I was glad to have toughed it out and stayed with you yesterday. That was such a hard day, but it seems like they handled it pretty well. I am just waking up and trying to figure out what did happen throughout the night. Today's strategy is really clear on the morning's op. Yeah, that sounds really good. So that's what we should start with. And then what I should do is also, let's see, how do I turn on toggle timestamps? Okay. And then what I should do is just sort of go over and make a little breakfast for myself for the moment, and while I listen and explain to you guys what the morning operational update means. So this is a different one. This is a Dixie Fire West Zone fire behavior update for today. That's different. This is only 6 minutes long too. So heck, why don't we start with this? Let's do it. Hang on, let me fix the volume. Aha, 1080. Woo! Thank goodness they're finally uploading their videos with good resolution again. So here we go, friends. We're going to watch there's only 3 views. This might have just been uploaded, hot off the presses. Hot, fresh, and just for you. Here is the Dixie Fire West Zone Fire Behavior Update.
Newman. I'm the Fire Behavior Analyst for Incident Management Team 3. My role on the fire is to analyze the fire activity and provide information to the crews to give them an idea of where the fire is going, what kind of activity they can expect, and allow them to base their plans on the actions that we project and give them the idea of how they can build their plans on that. So going over today's map, we have our newest infrared imagery overlaid on the map here, give us an idea where the fire went last night, and we'll kind of talk about what activities we can expect to see today. We're starting down over in the far west side of the fire near the national park. We're expecting a wind shift today, and so the activity that we had saw over the last couple of days where the fire was pushing off to the west and southwest will be turning around a little bit, and unfortunately what that's going to allow to do is some of the spot fires that were out ahead of the fire, they're going to start being picked up a little bit in the activity just because of that fresh wind that's going to come in and give it a little bit of
Hold on a second, my computer's burping. I've got a good computer, but there's a lot of tabs open, and that distortion was all my fault. So let me go back. Okay, here we go.
The west and southwest will be turning around a little bit, and unfortunately what that's going to allow to do is some of the spot fires that were out ahead of the fire, they're going to start being picked up a little bit in activity just because of that fresh wind that's going to come in and give it a little bit of renewed energy in there. And so we expect that this is going to stand up a little bit, start to have some build in there, and we'll start to see more activity in here. Fortunately though, that with that wind, it will start to push it back in on itself and should limit the overall movement to the south and the west. Coming up into the national park area, this is a really rugged area, steep terrain, really heavy fuels, and there's a bit of fire history out here ahead of it in the old Reading fire scar where it's starting to progress towards. So we expect that today we're going to start to see some of that activity pick up in there as well. Just because it is such high elevation, we're going to see that thinning smoke in that part earlier today, and that wind change start to affect that area sooner. So expect to see some activity start to pick up over there and some smoke columns start to come off of that part today and potentially start progressing up to the north and to the east as that wind starts to settle over the fire today. Coming over on the north side of the fire towards Highway 44, A21, in that area, Silver Lake. Things are looking pretty good in there. There is still a bit of energy left in there. The heavy fuels are still burning out, and our imagery is still...
As fast as that goes, it's important for us to absorb it one section at a time. So even I have to do this, especially before my coffee. Let's try to break it down per little area. What are we going to expect with fire behavior in each little area? So I'm going to go back. Here we go.
Because it is such high elevation, we're going to see that thinning smoke in that part earlier today, and that wind...
Okay, so thin smoke earlier in the day will mean that the fire flares up because smoke is like a lid on a frying pan. So the higher elevations over there on Mount Lassen, will be affected differently earlier.
Change start to affect that area sooner. So expect to see some activity start to pick up over there and some smoke columns start to come off of that part today and potentially start progressing up to the north and to the east as that wind starts to settle over the fire today.
Okay, what he's meaning is the wind settling is there's a major wind shift, and so it's we're going to have a reversal of the directions of what we have been seeing the previous days, and the wind, I believe, and I'll have to check this, is going to start going, that way. What's wrong color pen? So while we were having lots of assaults that way prior, now we're going to have a lot more activity where the fire is on these areas, if I've read that correctly. So that's what he just means is the wind settles. It's going to be a little bit kind of this way, kind of that way, and then it'll finally settle on one direction to blow in.
Coming over on the north side of the fire towards Highway 44, A21, in that area, Silver Lake. Things are looking pretty good in there. There is still a bit of energy left in there. The heavy fuels are still burning out, and our imagery is still showing that there is quite a bit of heat left in there. So we expect that at some point today, as that smoke thins out, it's going to start having some smoke columns come out of there as well, and a little bit of activity. So we're really concerned about the spotting potential, and that's the embers being thrown outside the fire line and really where that could go. So that's one of the things we really briefed the crews on today is that potential for that spotting to occur. Coming down on the A21 road, things are looking really well.
Okay, what did he just say about spotting? Sorry.
For that spotting to occur. One of the embers being thrown outside the fire line and really where that could go. So that's one of the things we really briefed the crews on today is that potential for that spotting to occur.
Okay, so we can have a lot of activity over here by the Silver Lake. It's been okay, but they're talking about spotting is when wind takes burning bits of embers and such, and they fly around and then land somewhere else and start a fire significantly ahead of where the main fire is. It's like little new spots all over the landscape, downwind. That's what spotting is. And then they have to race ahead of the fire and try to put those out or corral them so that the fire just doesn't surround them, or they have to get out of the way. Because if the fire is here and then spots go, well, what if the crews are right here? See? Yeah, they have the bad situation where they could be surrounded by flames. And so when he's saying that we've briefed people on that situation, he's saying brief them on the danger that poses and the great possibility for that happening in that area today.
Coming down on the A21 road, things are looking really well. Our heat signatures are much less than they have been. There will be some interior burning today, and we may see some smoke columns come out of there. But overall, there's no real threats to the line in here, nothing that's really going to make any large challenges to the line. And
That's great. That's great. So what he's talking about interior burning is fire doesn't move in a solid wall. It kind of it goes to an area and like maybe this is really burned up and then the wind pushes a bit over here, something like that. This is just kind of a random drawing. And so every once in a while when the wind shifts, like this area in the mouth here will just fill in and start burning because it was actually skipped by the previous day. And so that's what interior burning is. If they have a line, which they do at the A21 highway, he's talking about it just burning back up in here in those little island spots that just weren't burned up yet. You could see some smoke there, but he says there really isn't a threat to the line, and that's really, really good news because all last week we were watching it breach multiple times, almost killed a fire crew, almost went south to Westwood and almost took out the peninsula. And they have had this entire week to shore up all their defenses and reinforce their lines with the midnight miracles. And it was almost before midnight that each one of these populated places were erased. And we saw every single day last week the winds really almost come to a dead calm at midnight, which allowed them to scramble, put out the spot fires that breached the lines, get together, throw thousands of crew at it, and hold it. And that is why we still have buildings on the peninsula. That's why Westwood still exists today. Hamilton Branch and those other little communities all exist because of that miracle, allowing them to get the opportunity to reinforce those lines. And to hear him say that they're pretty good and they're not even worried about them right now, wow, such good news.
Overall, there's no real threats to the line in here, nothing that's really going to make any large challenges to the line. And so we expect that will continue burning today, but it should not progress any further than it already has. Down here on Dyer Mountain area, we did have a spot fire in there yesterday evening, and we expect because of that southwest flow across the lake here that it's going to give it a little bit of renewed energy in there, but it should again progress to the northeast, and that's kind of back in on itself, and so that's going to be advantageous for us. And so expect to see some activity in there as well and some progression of the fire, but we do have a lot of control lines in there, so I don't expect that it's going to necessarily challenge the lines, but there will be renewed activity in that area. On the other side of Mountain Meadows Reservoir, in the our Duffy Group area on top of...
I'm not quite exactly what he was sure about what he was referencing. We know about the big thing last night right before I had to go to sleep, that there was a big spot fire right here on Dyer Mountain, and they slammed that with some serious aircraft. We watched it in 3D, and I started getting sick, and so I turned it off the 3D view of the airplane tracking program. But he's not really being specific on whether or not it was that spot fire or just the general fire that's been burning on Dyer Mountain for weeks now, that kind of comes and goes and comes and goes. I remember Dyer Mountain was where we had those mega, three fire tornadoes at the same time, or if they weren't tornadoes, fire whirls, whatever they want to call those, and the massive inferno on Dyer Mountain. And so it's never really gone out there, and he's not being clear if it was yesterday's spot or just like the general fire. But we'll try and figure that out.
There are some burning operations in the our Duffy Group area on top of Hamilton Mountain. There are some burning operations going on in there today, and we again expect to see some smoke columns in there and some progression of the fire. Tomorrow's map's going to look different, just be based on the actions that they have planned today.
Okay, so burning operations means that they're going to use the still of the morning, or anytime the wind's blowing in the correct direction, to burn off some of the fuel ahead of the higher winds of later in the day and the wind change. So a lot of the smoke people will see on Hamilton Mountain is them doing that, them doing it on purpose. And if they do have that opportunity to do it, then that sounds really good.
But overall, we don't expect any major challenges to the line in that area, but we will expect to see some progression of the fire, some smoke columns coming up. There is some potential for spot fires across there, but we do have a large fire scar just north of this area in the hog fire area. So that's our plan for that area, and that's what our projections are. It shouldn't make any big moves, but you will see some activity pop up in that area overall.
Okay, so he's minimizing it, but not eliminating the threat to the area. He's saying that there's a lot of things that are in their favor. The hog fire is just last year. And so during the hog fire, which was west of Susanville in this kind of area, they made a bunch of lines and such, and a lot of the fuels of last year burned away in that fire. And so they have ready-made, just add water defenses in there. So that's advantageous. And that's probably what allows them to do some strategic burning, is because they can keep it in one little section in between roads. But even with those efforts, they're expecting activity here as the wind will be blowing towards that direction. So we'll have to watch that place.
Coming over here to the far southeast side of the fire, Janesville area, the fire had progressed to the southwest under that wind that we had the last couple of days. But as that starts to shift around today, that will start to kind of push back in on itself and start to slow that spread. Again, you'll see some progression on the fire tomorrow on our new map tomorrow, but ideally, and it's, like I said, it's pushing back in on itself. You will see some smoke columns out of there, and the fuel does change over there. So it is under some heavy timber, but as it gets closer to 395, it thins out into the grass, into the sage. So that provides opportunities for the crews to get in there a little easier than it did in the heavier timber. So there are a handful of spot fires out there that are ahead of this that may stand up today and start to show themselves. But again, that activity is going to primarily push back in on the main fire while we're looking ahead to the very southeast corner, making sure that it is secured so that it doesn't make any large runs that way. But that's an area that we're watching, as well as over to the west.
Okay, so I just want to explain that. The fire going back in on itself. So there's one good thing about a wind change. And so I'm just going to draw a general concept here. So this isn't specific to this necessarily. Yesterday's wind was that direction, and so we saw the fire, was here, then it got here, then it got here, going along with the direction of the wind. That's generally the way fires go, especially when they move fast. They're going with the wind. And so with today's wind change, with the wind going that way in general, then that means that this kind of comes mostly to a halt, and it tries to go back the way that it's already come. Now that's good in general if you can corral a fire, like say put a barrier here, which is a lot of times what firefighters try to do. So the fire in between will go back and forth, left, right, and bounce left, right, eating up all of its fuel in here. It wants to eat all the fuel, and then eventually, it runs out of it. And that's one way to control and finally get rid of a fire in one area. But that is if they can corral it and keep it in one little area. So that's what the general idea of is of firefighting. And so while that means that this will be a lot less, this will be more sleepy, this edge up here is a lot more active. But he just said that at least it's not as bad in some sections, like where it's sagey down here, and tumbling tumbleweeds kind of fuels. Those burn up fast, and then they're gone. The other areas over here that were a lot more forested and down in here are way harder to deal with because trees can burn for 1,000 hours if they're dead. And the thick forest does have a lot of dead trees. And even the live ones are going up in almost a similar fashion as the dead ones. So he was just explaining that they will have at least an easier time with that, presumably. So this is pretty good. However, it's going to test all the lines today, and that's why I made the video. Yesterday's extremely urgent aircraft, we had, how many planes did we have? We had more than 15 out there trying to hold the line at Janesville Road. It's because today's wind is going to aim right back at Janesville, aim right back at Milford, and aim right at Susanville from other areas, like the Hamilton Mountain thing. And so that's why when they detected a breach, what they would call a slop over yesterday here at Janesville Road, they were like, oh crap, we had better fix that because tomorrow the wind's going to blow right back towards these communities. And so we saw that massive effort yesterday, and I'm so glad they had the opportunity because smoke was too thick over other fires. Now today there's going to be a lot of smoke and very little firefighting aircraft activity, so it's going to test the lines. It's going to be a tough day for them. But this is them explaining how they're going to prepare. And the more we know about it, the more we can be either at ease or vigilant. And I want to warn people, we should never watch this in the morning and go, oh yeah, it's going to be an easy day. This fire keeps surprising people. One little spot that flies over in a random wind gust direction can become a huge, gigantic thing. I mean, this was just a spot from 2 days ago, that entire huge section of the fire. They have to pounce on spots, get them out, or get them contained immediately. Otherwise, they can have huge disasters on their hands. So this is what he was explaining. But overall, when winds change directions left, right, then at least the fire is burning its own fuel and exhausting its own fuel and getting weaker and weaker as time goes by. The challenge is corral it and keep it somewhere.
West of that over by Antelope Lake.
Now
but that's an area that we're watching.
Now he's talking about the Antelope Lake area. Let's listen to that.
And as well as over to the west of that, over by Antelope Lake, in that Quebec area, they did have some activity in there, and we expect that you'll start to see some smoke columns in there as well today as that smoke thins out. The activity starts to pick up, and shouldn't make any large runs in there, but again, we'll expect some activity overall. So all across the fire, we do have that wind shift going on today, so that's our biggest concern in what's going to happen with the fire activity. Really brief the crews on that difference today. So expect to see some continued activity all across the fire, but that smoke at some point should start to clear out, if not today, then by some point tomorrow, depending on how much we get impacted from fires off to our west. But that's our biggest mitigating factor. If we keep the smoke over the fire, our fire activity will be diminished a bit. So that's where our situation is as it stands.
Okay, that was a fire behavior update. There's a different one. That's the morning operational update, which I watched mostly, and we can look at that. But first, I want to go back to chat real quick. Husker, thank you so much for the kind donation, and yes, thank you, mods. Thank you guys for being here. I want to remind you that if you ever rewind my video, you just tap the screen. If you're on mobile, there's like the left half of a screen and a right half of a screen. You can tap it twice to go to 5 seconds backwards on the left hand, and then tap it twice on the right side to go 5 seconds in the other direction. Or there's those arrow keys, you know, the up and the left and the right on the keyboard. You can use the arrow keys to go back and see what you missed. But please remember to hit the live button to come back to when I'm live and speaking. Because you might just be behind in the broadcast and saying stuff in chat that 20 minutes ago was relevant and isn't right now. But I do hope that a lot of people use that and then hit the live button to come back. Oh my gosh, Husker, Wendy, Garish, thank you so much for your kind donations. You guys are keeping me going, and I can be here with you guys. I may have at some point in the afternoon have to take down the computer for a task or an upgrade. I'm not really sure. And then tonight I'll probably have to go by 10 or 11 Pacific. It's kind of up in the air. We'll just see how the fire's doing. But I like to have at least one day of the week where I have a couple hours free to try to get caught up in life, and as mail piles up and dirty dishes and stuff, and then I have to use my computer to pay bills and such. So, but I will be here probably most of the day, with maybe one stop to the grocery store. So, let's go back to chat and see what's going on. They're going to explain pretty well in the next video we'll watch with the morning operational update about the weather, and that's better than I can explain. And I want to make sure that that I have a good grasp and what's going on with the change in the wind, because that's going to be the story of today. So what a person can do to help monitor fires for themselves. I like to teach this. I don't want to do this. This is not really a job that I like doing. I'm doing this for public good and trying to get the message out about saving lives. I want to teach people how to monitor fires for themselves. So if you go to windy.com and you zoom in the area, what you should do is over multiple areas of, say, the Dixie fire or wherever you're at, is plant the flag to kind of get an idea of where the wind is going to be blowing. And then there's a little, like a caret button on the flag. And make sure it's in miles per hour down here. And maybe I can zoom this in. Nope, I can't zoom that in too well. But I can describe what you should be seeing. You look down here for the hours of the day and the different wind speeds and wind gusts and wind directions. It's all very general. I mean, it's going to have an arrow pointing one direction for that hour. Of course, anybody flying a kite and knows that wind can kind of gust in a random direction for a second. And that's why firefighting is hard. But overall, it gives you a great idea of what to expect. Is my community particularly threatened today? So I planted the flag kind of over here by Janesville. And what you do is you pull this slider for the different hours of the day. So right now, we're on around 10 a.m. And you guys can't see the microscopic little arrows down there, but I'll show you what they're like. The cool thing is we have, for much of the day over here by Susanville, almost no sustained winds in the morning, and really lazy, from now till about 11 p.m., maybe 6-mile-an-hour sustained winds in general. And this is just a generalization. The gusts are the issue. So the wind this morning was generally blowing to the east. That's the wind direction for the Susanville area. And they're talking about the shift. And so around 11 a.m., it's showing that the wind will just reverse. It'll start blowing to the west. And it'll do that until about 2 p.m. today. So I'll just say 11 to 2 p.m. This is really a generalization, just affecting Susanville. And the gusts, though, that's the color code down here. The redder, the fiercer, go up to 20 miles an hour and stay around that. So that's when you've got some of the wind reversal. Excuse me. Now at a different point at 5. At 5. It starts to change again. As the shifting stuff makes it real hard for them to get in front of a fire and be comfortable and work on dozer lines and things. They'll be watching their back a lot. Hopefully aircraft will be able to watch their back, because 5 p.m. got this wind shift towards that way. North with a slightly to the northwest is the way the wind will blow in that direction. And then 8 p.m. shifts again. 8 p.m. This is the big deal, where it's really going to start pointing that direction for the next foreseeable future, as in the coming days. So they have to deal with a lot of shifting wind conditions that make it real difficult to prepare all their defenses for Janesville and Susanville and everything on the northeast side of the fire up here at the Dixie. So tomorrow we got one heck of a bad day as far as winds go. Tomorrow at 11 is going to be a crucial time period where it's going to pick up to 32 to 38 mile an hour wind gusts, almost 40 mile an hour wind gusts, and at least 10 miles sustained winds tomorrow. So that's going to be one heck of a rough Saturday. We're possibly getting a lot of thunderstorm activity, some thunderstorm activity from the ocean. That's why these winds have shifted direction. So if you zoom out, what's happening, and I'm no Holt Hanley, I'm not a meteorologist, he can explain all this stuff so much better, is there's only 2 ways that winds generally enter California, and that's up to the Bay and down at LA and Pasadena, which we're not looking at right now. So this is what's going to happen, is some of this Pacific moisture has a threat to bring some instability and perhaps even lightning, and really no significant amount of rain as far as I know. And so this is what's going to make the winds just kind of go that direction. And so the winds will be pushing the fire by 8 p.m. away from places like Mineral, which we were so worried about, and away from places, I hope, like Chester and Taylorsville and such. We'll have to check on if that spot fire did anything southeast of it in the Devil's Punch Bowl. But it's a total shift in the places that are now the most vulnerable. So going back to the Susanville area, the smoke won't be blowing away until after 2 p.m. if it does at all on anywhere. They were just explaining it would be mostly at the higher elevations, meaning Mount Lassen, which is a big volcano over here. So that's where we don't have any way to look at the fire. There's no cameras over there. So we won't be able to see that battle. And the area that will be critical is the Childs Meadows area over here that they're going to be looking at. But that's why they had to really make this line, slam it with the aircraft last night, and make sure that Janesville was going to be protected for today and tomorrow. That is going to be the big threat today and tomorrow, the wind shift for potentially even Susanville, Janesville, Milford, and those areas down there. So it's not going to be a fun time in the coming days. And the wind direction is in general going to be through the next couple of days like so. So the thing that we should watch next, we should keep that general concept in mind. If you're using windy, the different zones and microclimates of this region mean that it's hard to say anything in general, right? If you go over to Chester and look at things, you've got different arrows down here because of the way the topography works here, the way that wind can come up through the valley is it generally can follow easily these tunnels, the canyons, but then it runs into brick walls like Dyer Ridge and stuff, and then it has to split and go different directions. So you usually see wind split this way, wind split that way, and sort of like branches. And mineral is affected by a completely different pattern of like a straight shot, just looking at the terrain, right? And so what this happens is you can get swirly patterns and all kinds of weird stuff that has been spawning those things that look like tornadoes in the past broadcasts because of this ridge right here, the Ketty Ridge / Dyer Mountain. Then you have a wind tunnel here where here's the Highway 36, and then there's some mountains on either side. And so right in between there, whoops, I'm drawing dirty pictures again. In between there has been a lot of activity. That's the Cheney Creek area. So they are watching that Hamilton Mountain here because when we have wind blowing that direction, that's the threat to Susanville. But they have the hog fire burn scar, like they were saying, right in front of it. And then they have some ready-made lines in the sheep fire burn scar, the hog fire burn scar. However, it is a wind tunnel with the wind going to be aiming at Susanville through it. And so hopefully, they've got enough time now to make their preparations. So we might have a little bit of a less active earlier part of the day, but by the time 8 p.m. and such goes on, the wind will have settled. Will have settled on that direction, and for the next couple of days, tomorrow in particular, it's going to be real tough. So let's watch that other video. I hope that is a brief oversimplification. That helps. I'm going to look back at chat, see if there is any particular questions about that. Barbara, thank you for your kind donation. I'm sorry I don't look at chat enough. Let's look at the next video, and thank you all for being here. Do we have a problem in chat? Yeah, we're totally wind nerds, everybody here, because fire obeys the wind. It is basically goes the way the wind goes. So what I do is I teach people how to identify for themselves the threats to their own communities, because what the authorities have been doing is for some reason telling people to get out too late, giving people 1 to 2 hours to leave, groups of thousands of people at a time, and that's been causing chaos, havoc, and road clogs, and that's not what you need if you want to survive fire. I do fire survival education in a informal manner here, but I do have the approval of actual fire experts. I've never actually had any experts say I was doing anything wrong because I learned from them. And any time that I might be at all getting the wrong impression or whatnot, they step in and they clarify. And we have the great fortune of having many firefighters come and go throughout the chat, and I have had the great fortune of knowing many personally throughout my life here. So let me turn off the radio while we watch the next video. We'll be listening to the radio in a little bit, talking about the live radio of the firefighters, explaining where their challenges are today. But first, I wanted to get to the morning operational update for the West Zone and watch that video because they explain the weather really well. So let's see, it's CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3, and there's a little bite-sized weather chunk thing. That is pretty cool. But there was a longer video that I just watched here. Hang on a second. Let me get it out of my watch history. And then I'll go back to chat. It's weird how it's hard to find these sometimes. Here we go. And before we watch this thing, let's get to the part where it starts. I want to look at chat. And did I miss any questions about that? Thank you guys for explaining the channel. Preparation, education, survival. It's basically and how to interpret things for yourself. The best way to survive and come out ahead and have more of your things survive is knowing your special vulnerability for yourself, where you live, your own community, and not waiting until you're told to go. The best course of action is finding out, you know what, I think I need to leave earlier than anybody else and before authorities tell me, because I live in a dead-end road or a more remote area. It takes me longer to get to a good highway to quickly leave. I think I'll leave when I have a watch instead of a mandatory, or I can see the way the wind's blowing. It's right towards me. I'm listening to the radio. They don't have good control on their lines right now. I think that I will leave before somebody frantically knocks on my door in 4 hours. That's what we teach. You can find out this information for yourself. All these links are in the description of my channel that I watch, and I just show people, how do I figure this stuff out? People with fire education are able to kind of predict where it's going long before the public's told about it. And let's watch the video. Oh, sorry, before we get to the video, did anybody have any specific questions? Any questions from me? So, Sophisticated Pig, listen closely. You learn a lot of useful info for now and in the future. Kat's a great teacher. Thank you so much for that high praise. I'm very honored. I do my best. I feel like I can improve, but I'm glad I'm at least helping. So, looking back here, this is also the culture of this chat here that we've cultivated is one of support. Hang on a second. I've got a rogue tab showing playing the feed when I didn't want to turn it on. So let me make sure that's off. Okay. So Okay, which tab is playing? Oh, you know what it is? It's this one. I accidentally unmuted it. So this is the link to the description. This is the FLIR camera that I'll explain to people, but I keep forgetting there's a little mute button here. It does have West Zone Fire Operation sometimes coming in through its website. That just surprised me. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this one is kind of break it down as well and explain anything that might be confusing. If anybody has a question real quick. Joe Spinney or Spinai, I'm so sorry, butchered your name. Do they have videos breaking down the Caldor fire like this? That's the next thing I want to look at. They should by now. Cal Fire should be having these briefings by now. It would be a different team, but that's the next thing to try to find because that's something we need to know for the Caldor fire. We were completely blind on it yesterday. I wanted to cover it yesterday, but the smoke settled in and it was hard to find good info. So I'm going to start playing this, go into the kitchen, get some water, and be right back.
Plant Section Chief Incident Management Team 3. Today's Friday, August 20th, 2021, and this is your operational briefing for the Dixie incident. A few reminders: if you have cell phones in the audience, please put them on a mute setting, and please refrain from any side conversations during our briefing. For our objectives, both the management objectives and the control objectives have not changed since last operational period. And now with the situational update, night operations, Sean Jerry.
Good morning, Sean Jerry, night operations. Starting on branch 9, the stuff that slopped over on the south side of Highway 36, they picked up yesterday on Doe Mountain, hand line around that with dozer line. Continuing into branch 13 along Highway 89, that continues to hold. Branch 16, they're continuing with line construction to the north. Yesterday on the 147 group, they did have a spot fire take off. They contained that at 26 acres on Dyer Mountain. Jamesville yesterday between the dozer line and Janesville grade, it slopped over at 150 acres roughly, around drop point 282. They've been working that with tankers and hand crews in there, starting to pick it up, and it's starting to look fairly good. Thank you.
Weather, Joe Gosward.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. We just cannot catch a break with the smoke. There's so many fires burning out there, as you guys all know. It doesn't matter what the wind speed and or wind direction is, we're getting smoke from somebody else, and that's evident. And we're also getting smoke from ourselves. So you put all those factors together, and it's another smoky start to the day. And the well-advertised wind shift, for those of you who have been here, still looks like it's going to occur later today. We're starting with a general downslope, down drainage type wind, light from the northeast, and they're going to kind of shift around to the southeast and then to the southwest by early this afternoon. And then they are going to start to pick up a little bit. We're looking at 15, maybe some gusts of 25 miles an hour. Those higher gusts will be confined to the ridge tops, those exposed slopes, and where the topography really lines up well with those winds. So we're looking at still temperatures. Again, this is just an average across the entire incident. The specifics are in your IAP, but we're just going to show we're going to see some elevated winds this afternoon, and then we do have a dry cold front coming in for tomorrow. We're going to see the winds pick up 20, maybe 30 miles an hour, a few higher gusts as well. Still not real hot, still not terribly dry. But again, we're going to have those winds to deal with, and the mitigating factor, as it's always been on this incident, is the smoke. If we get too much smoke, that's going to keep the lid on. But for now, we're going to see those southwest winds pick up regardless this afternoon and tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Fire behavior, Brian Newman.
Okay, good morning. I just want to remind everyone.
Okay, so sorry, I was in the kitchen. There was a couple things where I was like, ooh, I should go back and have paused that. That was a real brief summary. That was the world's briefest summary about the chaos and amazing response that happened yesterday. So what he was talking about was, the Dyer Mountain spot where we were watching with the airplanes. People are unfamiliar with the area. Dyer Mountain here on the east side of Lake Almanor, you can barely see the lake. That's the lake. Here's Mount Lassen, the volcano, which is kind of crazy, but it's burning into the national park. Just like Mount St. Helens that erupted, it's turn of the century, and there's one of those devastation areas that's just a park because they figured it would be stupid to build on it again in case allow people to build ranches and stuff on it again, just in case it erupts again. So unfortunately, that's all on fire up there, and it's going to be very active today. But he was talking about the area over here by Mineral, which is one of Chester's best evacuation routes, or anybody by the lake. One of the best evacuation routes is to go this way, and there's like this intersection of several different highways. So he was just briefly mentioning that the breach over there on the line, he was saying it was over or something. Let me make sure.
Very night operations, starting on branch 9, the stuff that slopped over on the south side of Highway 36. They picked up yesterday on Doe Mountain, hand line around that with dozer line.
Okay, Doe Mountain. I want to make sure where this is. Doe Mountain. Then you say California. Sometimes you have to say the actual, yeah. Over here by Mineral. So he said that they got around it with handline. Awesome. So let's rewind it.
On Doe Mountain, hand line around that with dozer line, continuing into branch 13 along 6.
Hang on.
They picked up yesterday on Doe Mountain, hand line around that with dozer line, continuing into branch 13 along Highway 89. That continues to hold.
Okay, branch maps. So unfortunately we can't really see very well. I'm going to lean close to my monitor. Okay, branch 13 is over here. So this is
branch 16. They can.
Excuse me, branch 13. Let me get the pen. 13, our lucky 13 over here. Okay, so that's Doe Mountain. Doesn't mean it's not a threat from Embercast. It means they've got around it. They got around it with their lines. And so with today's high winds, and tomorrow's much more high winds, that's still a threat to that highway, in my personal opinion. However, it's good to hear that it's not spreading around. And so that's the assessment there. Let's go back.
89, that continues to hold.
Good. 89 as right here, if people want to know what that is. 89, the line. This is the, let's get the junk out of the way. Get a better map here. Open street map. So there's an area here where 36 and 39 kind of merge. And so I think what he's talking about is Childs Meadows as a line. And so they've got this highways holding. And so they went around it, around Doe Mountain, and they got their dozer lines around it. But however, this is still pretty tall. And the way you can figure out how much of a threat is that to the surrounding area, you can now see with the terrain. The way that fire likes to spot over is it gets to the top of a peak and it goes, woohoo! This is where I wanted to be. I'm at the top. And especially if there's dead trees up there, it likes to hopscotch in the wind direction and jump from peak to peak. And fire crews can be down here holding the line on the highway and helplessly watch it boingy, boingy, boingy over the top. And our crucial thing that we didn't want happening was too many of this ridge here. We did not want the fire here because Mineral is right down here. And I said all day long, Mineral's in danger the other day. And then finally, they got around at 10:30 at night telling people to evacuate. You know, when people are sleeping and had their hearing aids out and didn't hear, had their phones off and all that stuff. So I don't know the status of Mineral, if they've allowed people to go back in. I'll try and look. But you don't want peaks. You know, today the wind will be blowing, changing and blowing back towards that way. I'm a lot less worried for Mineral, but until the wind does change, that remains a concern for the community. But I'm glad to hear that they got at least it isn't spreading around willy-nilly in here. So let's go look.
Branch 16, they're continuing with line construction to the north. Yesterday on the 147 group.
Okay, I have to point out, where is branch 16? It's right here. That's 16. So that's the A21 group, that was protecting Westwood and trying to prevent the fire from getting north around this direction. Let's go back.
Construction to the north. Yesterday on the 147 group, they did have a spot fire take off. They contained that at 26 acres on Dyer Mountain. Jamesville yesterday between the dozer line and Janesville grade, it slopped over at 150 acres roughly, around drop point 280.
So slopping over means a breach in the line. So that's their term for it. So he's explaining what happened over there, and there was a massive aircraft response to get that buttoned up, because today when the wind in the evening starts aiming towards Janesville again, it was critical that would hold.
Yesterday between the dozer line and Janesville grade, it slopped over at 150 acres roughly, around drop point 282. They've been working that with tankers and hand crews in there starting to pick it up, and it's starting to look fairly good. Thank you.
Starting to look fairly good. Okay, so they continue to work on it today. Once again, they kept saying that maybe there might not be any aircraft. So let me play it now. Anybody have any question about that part right now? Wanted to look at chat. Jeff says there's 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. briefings for Caldor. Excellent. We'll be looking at the Caldor just next and seeing what the day will bring for the region. So, but right now, any current questions? Any current questions? You get if you're on the desktop, especially, you do this. You say at capital K-A-T, and then there will be a pop-up for my name. Click that pop-up and you'll flag me with a big orange highlighter, and I'll know that you're talking to me in chat. Anyone seeing the Shirley Peak cam the last hour? Fire making a huge run. That would be down in Kern County. Okay. The fire will soon take over the lookout. Holy mackerel. Okay, I want to let's take a pause then if that's going on, because immediate threat to life and property takes precedent over kind of looking at the morning updates. So, excuse me, is this all? So that's the Shirley Peak cam. Duplicate the tab, because there might be one heck of a thing going on in Kern County right now. So let's do a 12-hour update, a 12-hour time lapse. This is Kern County, Southern California. I try to cover this best I can. I haven't been in this region before, but they may have one heck of a day too. The winds down there are completely different. They come in off of the ocean too, but they have a lot of, Death Valley and desert kind of interaction that I've never studied before at all. But it makes for a deadly mix down there. So it looked like it was fairly quiet throughout the night. Here's 5 in the morning. This is down here in Kern County. We're taking a pause. And then we have dawn. It is now 10:55 a.m. Big monster down there. That took off like crazy. I wanted to know, I think those are dead trees. It looks like they have retardant on them, but they could just be, well, just straight up dead. It's hard to know why they're red there. Wow, it is running up the hill towards the camera. Okay, so let's look at where the camera's direction is facing in this last frame, looking to the southwest. And so the wind, well, not the wind, but the fire, looking at the smoke, the wind going up kind of past it. We can look at windy too, but hang on a second. One moment, I gotta sneeze. Okay, sorry about that. We'll continue to look at it because they're not having a fun time. Okay, point 2. I don't know the status of Woodford. We'll take a look at it, but thank you for alerting me to that. But I want to go back and look at the Dixie fire. If anybody wants to watch that, this is the link to the camera right down there. And hopefully these cams do survive. We had the Hamilton Mountain cams. They died, didn't they, on the Dixie fire? That's pretty crazy. There may be even community briefings for that down there too. That's called the French fire. Don't ask me why they name things like that. But let me go back to the chat. Does anybody have another specific question? Going back into chat. Hey, welcome again, Bo, and hey, Amber. Hey, everybody who's checked in. Let's see. It might take over the fire lookout down there. Heavy smoke from Caldor and the Dorado hills. Yeah, causing health into what would cause an evacuation for air quality? if smoke is like fog, I would generally try to get the heck out of the way. I've been telling people for weeks that Susanville isn't the air wasn't fit to breathe. I would have left Susanville just for the smoke alone if I was ever near that area, because in general these fires will blow smoke in one basic direction throughout much of the day, and it'll settle in a certain couple of valleys during the day. And you can look at the cams and see where that is. But I don't do too much like smoke forecasting in general. But when you see strange colors, when the smoke goes strange colors, that's an extreme amount of aerosol pollution, and you can bet the things you can't see, such as nitrous oxide, surface ozone. These things are terrible for people to breathe, are present too, because aerosol blows away high up in the atmosphere and goes away. It circles the globe. But if you have a day where the area looks green, like why does it look green outside, or a little bit yellow tinted, or a bit orange tinted, or beer bottle brown? That's a good indication you have some massive pollutants that are kind of trapped down and squished down by the surface. And not flying up and away from you, up into the atmosphere and around. So that's one of the things that I would definitely say. But there's an air quality index and a bunch of apps I can go over later. You can just look on your phone, air quality app for my region, and it's just like weather apps. So going back here, any specific question? How are you, and which fire is this? Oh, Isaiah, hey, welcome. I'm feeling pretty rested. That was a brutal more than 24 hours straight that I did yesterday, but I got real good sleep. Now we're going back to the Dixie fire to get a handle on it, and we'll look at the Caldor fire and see what we can find out about the French fire too. If there's any other specific questions, I'm going to keep going. So they're explaining in the morning operational update what was going on in the Dixie fire and what will challenge them today.
Weather, Joe Gosward.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. We just cannot catch a break with the smoke. There's so many fires burning out there, as you guys all know. It doesn't matter what the wind speed and or wind direction is, we're getting smoke from somebody else, and that's evident. And we're also getting smoke from ourselves. So you put all those factors together, and it's another smoky start to the day. And the well-advertised wind shift, for those of you who have been here, still looks like it's going to occur later today. We're starting with a general downslope, down drainage type wind, light from the northeast, and they're going to kind of shift around to the southeast and then to the southwest by early this afternoon. And then they are going to start to pick up a little bit. We're looking at 15, maybe some gusts of 25 miles an hour. Those higher gusts will be confined to the ridge tops, those exposed slopes, and where the topography really lines up well with those winds. So we're looking at still temperature.
Okay, so I want to explain that as a concept where topography aligns with winds. This is a general example. So what fire likes to do is it likes to run on ridge lines. It gets to the top and goes, wee, wee, I'm going to follow this line because up there winds are fiercer. They're considerably higher at the top of ridge than down in the lower elevations. It can be 10, 15, even 20 miles an hour faster than down there. And so it'll be pushed by the winds. Yay! And it can go much faster if the winds are going the same direction as the ridge is aligned. And so that's what they're calling alignment. So if you had the winds going this way and there was a fire that was down here and it climbed up the cliff, say, it would go whoosh that direction. And so we have several points where, like Janesville and other communities, are critically endangered because they have ridges that take aim at the community. So like whenever, this is, I don't know the name of that one, but this one to the left is Wildcat Ridge. So you hear Wildcat Group a lot. There's a lot of people on Wildcat making sure that that's really secure because it would take direct aim at Susanville, and a couple others would take aim at Janesville. So here's Janesville in general, this area. So I don't know what this ridge is called, but if this fire ever got into here, that it would run to the north has been a lot of their nightmares. And so what actually happened was the fire got up that way, and it ran to the south, actually, because that's how it endangered places like Milford. So that's what it means to be aligned with the slopes. So in a way, Westwood has a lovely little spot here where even though the wind goes up and over the top of Dyer Mountain like that, and that can be dangerous for it, at least the slope is not exactly aligned to Westwood. And they saw this danger, and they've been making lines like this to protect, Hamilton Branch and stuff. I just wanted to explain what that concept is.
Again, with those exposed slopes and where the topography really lines up well with those winds. So we're looking at still temperatures. Again, this is just an average across the entire incident. The specifics are in your IAP, but we're just going to show we're going to see some elevated winds this afternoon, and then we do have a dry cold front coming in for tomorrow. We're going to see the winds pick up 20, maybe 30 miles an hour, a few higher gusts as well. Still not real hot, still not terribly dry, but again, we're going to have those winds to deal with. And the mitigating factor, as it's always been on this incident, is the smoke. If we get too much smoke, that's going to keep the lid on. But for now, we're going to see those southwest winds pick up regardless this afternoon and tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Fire behavior, Brian Newman.
Okay, good morning. I just want to remind everyone that's been here and those that are new that we are under a fuels and fire behavior advisory. It is in your IEP on the page directly behind the fire behavior forecast. So please review that as part of your briefing today. So you just heard from IMET, we are experiencing a wind shift today throughout the day. The last time we had this wind shift a couple days ago, we started seeing activity on different places than we had seen previously. So expect much of the same today. And instead of those faces that were getting the winds yesterday on the north and east side, now on the south and west side are going to start picking up some of that wind and be getting exposed for that today and start picking up activity. So places where yesterday's activity from the northeast, we're spotting over or had activity coming over the top of it and through some spots out there, expect those to pick up today. Expect the winds to hit that and freshen it up and get it going today. So obviously our biggest issue again is the smoke, and every time that we've had smoke over the incident and it starts to thin, we've seen that increase in activity. So expect that same thing to happen again today. So over on the far side of the fire, branch 9, branch 13 area, it should start to see the effects of that southwest wind first just because of its geographic location. So things will start to blow in over here, especially terrain driven. All of this wind is going to be dictated by the terrain as well. It's just going to be steered by the topography and allowed to shift around in that. So be heads up where you are in that topography. So over here on this side, you'll start to see that blow in. It's going to be helpful on this far side where we've been struggling with some of that stuff, but it's going to affect this northern part of November around Apapa and Quebec. That's going to start pushing some of that stuff out across and potentially challenge the lines again. That's some higher elevation stuff as well. So it's going to see that smoke thinning first. It's going to be exposed to the wind first and have the opportunity to stand up and have some activity first.
Okay, so what he was saying is that, as first the winds are going to go like that way, that way, that way, that way. They're going to be kind of shifting around, and that's going to be really difficult for them. And then before it settles on blowing one different direction, like one solid direction. That's the southwest winds. When winds are out of the southwest, that means they blow to the northeast, and that's the change of today. All of yesterday and such was the other way. And so that means that these areas will be affected first, but hopefully it'll settle on blowing it away from mineral. But how they got a dozer line around like Doe Mountain and such, but that spotting that I just kind of drew over by mineral going that way is something that they're going to have a problem with. So that would affect places like Warner Valley greatly. I haven't gotten a whole lot of information about what they've been able to do by Drakesbad and Warner Valley, but it's been a battleground for weeks now, and I don't know. It's an ongoing situation. What survived there is more of a question of what will continue to survive there because they're still really challenged. And so it's going to try to run past Silver Lake and try to go that way. It's going to try to go towards the main highway. I can't remember which one this is, if somebody will remind me. I really hope it never gets past any of that. That's bad. You got the higher elevations on Lassen Peak here. They're explaining how that's really difficult to work in. But if you wanted me to go back, I just got a request to go back to CalTopo and explain like how mineral and such can be affected. When you start CalTopo, you have to pick a base map. If you want to, it's over here on the right, upper right base layers. I put on OpenStreetMap just to see the highways, because the highways are a lot of times their biggest, most robust lines that they can defend. And then there's these little buttons, stack base layer, and you got a shaded relief for your first one, stack another base layer, and I go to sometimes global imagery or NAIP. These are your satellite maps, and then you have your sliders after that. So if you can put them in a sweet spot, you can kind of get a better idea. So like minerals in a bowl, that's quite a vulnerable spot, a super vulnerable spot with ridges all around it, where if the fire gets in any and mountain peaks in any one of these areas, depending on the way the wind shifts, it'll just rain embers down in here with no way for them to really prevent that from happening. So the fact that Doe Mountain has gotten this, today's in general, the wind could be boing, send sparks to different areas. I mean, they have a dozer line to stop the progression on the ground, but that doesn't stop spotting. You can go and try to figure out with global imagery, is there a lot of trees on it? Yep. So we can't tell if any of those are dead at the top or how tall they are or whatnot. But you switch these layers to try to figure out what's your vulnerability. If it was a bald mountain peak, you go, not a big deal. Not so much of a big deal. But if it's full of trees up there, which haven't burned so far, it sounds like, because they had a spot ember jump onto it from somewhere else, maybe from Morgan Mountain. The whole issue was Morgan Mountain had lightning strikes on it, and it probably went beep, beep, or it could have done this. Beep. Really hard to tell. What you can do is go down to the button of fire activity, and looking at the red dots, those are usually what happened in the last 24 hours. And I would imagine that it came over like that way, but I really can't know. Sometimes places, it really may have done that. You see the red? It's hard to know. They didn't quite explain it. But the point is that I would be incredibly fearful for mineral for anything like this. Anything like this, you don't want to see the fire here. So it's blowing away from mineral after, this evening. As it shifts around, it's still a little bit of a concern. So do they have planes up yet? We could try to figure that out soon. I do want to kind of do one thing at a time as best that I can. And we have the escalating situation in Kern County to look at, plus the Caldor fire to look at. Max Smith wind increases when it's going through a trough, a small area like a canyon. True, exactly. So you've got these canyons too. So wherever wind is funneled down, it's just like sticking your finger in a garden hose. The wind picks up through canyons. And so you have the long range travel of embers in two different kind of ways, from ridgetop to ridgetop and then through the canyons as if they were wind tunnels. And so mineral has a major, a major canyon here, but it's not quite as narrow and funneled as, say, like the Feather River, So the biggest deal here, is this the North Fork of Feather, or I can't remember the terrain very much. You've got this. You've got several areas where it's like sticking a bellows on the fire, and it would flame up. But I'm glad that they said they've got a good dozer line here. And they say that for now the highways are holding. So that's the briefest thing that you can do. Remember, it's fire activity button, and then you switch your satellites to GOES 17, and these are the hot spots of the morning. Here's one that's extremely hot right here, in the last national park. I think I even know what lake that is. Hopefully things will be all right. But they said this region will be affected first, and it sounds like their bigger challenges is going to be up in here. And I am breathing a sigh of relief for mineral in general, but we've got to recognize that over here, that's a lot of swirling winds today. Now they have a lot of some blessings, some cooler temperatures, so the fire won't be roaringly active as active as when we had the triple-digit temps, and there's more humidity, so it's not going to be as active as it could be. But there's winds, so I'm just hoping for a quieter day in general. Hoping, fingers crossed, but they're going to have lines that are challenged. So down here, looking at Taylorsville and such, in this area. The rest of the video might explain what they were doing there and how they responded to that. So let's watch it.
Same thing across on the Lassen sector over on the 821 road. It's been holding pretty well, but there's still opportunities for the wind to throw some of those embers out and potentially cause some spots. You're hearing about it from night ops, and you'll hear about it tomorrow again, that we are still getting spot fires, even without a critical wind condition or anything that's really outside the norm. We're still getting spot fires, so expect to be picking up spot fires and that they could still be out there. Coming around on the Clear Branch, we had that push through the funnel of 36 to the southwest. Now it's turning around and pushing back in. So the Hamilton Mountain area, where there's been quite a bit of activity, expect as that wind comes across the dry lake bed here and impacts that, it's going to pick that activity up and start giving it a little bit of a push. So just be a heads up on that as we start into that wind shift this afternoon. And down into the Janesville branch area, again, this had made that southwest push. It's now getting freshened up. The smoke will start to clear and allow for some activity to pick up down in here, especially down in the very southwest corner here where it had made that push. It's going to get exposed to that wind across that plateau out there and across that topography and allow it to pick up on some activity. So our biggest factor is that wind shift today. Just be heads up on that. This smoke may impact your aircraft opportunities, so don't make any plans utilizing aircraft as your base plan. Take that into consideration and have a safe shift.
Safety, Damon Godden.
Good morning. We want to start out this morning by mentioning human factors. You guys have all been fighting fire on 4 different fronts on this fire, and it still continues today. So please continue your good leadership. We had a spike of minor injuries yesterday. We want to see that flatline and slow down. Fatigue management is a huge piece for you. So take care of your folks that way. When it comes to driving, we had a rollover 2 days ago with our cooperators. We don't want that to happen with the red apparatus, let alone someone from the public. So be heads up, slow it down a little bit, especially when you go to get fuel here in town. There's history in the locals as far as wrecks right here on the River Road. So please don't have one with our own apparatus and the public. That would just take away all the good work that you guys have been doing all this time. So with that, make sure you maintain your safety zones. We've had a lot of crews use safety zones with the fire behavior that we've seen here, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Operations, Mark Brunton.
Good morning. Welcome back. And for those of you new, welcome to the Dixie. On the west zone, we have the fire split into 3 sectors. Under that, branches, and then under that, divisions and groups. We'll do our roll call down to the division soup level.
Okay, we don't need no roll call. We just need the rest of what the fire's doing. It looks like planes are buzzing around the Taylorsville area right now. Doesn't look like that spot fire's out, or there's some sort of a concern. So
Fire suppression repair will be down in
we're gonna
perimeter.
We're gonna zip through this.
Number 1 priority, Janesville. Getting that buttoned up and put away.
Number 1 priority, Janesville, getting that buttoned up and put away. And they're talking about the Janesville Road, where they had the breach yesterday, so the aircraft hopefully will be able to look at it.
Number 2, the support of the east zone on the Dyer Mountain. And number 3 is to finish our firing op on Highway 36. So overall, this has been a stubborn fire. It's a big fire, a lot of challenges, some wins, some losses, but we're getting there. The key about the success of that is providing excellent leadership that you have here. The other part is the boots on the ground, you folks out there. Okay, whether you're fire, whether you're law enforcement, first responders, you're taking campaigns and battles.
Okay.
Our charge to you today is be persistent like champions.
Okay.
Good morning. All assets are on page 58, 57 and 58. Yesterday, because of good communications with the East and West Zone, using the East Zone, anything with a double letter identifier in the division is East Zone air to ground, West Zone air to ground is West Zone air to ground. Please continue up the good work. We were able to drop 300,000 gallons of water and 100,000 gallons of retardant with good communication with ground resources and air resources. The VLATs, LATs, and ASM tankers were flying all day yesterday. There's a lot of retardant on the ground. Watch for snags, loose footing, everything that can hamper your operation today. As far as what we have today, we have the VLAT, ASM, air tankers, and an air attack. 27 helicopters working out of 4 helibases, and yesterday all of them flew.
Okay, so VLAT means very large air tanker, like the DC-10s, the MD-87, the passenger jets. LAT is a large air tanker.
We're integrating an ASM and an air attack and a Helco on each side of the fire, and we're having great success. If you have any medical emergencies, please follow the medical plan. Work hard, work safe.
Communications, Corey Costa.
Good morning, Corey Costa, ComL trainee. For today, August 20th, there's no new clone today. The last clone was Saturday, August 14th.
Okay.
Check your 204s. So you
on page 64 this morning. Again, the box 8 information at the bottom of the page is the important part. And see me so we can get those reported.
Okay.
So all those activated map for fuel, ground support, and demob stuff.
Sorry.
Drop tanks. We're fine to use those.
Good morning. If you could please turn to page 67 in the IEP. Our updated numbers for acreage is 700,630. That's 700,630. Containment's at 35%. Total personnel is at 5,696. Branches, divisions, and strike teams. If you have media on your line, please utilize the media line number at the top of the page. We'll get a PIO out to you. The CAL FIRE social media policy is on the QR code just to the right on that page. Okay. On your line, 696. Containment's at 35%. Total personnel is at 5,696. Branches, divisions, and strike teams. If you have media on your line, please utilize the media line number at the top of the page. We'll get a PIO. Have a safe shift.
Well, 400-something thousand acres, crazy.
All right, a few reminders. Immediately after briefing, please report to your breakout locations. The Westwood sector is located behind me outside the fence. The Lassen sector is behind you outside the briefing area. For our meeting schedule, our cooperators meeting will be at 0900 hours. We have a planning meeting at 1700 hours, and your next operational briefing will be tomorrow at 0700 hours. And now with Unified Incident Commanders, Jay Lusher and Billy C.
Usually at the end there's something important, so.
Good morning, everyone. We continue to be inspired by your hard work day after day. Everybody gets out of bed, puts their boots on, goes back out on the line. As leaders, we want to continue to grow and learn, not just for ourselves, but for the people that we lead. You've heard quotes throughout your tenure here from some of our military leaders. They provide a lot of inspiration. Stanley McChrystal recognized, as he was leading the Joint Special Operations Command, that his tactics weren't working. He made changes, hard changes, to battle something that was new. We have to continue to make changes. It's not always the change in front of you. Sometimes it may be the change behind you. We have to make sure that the work that we do continues to be secure. Recognize that things may have changed from the way we used to do things, and then we may have to go back and ensure that the door is still closed behind us. Thank you.
Obviously, the key word today is change. We've been on a roller coaster ride 30 plus days as the weather and wind keeps changing direction on us. Each day is a different direction and a different challenge and different opportunity. Yesterday we had a section of line that has been in patrol status for a few days now that heated up and stood up again. That was caused by the stress of all the trees out there and the vegetation. It was caused by needle casts coming out of the trees that have been stressed. We're going to continue to see that on this incident. Be prepared, stay flexible. When these issues arise because of the wind and the needle cast crossing the lines and then catching some embers and starting up again, we're going to be back on the same ground that we've already gained control of. So be prepared to move. We're going to keep moving resources where it needs to be at the appropriate time for the right reason, and continue to point protect all these communities. And each day we continue to gain success. 700,000 acres. This is huge. A lot of work still ahead of us. We've got a lot of open line. There's 490 miles of open line or line on this incident right now. That's the distance between Los Angeles and Chico. Just keep that in perspective. You guys are doing a great job. Keep up the hard work, and let's keep moving forward. Thank you.
Crazy. That is a long way.
That concludes your operational briefing. Please remember to turn.
Okay. Yeah, please remember to turn your cell phones back on, guys. So, yeah, the perimeter of the fire is the distance between Chico and LA. Just absolutely insane. If people aren't familiar with, California, can't even draw that far. That's basically the length of Italy almost. So, when I say it's challenging, that the fire that appears on your doorstep is the one that is most dangerous to you. From a lightning strike, car accident, power lines down. Just think of how long it takes for somebody on one point of the line to reinforce the other by driving. You have to be prepared because it takes so long, as a response to drive over and get over to you. So looking back here. Yeah, he's a big guy. He's awesome. The French fire surely peaked to just made a crown run to the top of the ridge. Yikes. Okay, let's take a look. We're going to zoom back over to the new situation. Well, the escalating situation. The French fire, Southern California, is making an uphill run, and that is a good thing to show people. Just how quickly fire can climb up a hill. And so with the topography of the Dixie and the Caldor and every other right now, we have mountains as a crazy factor that complicates things. So you can't get in front of a fire like this. It will outrun even vehicles, the speed of vehicles, the way it can race up hills. So, wow. You can just see what it's doing. This is the last hour. We're not even seeing the head of the fire. The head of the fire is that way. It's already gone up and over. Now we're seeing just the sides of the fire. The flanks, they move slower, but they can move quickly up hills too. That's not the way the wind's blowing, but it's just trees touching other trees and vegetation touching other vegetation, and that's a very fast-moving flank. That's pretty unreal, but you can see that it's uphill. That's what uphill runs are. They can be at the speed of sound almost, figuratively speaking, when they're going with the wind uphill, but just going uphill in general too. On the sides, you can have a huge amount of area covered in no time. So we'll go back and we'll continue to look at that. What I wanted to do next was look at the Caldor fire, and I'm not sure what exactly is going on over here with Grizzly Mountain. But it looks like there's a flurry of vehicles and aircraft, making sure that probably the spot fire that was in the Devil's Punch Bowl is taken care of. Because we got a lot of questions about Taylorsville. We don't have a heat signature there. However, Genesee and Taylorsville and such will continue to be threatened in general until the wind firmly shifts back that direction, which was probably going to be around 8 p.m. when it makes up its mind. The wind is not going to make up its mind until at least then. We can do a quick plant the flag there, because this is a microclimate. Indian Valley has completely different wind gusts as the Feather River Canyon and other things. The wind comes out of here and runs smack into the ridge, and it can just kind of do things and try to find its way out, and it can shift around rapidly. So if we plant the flag here by Taylorsville, in general, embers can rain down on Genesee, mostly as the threat, because the wind's going to keep going down that way until a little bit later in the afternoon, and then the wind will start blowing like so, around 11-ish, which it's 11:23. Sorry, let me move the slider. I'm still stuck on 10. So let's move it to 12. So now we should be seeing a wind gust change going towards that way, or towards the east and slightly northeast. Then we'll have a harder northeast push with 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 10-mile-an-hour sustained winds at 5 p.m. So if the spot is not out, and if it's still in danger here at Grizzly, it's the Grizzly Peak Devil's, Punch Bowl area, I would say Genesee is the most in danger from the sparks possibly going this way. So we can listen to the radio to see how is it going there. That would be the number one thing to figure out. But I'm so happy to see here that we don't have something large enough as a heat detection. But if it see how this aligns, if it got into the ridge and did this would really suck for Genesee. It could rain the embers at Genesee Valley, and this is another wind tunnel. Depending on the wind direction, I'm not sure about today, but you could have a threat to Taylorsville from that direction. Although this is patrolled heavily, and I wouldn't expect that. I would expect them to be able to get a good handle on some points, but you just never know about this. So hopefully we don't see a heat detection. We're going to keep looking back there, because a heat detection would mean that it got big. So looking back up here, I need a police. Yeah, this is the channel where we don't blame groups and such, even though some of them are definitely a factor negatively affecting firefighting. We don't want to start those arguments in chatter, so this is the no blame zone as far as groups and such are going. We can take shots at the governor all we want, because he's protecting this company that keeps starting the mega fires and killing people, like my friend. It's just a corruption thing. Monopolies that plead guilty to killing dozens of people at a time, several times a year, they don't deserve protection. They need to be broken up and criminally investigated. So other than him, we don't blame left, right, this group, that group, bloggers versus environmentalists, none of that. We have to come together. So the chat will remain a place of unification, and divisionists will be weeded out. So that's the only warning I have to say about that. It's time to put down our differences and figure out how we can fight fires together with new technology and new innovations and new solutions. We can push for change, and then we'll get change, but we have to do it together. So let's look back at what do we have for Caldor fire. I don't know where to find the updates for it. Excuse me. Random spam call. I don't know where to find the updates for the Caldor fire. Does anybody have a quick link for me to kind of look at that? Then we want to also look at Kern County too. We have a lot of aircraft, a surprising amount. Oh, and we can check the cams. Let's check the cams over by, say, Indian Mountain. See, yeah, that's Dyer Mountain. I don't understand how they're able to fly in this. This is, smoke settles over valleys. Maybe the cams at Quincy doesn't look much better. This is pretty crazy flying. They may have a little bit of at the higher peaks above the clouds kind of a view, but they may peel off. Oh wow, Slope Mountain is really, really clear. What a difference just being a couple of clicks away makes. So maybe it's just starting to get clear enough for them to operate. That's good. However, clearing smoke means fire flares up. So, looking back here, I want to make sure that these are accurate and up to date. Yeah, 11:32 Yeah, these are the last couple of images. Maybe the since it's a couple thousand feet taller, Grizzly Peak and such, they can just see it kind of sticking out of an island of smoke. It's like a sea of smoke and an island in the middle of it. So, does anybody have the links for the Caldor fire? If not, I've got to kind of dig them up. I would say that would be the Lassen. We'd probably start with the Facebook page for Lassen, not Lassen, Modoc. That's Dixie, El Dorado, Cal Fire El Dorado. Amador El Dorado, yes, on Facebook. And I don't know if they've actually done something on YouTube. So 18 hours ago, they were live and had a community meeting. Let's see. Looking back at their Facebook page, they have a morning update, like to read as a bulletin, but I don't see a morning update as in here's our video like we have for the Dixie fire. We've got this that I can read, that the general update at 7 says there's almost 7,000 structures threatened. The sizes as of this morning: 73,415 acres, containment 0. In El Dorado County, 2 civilian injuries. They had burns, I hear, and or smoke inhalation. I'm not quite sure. Structures destroyed 104. Structures damaged is undetermined. Mostly that was Grizzly Flats, I believe. That was so terrible. The 2 miles east of Omo Ranch, 4 miles south of Grizzly Flats, was the originating place. It started on the 14th at 6:54 p.m., they're saying. Situation summary: throughout the night there was an active fire with short-range spotting, and rollout was still occurring in steep drainages from fire-weakened timber. Somebody told me that rollout was trees like falling over and falling apart and rolling down the hill and that sort of thing, which explains a lot of the southern flank stuff where it was going down the hills. But I would like to double check that my terminology is correct. So short-range spotting and rollout was still occurring in steep drainages from fire-weakened timber. With historic drought conditions, there's heavy dead and down fuels throughout the fire area, which means it's going to blaze fiercely if it's dry and windy. So it's a little bit wetter, but still somewhat windy. With humidity is what I'm referring to. Northern California remains under fuels and fire behavior advisory. That means that even if there's not too much wind and even if there's higher humidity, the type of the dryness of the fuels, the epic drought, the fact that a lot of it is dead, it's going to burn fiercer than you would normally expect with having colder temperatures and higher humidity. So, due to ongoing damage assessment of the area, the number of destroyed and damaged structures are subject to change. So, to better provide firefighters safety due to extreme fire conditions throughout Northern California and strained firefighter resources through the country, the USDA Forest Service, which is the United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Service Pacific Southwest Region, is announcing a temporary closure of 9 national forests. This closure will be effective on August 22nd at midnight through September 6th. At midnight. The closure order can be found here. That's basically, they can't police even the national forest not affected by fires, because they got to send everybody they can to these. So that just tells you how strained they are. There's the amount of people on this fire. Where is that? The amount of workers on the fire, personnel. Where is it? Is it on a different page? Am I just not seeing it? Okay, here it is. 109 engines, 11 water tenders, 18 helicopters, 21 hand crews, 21 dozers, 1,118 personnel now on the Caldor fire. And numerous air tankers throughout the state are flying suppression missions as conditions allow, which means they'll be like, hey, I'm a DC-10 pilot, where should I go? And then they'll say, you know what, we just got smoke cleared over this or that fire, why don't you go to that one? That's the general idea. But when we clicked back and we saw, we did see some aircraft on the Dixie. they're over inspecting Janesville and such now, and there's a couple over there to the north of Susanville. It would be good. It'd be good if they could slam something with aircraft today. Oh, and we see, no, that's United Airlines. Whoops, I thought that was a tanker. We've got a plane over there that looks like it's probably in a scouting kind of a thing. Hopefully they'll say, hey, come in with the helicopters, because we saw that they were standing by. I don't think any night missions were flown last night. That didn't explain any, but they were even trying to do night missions. So if we look at the Caldor fire, let's see, that's Butt Lake, Sierra Tahoe, Armstrong Lookout. Looks like we might have clearing smoke. Looks like they might be able to do some of that today. That would be really cool. There's still a lot of the haze in the area, but as the winds shift, the smoke might be blown away from the region. But I can see why they're not really doing too much right now. Look at this. This is my example of the unhealthy air with the weird colors. That's the aerosols in the air, the aerosol pollution. So the Big Hill area just looks absolutely nasty. Real bad, unbreathable kind of quality air. You also see these kind of weird colors here at the Mount Danither camera. This is all aerosols too, the pinkish stuff. You can get weird greens, yellows, pinks, beer bottle, ugly colors in these things. And sometimes you look at the sky and it's striped. You can see a green stripe and you can see like a black stripe from smoke, and then drive an hour down the road and the air goes from being yellow to green, and then in the worst areas it's the brown, and the very worst is that deep red. That deep red where everything that you look up at the sky and the sun is just a little bloody spot, and it's just pretty awful. So C-Probe, I'm going to go back up here. Did anybody, am I missing something? Mr. Jewelers Jr., thank you so much for the kind donation. Look at the Shirley Peak cam again. Okay, this is number 2. We can duplicate this and look at number 1. The most activity it looks like right now is happening in Kern County down in Southern California. So we click on the second one. If you want to switch cameras, this is where the button is right here. It'll say the other camera, and it's basically just words that you click on to go from Shirley Peak 2 to Shirley Peak 1. So we may see the fire eat this camera. That's totally nuts. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. If anybody in chat has a link to where we might see a video update for the Caldor fire, that would be great. Yesterday's community meeting would be okay to look at, but is Shingletown still okay? Yeah, we can look at that in a second. I never saw a satellite spot before I went to bed. The rumor was, somebody said in the chat that there was a small fire there a couple days ago. And yesterday what we saw was the boo-boo where it wasn't really out or contained and it flared up, and then they slammed it with aircraft. That's what all the activity was. But we'll go ahead and look at it. Sometimes, I'm not there. Sometimes it's just rumors, unconfirmable, but I do go out of my way to explain that. That could be wrong information. But I never heard of any, oh my gosh, we have to evacuate or anything like that. So yeah, the fire is kind of inching uphill, but this is a tall tower. While we might lose connection to it, I don't know that the flames would reach the height of this. It's looking down from above, depending on how, the flames are coming right to it. Depending on how the connection is it, is it like cell phone connection? And it kind of looks like it's also a cell phone or radio tower. If there's no lines to burn at the base, we might just see smoke overwhelm it and then see the aftermath on the other side. Some cameras do survive sometimes. Wow, look at that last image. These, what we're mostly looking at is living trees. So what will burn off and burn off quickly in each tree is the branches and the needles. And you'll see these blackened stumps left behind, not stumps, but the trunks. Those won't burn because these trees are alive. They have thousands of gallons of waters each in their trunks, but it'll be a fast-moving thing to burn up all the leaves. It'll kill the trees. Almost all of them will get killed, depending on the species. However, it would chew through these and move quickly beyond. I don't know what kind of lines they have or what they expect for containment, but just looking at like the side map here, it's kind of interesting because this will still update as we look at the side map. It's probably going to go up towards the 155. Just, excuse me, that's and I don't know if that's closed. I would imagine it is closed. I don't know if the fire is already on that side of the cam. We could kind of look at it with CalTopo if we did a duplicate tab. Because that's such an escalating situation, I'm going to cover that real quick, and we'll go back to Caldor and other little questions on the Dixie. If I get a break, I should go buy a mouse. This one is driving me insane. And with your kind donations, I can do that now. Yeah, we've got massive. Excuse me. That's an example of the mouse. I try not to make people car sick like that. But I'm using the scroll wheel and it goes the opposite direction. So hopefully I can fix that by today. So the heat detections here, reminding you, this is the margin of error. Where's the location of the tower? It might already be behind it. It really might already be behind it. Hang on a second. Let's move this like so. Yeah, we've got pretty good heat detections behind it already. I imagine that is absolutely that 155 is closed. Yeah, mouse, not really. What? Okay. Yeah. So Bonnie, was it good sleep enough to get you through? Yeah, it was solid. I just turned off the world sleeping. That was pretty good. I had some weird dreams, but can't remember them now. So let's. I think we're probably just seeing one part of the fire, and the main one is probably what we could be seeing is a scenario like this. If this is the area where the cams are, it probably just ran the ridge, and we're probably just seeing the fire go up towards the cams, where it raced up ridge lines, and I would imagine it did something like that. And it's well beyond it on the ridge lines, and what we're seeing is the residual, the fire catching up to the main area that already raced ahead and over the top. So the fact we might lose the cams is bad, but we're seeing the rear end of it. We're seeing the tail end and the flanking action. I do believe it's traveled a bit beyond to the northeast. If I had to hazard a guess. So this is what goes to show that the main head of the fire is like a charging bull, and the flanks, the sides of it, usually don't expand as rapidly. But in this case, this flank is going like wild, absolutely wild, because the flanks are uphill too. So this is the last 1 hour time lapse, and we'll see we'll see two different types of expansion. We'll see it racing along ridge tops, making like a finger out in front of it. If you think of the palm of your hand as the main area of the fire, your middle finger, try not to make a rude gesture here, is the ridge line, and the fire will race out ahead of itself on your middle finger. But your thumb is what we're seeing come towards the camera on the sides of the fire, going up too. So that's typically the way fire spreads, and we can't see it exactly without like a satellite image. But I would imagine that the finger is gone out like so. Sorry, this is like a rude hand gesture thing, and what we're seeing is the flank, the thumb. Here's the here's the palm of the hand, and here's the thumb coming up towards the camera right there. I hope that makes sense to people. But yeah, that's crazy. We've seen the death of many of these cameras. We've seen a lot of the death of wild as in wildfire. Yeah, I caught my own caught my own self there. So looking back at the chat, let's play that again while I read chat. You just emailed me photos for the stream. Awesome. Okay. Looking back, what are the questions for me specifically? That Dusty Smoke says that is retardant. Okay. The red trees. Okay. And looks like it's splashed on the tower too. Okay. So somebody wanted to send me an email. C-Probe was answering somebody's question. Cool. Yeah. How rain's forming. Did I miss a specific question for me that we were supposed to look at? Gary Warren, I live in Placerville. Welcome. The Caldor fire expanded 5,000 acres last night. A lot of ash in Placerville. Okay, let's go ahead and check the webcams and such for Pollock Pines. I want to get an idea. So, and did anybody have a video update link for me for Pollock Pines? Because I was hoping we could watch that and it would be better than just reading. So here's the situation. Pollock Pines, good to see it's intact and people have evacuated and law enforcement vehicles still there. They were doing a lot of patrolling. It was cool to listen to. They had this is live, by the way. This is a video, not just a webcam. Law enforcement was setting traps for some looting gangs. It was really dang cool the other night. So they were calling in K9 units and such. They are checking the license plates of every vehicle they see in the region, making sure that they're locals and had a right to be there. If they weren't, then they were running people's background checks, identifying suspects, and then setting traps and dimming the headlights sort of thing, waiting for people to come back and pouncing on them. I think that's really dang cool. So when people are like, oh, I had to stay behind to defend my place from looter, no, they're really on it. Like, they are really on it. And the fire crews were also the fire crews were also telling law enforcement about suspicious stuff. So looking, 3 hour ago update, donation information, blah blah blah. I don't think I need to read that. I don't see anything else on their fire on their thing. We can look at El Dorado County Sheriff's Office for any updates too. But if Cal Fire was making videos for us, as somebody was saying they were, wouldn't they be posted right there? This is. I want to make sure there's no new evacuation orders or anything to look at. Let's see. Wow, this goes to show, guys. They explained that 19 hours ago today, so yesterday, around 1 p.m., they lost connection to the 911 system. The Sheriff's Office Dispatch Center lost connection to 911. And could not receive 911 calls. Our staff immediately took steps to route incoming 911 calls to a local jurisdiction to be so that the local community could connect with the service. The disruption with the 911 telephone times lasted approximately an hour, and then they were able to bring it back online. So it goes to show, guys, that if you do stay behind in a fire area, you may not be able to call for help. We've seen this disruption around the Dixie fire in Janesville and Milford and everything. When they lose that stuff, they have to go door to door to try to inform people. And if you look at the size of your neighborhoods, that's not a good situation. You could lose telephone lines, links to the internet. All of a sudden you can look down and be like, why hasn't my phone rung in a while? And you don't have any internet because, that's down and cell phone towers are down. You can lose power and be completely blind in smoke and not know what's going on. So this is why I do insist that everybody please do obey your evacuation orders. And the best choice of action is to use the tools that I used. Figure out if you're specifically vulnerable, like if you're on dead-end roads or if it takes a long time to leave an area where you're at, and even go before you're told. So if Placerville's getting a lot of smoke, unfortunately I don't see any tankers. I would like to know what these passengers take photographs out their windows. I think it's probably pretty gnarly. Looking back at chat, do we have a link, or if somebody could tell me where to go for the supposed videos on the Caldor? That would be great. Yeah, there are many communities by Wolford Heights, Lake Isabella. Yeah, I'm praying for Wolford down there. Let's see yeah, there's sequoias down there by Kern County, and let's look at that. This is kind of mesmerizing as the fire approaches the cams. As I look for video links, we can leave it on that for a second. Bonnie, if you need sleep, we've got plenty of people here to. You got a bit of sleep, good. Yeah, go ahead and try and get more. Tomorrow's going to be a heavier, crazier day than today, as far as the weather behavior is concerned. So, if you want to get your rest, just please, and thank you so much for being here. But please do. H-Doc says the moon was red last night and is kind of creepy. I imagine. So let me try to check my emails. I'm so sorry, people who sent me donations on Google Pay. I didn't know that they expire and you have to hit a claim the donation button. And so I tried to work on that yesterday, but it got out of hand with the stream. It was so, the fire was so active. I'm going to try and look at that. But I apologize greatly. I didn't know that happened. Isaiah just sent me photos of the French fire. Okay, for the stream. Great. Let me look back up. You just sent me a tweet interface, Irving. Okay, let me log into Twitter and see what's going on there. I barely know how to use Twitter. Fully admit. Would that be under notifications? Oh yeah, the French fire. Cool. Let's see. Somebody. Urban, I'm trying to look back here. Let me get caught up in things. That will update. Wow, look at that tree torching like every either 30 seconds or 1 minute. So we're looking live at the French fire down there. I still want to find some video update for the Caldor. I don't know what happens when people send me a tweet. Is there like a message box? You guys told me to get a Twitter. I don't know how to use it. A lot of people are following me. Okay, looking down at the notifications. The satellite thing. Okay. So that was a couple of days ago. How do I look at what somebody sent me on the Twitter? Is there a button? Just walk me through it. Looking here. I have notifications, messages. You don't have a message selected. Somebody shared a tweet with me on the 5th. I don't see a new one. Let me look back at chat. Let's see. Yeah. It depends. Mega fires actually, it's a misconception that forest will grow back right after a fire. It opens the seeds and blah, blah, blah. And in reality, in mega fires, all the seeds are incinerated to dust, to ash. So mega fires are just mostly human caused, either our mismanagement and other factors, letting fire load build up and other factors like that. And so with mega fires, it takes human intervention to heal the landscape. It's a misconception also that fire is necessary to make some trees grow. That was in geological time after the dinosaurs went extinct. That was true. Dinosaur poo spread seeds around mostly for these types of trees, but squirrels evolved since then, and birds, and they open the seed cones. If you ever look at a forest, there's always little trees growing, and even if there's not been a fire in 90 years, that's because squirrels they bury seeds as a cache for their winter store, and they forget where they put them, and a lot of times they grow. So small fires, renewing fires are good. Mega fires are just 100% bad. 100% bad. Sequoias can survive small fires, and one of the very few things that kills them are these mega fires. And hopefully this won't become a mega fire. But in this drought, I'm terribly frightened for things like the west. What's that one called? The one in the Sequoia National Park right now. So I have to go back up into chat. I still don't know how to use the Twitter. If somebody sent me something, sorry. Looking back up, that's quite a compelling image. Quite a compelling image there. A rough estimate of how tall the flames are here. That would depend on how tall are the trees. When individual trees torch, what you can have is fire going almost on the same height of the individual tree. Without scale, it's extremely difficult to understand these tree heights. In general, and what species they are, I can't really even tell. But you can have 30 juvenile trees of 35 to 45 foot tall. You can have 100-foot tall trees too, like the mature Douglas firs and such like that. But usually a flame height is as a tree is torching in conditions like this. Wow. Look at the yellow sky too with the aerosols. Double the height of the tree. I mean, the same height of the tree from the top of it. So, but unless something is in the foreground, I can't tell. So, but what we saw was flames so crazy in the firestorm that took out Canyon Dam and the Dixie fire. We would see a tree, and with the high winds and the red flag conditions, what we were seeing, like a tree height, was we were seeing flames double the heights of trees, and those were 100-foot tall trees. So we had 300-foot tall flames moving as a wall towards Canyon Dam. And that almost killed the fire crews. They scrambled to get out of the way. And that's why we should never say, why didn't you save this community? When they see that, they run. There's nothing else to do. There really is nothing else to do. So, looking back up, did I miss questions? Because I want to thank you for the aircraft resources definition, Isaiah. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Man-made is not woman-made. Man means mankind. So dog is man's best friend. If you study English, man lowercase is a man, and woman lowercase is of course a woman, and then man uppercase is the species, mankind. And so things like firemen and policemen and such always were referring to both sexes, because it's talking about the type of person, mankind. And so man's best friend is the dog, meaning the species of human species, as a best friend in another species, dog. So man-made, human cause. And it's a stupid misunderstanding of the English language that they have to say human, not man, human. Well, that is the same thing, So in the old days, they called our species the race of man, and I love that term. We're the race of man. It's cool. So the people in the past were not nearly as sexist as a lot of people interpret. You have to know your history to interpret that correctly. So mankind, I'm going to use these terms, and people can get over that. I'm sure they can really deal with it. So looking back here, there were many lightning strikes in southern Sierras last week. The fire may have been a result of them. It's not a misnomer at all. But, oh well, I mean, if people want to use humankind, I switch back and forth. But that's not a debate I want to start. It's for like a history class, English class. But a lot of people think that people of the past were a lot like super sexist, and they just misinterpreting what the way they meant the word. So, yeah, I love the word kind attached to man. I think that's great. Humankind. Really cool. So, cat kind. Yeah. So be right back. Going to watch the C-130 flyover. Wow. So that means that Isaiah, over by you have a C-130. Cool. Let's look at, really briefly, let's look at aircraft. What we want to see, hopefully, is aircraft over at least one of the fires. And I'm going to look over at the Hayfork area, too. I don't see any tankers on the west zone. There's just, California is full of smoke today. And again and again and again, they've been saying that there's going to be limited aircraft, but the Dixie might get all the aircraft again. And they probably do need it to protect Janesville, Buntingville, Hurlong Junction, Milford, and ultimately Susanville. So that's cool. It looks like there's a lot of craft out there. So going back here, Dusty says, and we'll continue to look at this. Wow, that's quite a flare-up. Dusty Smoke, I can guarantee from the current fire behavior that the camera on screen isn't going to last the day. Oh, really, Dusty? Oh. You think it'll, you think the trees at the base are tall enough to threaten it? It seems like it has a high perch here. Isaiah would like to be a pilot, so I'm trying to encourage Isaiah, who's 14 years old, and we're so lucky to have him as a superb example of mature youth helping out in a crisis situation. You know, youth come out of the woodwork to help. They don't often get the spotlight, but I want to highlight that a lot. There's a lot of youth helping out and volunteering with the fires, doing mundane tasks like, helping firefighters clean up their trash and recycle it right now. I've shown some of those videos, and it's really cool. But Isaiah, why don't you get a GoFundMe? I'd love to feature you so that you can get a pilot education. You can start very young. I think you can get a pilot license at 12, technically, unless they change that. But maybe we should put you in the air sooner rather than later so you can get the hang of things, eh? I'd be happy to promote your fundraiser if you make that move. Make that move, and we'll promote you. I want to also do a fundraiser for the fire affected. So if you hit the like button on the video and hit the subscribe with the ringing bell, that will let you know whenever I go live, and one day it's going to say huge fundraiser. But this kind of this situation has to play out a little bit more, so we're not going to skip people. I would hate to have the grand fundraiser when this isn't over. And but yeah, I'll feature you, Isaiah. You're thinking about it? Do it. Just do it. Just find out and do it. You'll get some good support. There's an awesome community we have here. So yeah, do it. Do it, mate. So seize the day. Carpe diem. Seize the carp. All right. So yeah, it's grim, but this may be another camera that we lose. Let's look at the second version. Whoa, the second version of the camera shows some interesting stuff too. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. What are all the other reflector bits and bobs? I wish RGJ was here. He knows all about this. Yeah, equipment. Are we going to lose comms? I mean, are we going to lose important comms for fighting the fire here down in Kern County? That would really suck. We hear time and time again, send me that map, a firefighter says. Okay, I just texted it to you. Oh, I don't have data right here. Let me drive 30 minutes away to get someplace I have cell service and drive back, and that's 1 hour of lost firefighting time for somebody important. That kind of sluggishness we can't have in the future. The good news is with new technology, we'll be able to have internet everywhere, virtually everywhere, very fast. And they will be able to have iPads, and they can draw just like on the screen. Can you imagine me saying, hey, why don't you go flank over there, Charlie? Hold the line here. I want a pumpkin here, here, here. And all the other 500 firefighters can be seeing, drawing in real time. And Charlie goes, okay, with the black pen. I'm actually going to put the pumpkin here. It's a better spot. And he goes, great, okay, which is a big water bag. And somebody says, dude, you can't approach from this road. It just spotted over. So you got to come up from this road down here. And they go, okay. And that would be so much faster response than, hey, call me on my cell phone, drive somewhere else, and I'll tell you something. And his map is outdated by the time he goes and gets it. Yeah, the pumpkin's it's like a little mini Doughboy swimming pool that's kind of inflatable, as far as I can tell. It's full of water, and they go around and they put them across strategic points on the road, and the water tenders, from what I can understand, correct me if I'm wrong, the people who know how this works, the water tenders will like drive around and go, like, say that's a road in between the pumpkins and fill them up. But it's kind of like a bucket chain. So if a pumpkin is like here, excuse me, let me get the pen. If there's a pumpkin here and here and here and here, sometimes they can hose lay between them, and the water tenders fill one up, and they instead of driving the whole length and back, and that speeds things up. I really don't know if engines have to be involved in that, but I was hearing that described in some situations where it's almost like an extension from a lake, like far up a hillside. Instead of driving a truck and emptying a tank and driving a truck and emptying a tank, you can have something like that. So which fire, Paul? We're looking down here at Kern County because we're going to lose this tower. It looks like the fire is roaring towards this tower, and it's already gone past it, but the flank of the fire is coming. This is Kern County in Southern California. Isaiah says, got to go, going to lunch, see you in a few. Okay, come back and see us. How do we contact me via phone? Retired CAL FIRE captain would like to help. Oh, hey, John Bruno. Wow, so lucky to have you. Telephone, let's see here. I would hate to give that out over the internet. Can you give me a quick email? So this is kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. And I do want, if I ever say anything incorrect, to be corrected immediately. I know more about fire behavior, but very little about how fires are fought, the equipment, their strategies, and that I would definitely love to learn more. We can all learn more about this. And go ahead and give me a quick email, and I'll try to get right on there. Yeah, it's over 7,000 acres. Thank you for the update. The one down here, I think there's still 0% containment, as far as I know. We can. I have to go look at Kern County to take a look. But we are so blessed. We have so many real experts coming in and out, weather experts, volunteer firefighters, active ones, captains. We are absolutely blessed. I was hoping this tower would survive. We've seen a few of them survive. The Hayfork Tower survived. In fact, we could check on it soon, but I want to keep. This looks like it's updating even every 30 seconds. I want to keep looking at this because this is pretty crazy images. So, looking back up here, if anybody wants to be a mod, I'm also taking some volunteer kind of application types, especially for night shift. And I don't want my mods staying awake 20 hours feeling like they have to. We have a good rotation here. Moderators can share links. And so if you are a firefighter that says, here, I'm going to share links, you don't have to be a policeman for the channel, but you can have mod powers to share links. That's another idea here. So what we're looking at is the French fire in Kern County. It looks like the camera has begun to rotate. You see the ash that's all over the lens. That's pretty gnarly situation. So looking back up here, Jody, I was hoping that most people had satellite phones. They don't. In fact, there's a horrible article that I read that there's a national bulletin that firefighters all over the country should be prepared to come up with their own food for 3 days and their own radios, like buy your own radios off of Amazon and such. Excuse me, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Because they're stretched to the limit. Like our entire nation is stretched to the limit there's nobody else to call in. They're calling in park rangers from the entire country to come and help. They're closing down national parks that have nothing to do with fires in order to push all personnel that they can Some of these fire crews are doing a 48-hour shift. That's 2 days in a row without a significant sleep time, being shaken, awake, and woken, and for another shift. And so they're basically on duty for 72 hours without sleep. That's what they announced, Cal Fire, yesterday on my stream in the morning. So, but yeah, John Bruno, there. Thank you. I'll check my email in just a second. Let's see here. The fire's over 700,000 acres and still growing. Was that a typo? The one in Kern County? Because that's got to be 7,000, or is it 70,000? Please check email. Oh gosh, I have to do that. I have to set up Google Pay with a different email. Some of the donations are about to expire. Whoa, look at that. Look at that. Okay. So first I'm going to check my email to see if John Bruno is trying to get a hold of me. I want to go back to the Caldor fire, but I don't see a Caldor fire update video. Can somebody please check if that has appeared like on YouTube? When I checked their Facebook, that didn't exist. But somebody said there were some, at least nightly, updates on the Caldor. We do have aircraft. If you've just tuned in, we've got aircraft on the Dixie. Unknown if they'll be helping the Caldor, but I don't know if there's any. We could check for Kern County down here. Excuse me, it's hard for me to orient myself. I'm not from Southern California. Where's Bakersfield? Berkeley. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, the mouse is still going wild. If I get a moment, I'm going to go buy a new mouse. Okay, we have aircraft. We do have aircraft. There's a spotter or lead plane. There's a tanker. Okay, we've got a BAE 146-200A, medium-looking tanker guy here. Lead plane leading it in, and the head honcho boss there. We've got a helicopter. Yep, there's a Sikorsky sky crane. Those are the ones that hover over lakes and suck up like a mosquito the water, and then they fling. What they do is they fling water on a fire. You can't hover over it and drop it. The updrafts will crash your helicopter, but they'll go near them. Gosh, I hope they save Silver City. They like, if this is just a random drawing, if the fire is here on a hillside, then what they'll do is do a swinging arc like this and then cut away, and then sling the water splash onto the target. Sometimes the target's only like 20 feet wide, and they expertly thread the needle and put out the smaller spot fires especially, and they can sling water onto a house or a structure to get it all wet. And they oftentimes, these heroes will save like 200 structures a day. Just dip, sling, and dip and sling. It's really cool. So let's go back to the crazy images. They do have some aircraft down there on the French fire. Checking my email real quickly. The wildfires email. Thank you. You've got a number. Okay, I'm going to call you. I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to call Mr. Bruno. Thank you so much for reaching out to me. Be right back, guys.
Na na na. Ba. 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 The broken Bunsen burner burns so bright. South!
Jamie?
Southeast Asian Peninsula!
Hey, Jamie?
Yes?
I think the only line we need from you today is drivers who switch to progressive could save big.
Cool. I just gotta finish my warm-ups. Foul, foul, throw in the towel. History.
Switch to Progressive today.
Santa ski slalom in a salmon skin suit.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Kind of indirect, and we're tying that into the spine ridge there to pick it up direct on the upper end. So we're just going to shift a little bit lower there while the retardant's coming in across the top.
Okay, sounds like a good plan. And then I got to have the Zoomies juice come out from the 395. Is that an issue?
Hey, I was just tying in back with you. I heard you cancel that Type 1. Do you still need the 13 engine over there?
Negative. We're going to use engine 2 along with 9443 Charlie, 1 water tender and 1 dozer.
So I can bring that 13 engine back over here to help plumb that. I was like...
Affirmative, as long as we still have 1 engine patrolling 36.
Copy. And did you make contact with that engine, or are they still with you up there in that Feather River estate?
Yeah, I made contact with engine 2. It was supposed to be the private engine 4 that went up to Feather River track.
Copy. Yeah, if I can pull them back toward these hot shots, that'd be great. But if you need them, I get it.
Yeah, just to clarify, are you talking about the private engine 4 that we sent up there this morning? The request number is E1394, I believe.
I was just seeing it with your engines up there if you still needed him. If you do, I can leave him, but if not, I got work for him.
I'd like to leave him in there, and then the 9443 Charlie strike team has been reassigned to mitigate some pockets over off Warner Valley Road.
Copy. Yeah, you can keep it for now. I'll find something else.
443 Charlie mitigates this. I'm going to send him over your way.
Copy, thank you.
Bravo 75.
Back, take a look.
This is Bravo. 3 off Charlie. With the retardant in there, it's going to buy us a lot. Pretty cheap. Wondering if we can keep paying with lats, or do you think we're going to get the VLAT back for another one?
Everything's on a load return, 2 VLATs and the rest lats, and we're going to pin it down for you.
Okay, so sorry about that, friends, but that was a wonderful phone call that I just had, and thank you so much for contacting me, Mr. Bruno. That's I just got off the phone with a retired fire captain who teaches courses on survival, and he trains people up by Shasta. And I may just sign up for one of those courses, so I might be able to go out on the line and cover this live, if not in the near future, then at least someday. And he's answered a lot of the questions I just had about specific firefighter terms, and he said, text me anytime and I'll help you. What a wonderful, wonderful man. So I'm so grateful for that resource, and we just had a good lengthy conversation about the situation and some of his thoughts on it, and that's really going to help me. Every bit of information that I can get from experts, I try to absorb like a sponge. I just took 4 pages of notes, and this is so wonderful. And he said, he patted me on the head at the very end and said, think you're doing a good job and keep up the good work. And I can't express enough how humbled I am and so grateful that I am helping people. So that's my motivation here is to get the word out. I am behind in what I want to do, which is create smaller, specific, 5-minute, easy to absorb, back-to-back videos where people can quickly learn how to do what I do to track fires and figure out survival plans, and I will do that as soon as I can. And I'm so grateful to everybody who's come in here and shared their knowledge and wisdom with me, and so grateful too for the people who have donated. It looks like I'm really there. I'm getting close to that camera goal, guys. So creating real, much more professional videos than I can with my cell phone is here, and I have all you guys to thank for this. Reaching other people, walking me through a promotion, which I have no idea how to do it. Thank you so much. I do have to go a little bit again, and just a little bit, to make sure that some donations people tried to give me don't expire for the camera fund. And what I reluctantly accept donations this year, and I didn't last year, because when I do this and cover things live, I suddenly miss 30 days of work in a row, or making money through what I normally do, things like computer repair. I just don't go to the store, and I don't go out, and I just wake up, kind of cover things, and then kind of leave it on for my wonderful mods as a 24-hour resource to try to answer people's questions. Because what I want to do is try to be the resource the government that should have already. People need information in as real time as we can make it, in 24 hours a day, because this is a disaster and a crisis. This is another year of disaster crisis, where we have these major wildfires and we're running out of the resources to even fight them. The feds are strapped, and they've turned to local governments. Like we have Orange County on the Dixie fire. They have driven up all the way from Orange County, from Marin County. We've got Lake County. We've got other states. Nevada helped California. Oregon helped California. Because the well is dry of resources for the feds. And one of the most important things he just said is that the last things to draw on, the last two things to draw on that are for resources would eventually be the actual military, like the actual army coming in with their equipment to try to help situations, to ferry equipment back and forth, to make sure looting doesn't happen, and to even fly over and do recon and such, which the Air Force has already been doing a little bit of, provide resources. So the part of the reason for that, I had clarification on this, is that there's been a lot of turnover where people have reached retirement and they try to hire new people, and the COVID situation has meant a lot of people, even if they want to help, there's a reduction in the amount of training camps and staffs and such, and delays. They're trying to keep things small, and sometimes the whole class or unit comes down with COVID, and they have to start over, and sending a lot of troopers home because of COVID has been a factor, but also a lot of people won't sign up. The pay wage is low. It's incredibly dangerous, difficult work. There's a lot of mental stress. There's scary things coming out right now. Statistics of a lot of wildland firefighters feel suicidal sometimes, especially after they leave the fire and go home and don't have their brothers and sisters around them for support like they did when they were on the line. So one of the best things that we can do is absolutely support them and do our little bitty gestures, in the window. Thank you, firefighters. We love you. Never ever blame them for anything. They are really pulling miracles out of their hats every single day to protect these communities. But once again, a big shout out and thank you to Mr. Bruno for, I have 3 or 4 pages of notes here, everything from terminology that I didn't know about to new resources, new contacts, and I may be taking the class. So I will be looking into what I can. If I don't cover live the fires, then because that might be a little bit of a time-consuming thing to get press passes, credentials, and affiliation, perhaps with at least one media outlet. That may not be a thing I'm able to achieve this year, but it may be something that I can do soon. But he said one thing, you've got to be physically fit, able to get in your shake and bake shelter in 30 seconds. And so I will look into getting one of those fire shelters, because I definitely wouldn't want to go anywhere near these without having full protective gear, and be completely willing to lose my vehicle, everything in it, and be in basically a tinfoil sleeping bag riding something out. That's a big decision to make, and I don't know if I'm willing to commit myself quite to that. But if not, I can do the next best thing and interview people about how they survived, talk about the history of, which is what I wanted to do in general, of the regions before they're lost to fire, make my mini documentaries, and then make with the assistance and supervision of actual fire departments, make fire safety videos for survival and everything. So thank you, everybody who, if you want to reach out to me to help me with that goal, it's here's my email. It's also in the description of the video, kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. And even though I've got my hands full covering this right now, I do want to make a lot of contacts and meet a lot of people. I'm so touched and humbled for those who want me to help me reach my goal. So I'm so sorry we were supposed to be covering that Caldor fire. If I know I just missed a whole lot of the chat and people wanting me to be speaking, and so I am so grateful for your patience. I see a lot of aircraft. I was over the Dixie, and I apologize. I thought I had turned on the radio. We can listen to that in a little bit, but I wanted to make sure that we weren't missing aircraft possibly over the Caldor fire, and that we're not missing videos like video updates. I just have not been able to find them yet. I will go back and look at chat in a moment, and then I might be off to try to find a mouse replacement and stop at a corner store perhaps to get some good snacks. But looking back at the chat, specific questions, you may have to repeat them and put them here about the fires. We have a continuously bad situation. Wow, down here in the Shirley Peak camp in Kern County. I don't know the region, and I can't speculate too much about what's going on. We would have to tune into their radio if that's being broadcast on Broadcastify. But we are expecting to perhaps lose these towers. The fire keeps getting closer and closer to them, and it's making for some compelling video, which I want to keep showing. There's a lot of smoke and not much we can see what's going on in the Caldor fire and the Dixie. We can hear what's going on in the Dixie, but from the best I've been able to gather at the moment is that the smoke is blanketing the Caldor fire. Wow, look at that. To answer Isaiah's question, that's how tall the flames get. They basically can, in general, reach double the height of the tree that's burning, and sometimes then some. So if this wall of flames reaches this tower, we're going to lose the camera, is Dusty's best guess, and I trust his judgment in chat. So going back up here, I will keep the this will update every 30 seconds to 1 minute, this image, and we continue to watch that as the craziest situation. Now, the ghost town of Silver City is right south of this fire. It seems to be blowing away from it at the moment. Wow. I want to look at Wendy in a second to get a little. Gabby B said I had ash on my car in Rockland this morning. Yeah. So in general, he pointed me also, Mr. Bruno did, to another resource. We can look at Northern Ops weather briefings. They come out about 9 a.m., at least for the Dixie fire coming out of Redding, and probably the Caldor too, I would imagine. And they do a predictive services section. That'll be a wonderful resource to look into to try to get a better idea of what these fires might be doing. But the name of the game today is the wind change. We are having southwest winds. They're coming out of the Bay Area. They're going to be hitting, at least in Northern California, the fires up there, and pushing them towards the northeast as the wind changes to that direction. It'll happen later today, and definitely probably by 8 p.m. And they continue for the next couple of days. in that direction, and so that's why it has been so critical to try to get the line buttoned up at Janesville Road, and I see they are continuing to slam that with helicopters and tankers over there by Janesville, but they had a positive outlook that they could get that buttoned up. We can go look at a couple of cams real quick. We still want to look at what's going on in Kern County, but I do want to see, is the smoke clearing? It looks like it is up on the Dixie, and as it does, we could have the opportunity for more aircraft, however, more fire activity. The smoke is like taking the lid off a frying pan and having stuff flare up like you're sizzling bacon, right? So we still have a lot of smoke in some portions. Now, the east zone of the Dixie Fire is almost a separate geographical region as far as the mountains are concerned. So we don't have a lot of cameras over there. Here's Indian Ridge, not a lot going on. I want to check the heat spot detection. Let's check our GOES satellite here. We do have a detection up on the hills by Genesee right there. And the person who would know exactly about that would be Daniel Kearns in Taylorsville, which is right here. And he would have probably a lot to say about what's going on in Genesee. And I want to share with you guys his link. It's in the description of this video. If you are ever concerned about the Indian Valley area, especially the Dixie Fire, he whips out maps and gives updates like several times a day. If you need resources and services in that region too, he hooks you up with them. He's been the angel and the saint of the community here. He also has the voice of reason, where he doesn't sugarcoat anything and tells people worst case scenarios. And he was the one who knew that Greenville was vulnerable the day before. He has more local smarts than a lot of the people in charge, because of course they're not from here. And he has networks. He's calling his people, presumably his friends in the region, and getting straight dope. One of the sad things I just had about the conversation with the retired fire chief here is that there's a now more complicated chain of command, and that's part of the reason the public's being told stuff really late, much later than in previous fires. Is now there's a liability thing where they have to approve messages, every social media message they put out to the public and everything they say in these meetings. It has to go through an approval process for liability reasons, and this critical delay is one of the reasons I do this teaching you guys how to monitor it for yourself. You're going to hear live on the radio and know what's going to go on. Like Genesee Valley, there's an issue like we heard yesterday. Spot fires down in there. And that's why I tweeted that out and went live and focused on it long before official sources were informing the public. And the quickest thing that goes out is the emergency broadcast system. But up here, that doesn't reach a lot of people. A lot of people don't have like cable TV or this or that, or even power. And they're reliant on information, things like Broadcastify and the radio. But that's explains one of the things here. When I see things, and when Daniel Kearns and when Zeke Lunder sees a place with vulnerability, the knowledge can be passed on to you. You just listen to those guys, and then as I teach the training tools here, you can learn how to kind of look at fire behavior for yourself, know the very basics, and know your own specific vulnerability. A lot of that's the weather. Listen to the radio, look at the satellites, look at the maps, look at the meetings, and you'll have the complete picture. As real-time information as we can get. But the number one thing is the radio. Listen to the radio. We have a new fire special channel. I'm linking it here in the description of the chat. I'll turn it on once I'm able to stop speaking, and then maybe go get a mouse or something. I got a nearby store. Our friend might be delivering it. But today we're going to have the big win. The big win shift is the name of the game today. So going back here by Taylorsville, I'm going to refresh this to make sure it's the latest information. as far as the Dixie fire is concerned, it's looking like 5 p.m. It is now 1:20. It might be the time when the fierce wind gusts come up to 35 miles an hour with 10-mile-an-hour sustained winds. And this changed. This changed from earlier this morning when they were saying it was going to be about 30-ish, 29-ish and 30-ish. Well, now they're saying 35 to 33-mile-an-hour wind gusts with 10-mile-an-hour sustained winds by 5 p.m. So even though we might have a couple of hours of a lull compared to the new activity, today and tomorrow are going to be nuts. Absolutely nuts. The afternoon hours being pretty critical. So do check back in by at least 5 to 8 p.m. or like hourly at that point if you can't listen to the stream all day. The direction of the wind in general doesn't mean always, but in general is aiming right back over towards Janesville, Milford, in that area. And if there is a spot fire south, like we were saying, of Genesee, it'll blow. We have the reverse situation where the spots can go back down off of this hill. And it looks like we did have within the last hour a heat detection. We don't know how it's going on up there, but that is some rugged terrain. They put the Plumas hot shots in there yesterday. And a reminder though, this is the error of this is the margin of error with the squares with the GOES 17 satellite. This was updated 2 minutes ago, and within the last 15 minutes of 2 minutes ago, so within the last 17 minutes, there's a heat detection somewhere in here. And it's usually an acre in size or so at least, but it could be almost that small within the square somewhere. Or it could be the entire square is on fire. This is an example. This is not what I think. Really, we would be hearing a whole lot more out of the situation if that was on fire. But it could be up on this area, it could be on this area, or it could have done something like this, cast an ember over, and it's on both sides. You have no idea. It's just something I want to remind people, that's margin of error, so we can get an idea of what happens. We don't know really what's happening. It's the radio. It's the radio, and people like Daniel Kearns being there. So going back, thank you. Oh my gosh, I got a donation. Patricia, thanks for your effort. No, thank you. Thank you for the kind support. I haven't eaten yet this morning. It's 1:23. I just got on and thought, you know what, there will be a lull and I can go eat something, but I want to quickly answer the questions. See if there is a Caldor fire update, like a video we can watch, so I can understand more about what's going on. So I'm looking back up at the chat. Frank Presley, if you decide to go out in the field, make sure you get full PPE, including good boots. Yeah, that would be quite expensive. Camera gear first, safety videos first. Live on the scene is a whole different ballgame where I'd have to probably invest in a significant amount of equipment, unless I was able to borrow it from a news media outlet. But training would definitely be needed. But you're totally right. And you know what? I'm 5'3" and barely weigh 94 pounds, and so they don't make a whole lot of firefighting equipment for me. But I'll do what I can. Oh, MST3K, $10. Thank you so much for your donation. I'm so sorry. That was a great and wonderful conversation I had, but I'm so sorry I missed a lot in chat. Let's look back at the crazy burnover images that we're seeing. There is aircraft down there at Lake Isabella. Let's do the last 1 hour. Hopefully this cam will survive in whatever radio tower this is. But as Dusty was saying, who I trust very much as one of the experts here, if he thinks it's going to die, it's probably going to die. Maybe the state should invest in some almost like miniature bunkers for cameras. Who knew that this stuff would happen? Wow, just wow. It's chewing right through there. Now these red trees, I think that's retardant. So we might see retardant in action, like a good teaching tool. We might see how retardant works to slow fires, or we might get another type of a teaching tool. I don't know how far down these cameras can pan, but it looks like they probably dropped it to protect this tower, or try. I'd imagine if it was possible, they have bulldozers at the base trying to get stuff away from the base of the tower, or maybe it's just too dangerous for them to be here. It's completely up in the air. But people are reporting all over the valley they had a lot of ash and stuff raining down in the last couple of days. That's the way that the wind's been blowing. But the wind coming out of the Bay Area and going up the opposite direction now by the afternoon tonight and by the evening. We'll probably not have that for a while. So going back up there, there's a lot of discussion amongst yourselves. I kept saying I'd be back soon. Thank you, mods, once again for manning the store. Yeah, I don't know why Edward Weiss's comment got hidden. I didn't hide your comment about the bark beetles. Every once in a while, Google is doing that. Well, Google owns YouTube, but YouTube is doing that. I apologize for that. Thinker 914 coming into the Dixie fire. Yeah, the DC-10s and the MD-87s are over there. Yikes. So let's watch that live. I think it will update every 30 seconds over there, but we can't control these images. We can only watch, and someone... Yeah, I don't know why these messages get hidden about the tanker coming in. Like Eric 77, I think the word tanker 911, like, can you try spacing T, space N, space K, and that sort of thing? Because I think that the automatic chat filter that I can't control thinks that tanker is a bad word. I don't know why. But don't ask me why. So there's a lot of random chatter. Let's see here. But specific questions for me. What about there's so much to read. Everything above where I ask people to email me is gone in chat already. Now, Frank Presley, the canopy looks too thick for the retardant to be effective. I think that's a fair assessment. We might see their best efforts completely fail here. It also depends on how much you can splash on the region. We know that the fire's progressing to the north. They may have just tried to prevent its northerly spread and written this tower off as a loss by now. Bakersfield reporting 4 miles visibility. Thanks, Steve Mapes. Goodness gracious. So... Terry says, hi guys from the UK. Hey, welcome back, Terry. I may be older getting nuts, but I see on YouTube New York and Boston getting hit by a hurricane. 5'4" with sexy eyes, I've been told, but it was for fun. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, if you want to know what I look like, at least what I looked like years ago, that's in my channel. You can click on the name of the channel. And I just filmed a tram ride when I was in Portland. It is not true that I'm a 61-year-old lady. Actually, you know what? It is. I have to confess. I'm actually a 61-year-old lady, and I'm a very talented actress. I look like in my 30s, you know. But there's a weird speculation on that and what I look like. But when I've had on my channel my video there the whole time, and I'm just like, well, okay. But you know what? My beauty has nothing to do with my looks. That's what I tell people. That's the best attitude to have. Holy mackerel! This fire. It is chewing right through those trees. We know that the retardant drop isn't comprehensive. Looks like this may have just been one plane's drop, because there's gaps in it. We saw the 747. There's a lot of controversy about whether or not the global supertanker was effective, but you know what? We saw it paint entire mountainsides red with these cams last year, and my personal opinion is it was very valuable. I'm so sad that it isn't around anymore. You know, if cops can commandeer your vehicle for a car chase, then why can't we seize the tanker for emergencies? You know. I don't mean take it away from the company, which has to make money, but I don't understand why it wasn't allowed. It was a contract negotiation thing. They wanted to raise the rates, and I guess California didn't want to pay it, or whoever was hiring it. Oh, look at that torching. So torching is when fire is at the base of a tree and climbs all the way up to the top, just rips right through it. Since these are living trees, you're going to see just the stems, not stems, the branches and the leaves burn off, and needles and stuff. It will kill the tree, but the trunks won't. They'll get charred, but not burn unless the tree's already dead, or at least part of it's dead. So dusty smoke is probably from yesterday. Cat dried up. Yeah. Oh yeah. And the retardant dries up. That was something that I didn't know about. I mean, I kind of knew about it, but never consciously thought about it. It dries out. Retardant is a liquid, and it's a mixture of some water and fertilizer and dye and a couple other things. It's pretty non-toxic and such, but it bakes out in the heat of the sun and the heat of the fires nearby. It's a speed bump. It's a speed bump for fires. It buys time for them to make dozer lines and do other work, but it doesn't prevent something from burning. It just means it takes longer to get started. But when you have fire right next to anything, it's like a hair dryer. It will dry everything out. People say, I'm going to wet down my house and leave. And in reality, your house might be dry 2 hours later in these conditions. The mega drought and the low humidity. So you could be completely wet from head to toe, walk outside, and sometimes with these wind gusts like we're going to get today in the Dixie fire and other places, 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so hot and dry, your hair will just be dry in like less than 20 minutes. I mean, if you have long sopping hair, the kind like mine, I didn't get a haircut during COVID, so my hair is extremely long right now, and that's what I'm referring to. A guy's probably like, my hair is always dry in 20 minutes because they have a short haircut, but you know what I'm saying. Dusty smoke, a widowmaker is anything up on a tree or a snag that can break off, snap, and fall on you. Absolutely, it's what loggers refer most commonly to. Is the Douglas fir tree is completely, in Oregon and Washington, notorious for that. I mean, I was almost killed by a Douglas fir widowmaker. I show people the video sometimes. But the pine type trees, their limbs break off at the base by the trunk, and then they aim straight down like a dart. So when if you look at the tree, here's a tree with some limbs and stuff. It breaks off there, and if you think of it as a feather, the jagged edge of the limb is the heavy side and goes straight down, and it's like a feather. Here's the rest of the branches like this. Here's where it was attached to the tree. That is a point, just like a spear point. And so that'll hit loggers, it'll hit anybody at the base of a tree in a windstorm, or hit firefighters trying to work underneath these things and impale you. It can be powerful enough to go right through your skull and exit your pelvis and pin you to the ground, or sometimes the shoulder and go right through your torso. So they turn somebody into a widow. There's not a lot of survival with that. But sometimes if it's a dead tree, they just won't work underneath them. A dead tree torching a snag will shatter into pieces, throw hot pieces of burning wood along the landscape, and you could have a 500-pound or 4,000-pound chunk of wood land on a crew, which seems to have happened a couple of days ago, last week on the Dixie fire. So once they had that sent 3 people, one into critical and 2 into serious conditions. They now have a little bit more of a more careful policy. We saw at Mineral when the fire jumped the line over there. They were not going to fight the fire at night up there because they can't see through the smoke what's on fire above them, and they didn't want to risk the snags falling on them. So snags are one of the big danger things for fires. Standing dead trees on the landscape is a mistake. You leave a couple around for habitat and eagle nests and such, but it's part of what fuels these mega fires. When they eventually shatter and burn, it's basically like throwing flaming shrapnel all over the landscape, and it spreads the fires. So this is incredible. This is updating faster than once a minute. I wonder if they changed something on the camera. But let's do a quick 15-minute time lapse. And we're seeing the fire's progression slow where it's reached the retardant. But it will reach this tower, probably guaranteed. When the smoke blows to the tower, that's when the wind is pushing it that way. In general, it's not. This is just flanking action. The main seat of the fire already roared past this thing and already went this way. And already went that way. The plains are around up here by Alta Sierra, and it went past, I believe, to the left, and we're just seeing the flank of it climbing and reaching the tower. That's very fast rate of pretty good fast rate of movement. Or this not being wind driven. What we're seeing on the camera is not wind driven. It's just the fuels touching fuels. Flanking action. So let's go back here. Going back to chat, do we have a specific? Oh my gosh. Okay, I blushed. Remember, that was years ago. I don't exactly look like that exactly anymore. But COVID Marvin's mom. What do they call the trees with floor hidden inside? I'm not sure. FORE. Oh, fire hidden inside. Yeah, that was a typo. Sleeper. That's a bit more of a slang term. I should probably ask the firefighters again if they have a specific word. But I've heard some firefighters call those sleeper fires, where it's a lightning can strike a tree and they go around with they detect it from space. Almost all lightning strikes are detectable from space satellites, and so they always dispatch a helicopter or something to go look at the situation. And sometimes there's no smoke, and they think, "Oh, this didn't start a fire," but it could have. It could have hit the understory, which is the bushes down there. But maybe the bushes are real green, or it's right next to a creek or something where it's not really taking, but there's enough stuff like down in there, like needles and such, where the needles burn and they hit a root, goes in the roots, goes up into the tree, and it smolders. Just like in the wall of a building, fire can smolder until it finds new air, like reaching a electrical outlet, like for your toaster in the kitchen. And you won't even know that your house is on fire if it's in the walls, like electrical fire. And then when it reaches oxygen after it burns the electrical outlet area, whoosh, and all of a sudden it flashes over and fire bursts through the walls of your house, and you're running to escape. And so the same kind of thing happens in a wildland fire, where this tree is smoldering and smoldering, and it's not flames, it's just like the coals, like hot coals. And it reaches a knot in the tree or something that provides oxygen, or maybe a bit of dead bark falls off, and whoosh, months later, like 2 months later, that lightning strike could come to life. And so a lot of these weird smokes that we're getting in the landscape, people are going, "Oh my God, it's arson. No possible way that was lightning." No, in general, we've had so many lightning strikes in the past couple of weeks. There's definitely somewhere some sleeper fires just waiting to come back and bite us when winds pick up and when it reaches oxygen and things like that. So I just want to give people that knowledge so that you don't get more fearful than you have to be. We've only had that one, what they say is confirmed arsonist dude running around, but they caught him real early, the suspect, and he tried to light a whole bunch to seemingly that law enforcement's claiming that he wanted to kill the Dixie fire crews, that he was going behind them and lighting fires, but they had a tracking beacon on his car, and they were, as soon as he left an area, they put it out behind him. He was suspected of starting the Cascade fire, and somebody witnessed that and went to authorities. They put a tracking beacon on his car and just followed him and put all of those out behind him. So the rumor is not true that like arsonists are running around doing this stuff. A lot of this is mostly lightning activity, and in Pacific Gas and Electric, those are their line equipment failing, and like vegetation leaning over on their lines. They don't have a good maintenance track record is the last thing I have to say about that for the moment. But the Dixie and the Fly Fire, which expanded the Dixie, was all power company equipment. So when the power gets shut off to try to prevent fires, that's a very good thing. Most people in California want that. The media and people might assume they're annoyed, and sure, everybody's annoyed by losing power, but nobody wants a new Dixie fire starting in red flag conditions. But that's what happens a lot with that power company and what they do. So, but the Cascade Fire could have been started by arson, but that's the only one we know of, and I believe that one is out. This year's Cascade Fire, not the one in 2017. We could go look at it, but that's part of education. Is you're a lot less fearful of, oh gosh, who's out there doing this, if you just know what's going on. So what we do is we don't allow any speculation on those sorts of things until we can confirm it, because it really, really stresses out all the traumatized people here in chat who have lost home and been through Paradise and been through other things and who are evacuated. They don't need extra crap to worry about. In reality, arson is a very tiny percentage of what's going on out here for the last several years. Arson has always come out in the woodwork when you have red flag conditions, but they usually don't cause mega fires. I can't even think of one where they caused a mega fire, not even one instance. So it's lightning season, and this is an extreme drought, and regular car accidents and such can cause these conflagrations. Be so careful. Mowing your lawn, weed whacking, just don't even do those things on the red flag days. If there's wind, if there's any breeze, just don't do any of that. No burning, no campfires, no open flames. Really, only you can prevent a lot of these things, as they say. So let's do an actual 1 hour time lapse. Then I'm going to go back here. We're going to look at the Caldor fire. Yeah, hitting the like button helps me reach more people. Videos are only they're only actually shared, suggested to people if the channel is trending and if the video is trending. And so just hitting that little button, you can help, and I appreciate all of that. George Herbert, the Bonnie Doon camera last year was burnt to a crisp along with the tower. Yikes. My friend owned the tower it was on. They're still getting the permit approval on replacing it in his house. I'm so sorry to hear that. David Borland says, I was working with a guy on a fire and he touched a tree. Oh, he just touched a tree and it had burned inside. And I had to run for my life. Wow. I looked for the stars and ran between the trees. Holy mackerel. Yeah, so look what we're seeing here, guys. We're seeing the retardant doing its thing. It did slow the progress towards this tower, and it's making a uphill run towards the tower. This tower is up on a hill, and it won't be 100% effective because it's yesterday's splash, from what we can gather. But it's so important. Retardant is not supposed to go on the fire. It's supposed to be a speed bump in front of it, the way that it's going. So I don't know if they're working hard to try to protect this. If I were a crew, I wouldn't be anywhere near this. I don't imagine a crew is right down there, but you'd sometimes be surprised. Look, it's speed bumped, and that's the last frame we have for this one. And just compelling images like this. Is this retardant that splashed on the lens? What just happened here? Or is it ash? Here's a different view of the same tower down there. This is Kern County. This is down there at Lake Isabella. This is the best view of any fire we have right now, and we're really hoping that they can get a handle on this situation. I should read the morning update for this. But yeah, it looks like they just splashed retardant all over the tower. All right, let's go back to the other view. You can see the distortion from all the aerosols. Woo. All the aerosols, that's a tree torching right there. It'll go whoosh and die down because the sticks and leaves are burning off so fast. And the limbs. Like I said, the trunks aren't burning. You'll see a blackened and sometimes just brown tree left over. Excuse me, I gotta sneeze again. That's now group torching. When it's more than one or two trees, that's group torching. So, Jay Connors, I can remember being out camping in Washington State and a sleeper fire flared nearby. One half of the campground fled. I started chopping and digging with multiple water cans nearby. Oh man, Jay, yeah. You have to put out fires every campfire these days. It's a new era. You know, this new climate, it's a new era with water. Do not leave your campground without putting it out with water. Are you going camping? Take a fire extinguisher in your vehicle. Set up camp, and have buckets of dirt. If the wind picks up your fire and it just sort of lays down and tries to spread, throwing that bucket of dirt where it just spread is the best thing. Not running to the car and getting the fire extinguisher even, just throwing the bucket of dirt. And make sure it's dirt, not impregnated with pine needles. We have to have a new era of carefulness here. Does anybody have a specific question? I want to try to find the Caldor. Oh, I have to put the donation box back. Sorry about that. I only know the donation link for the Dixie Fire, the official one. But if we have more of those, it's Plumas County Sheriff's Office. Let me quickly put that back up there. Please give generously to those affected by the Dixie Fire and others. The other fires, I don't have the links yet, and I will add them as they come. I will pin this to the top of the chat. Please donate to the Dixie Fire afflicted. They need our help. And I'm going to pin that comment to the top of the chat. And the show can keep running here, even though I stopped what I'm doing. Your generous donations have kept me going, but really, it's the leftover pocket change after you've donated to those that really need the help, who have lost everything or are facing that. These communities have already been hit hard by COVID with the lack of tourism for an entire year. They were supposed to reopen and recoup some of their money, and the very survival of many of these towns may depend on how much money they get to rebuild. A lot of them just may not come back. That is my area of study. This is not my speculation or oh no, they may not come back. That's my area of study. I am writing a book about ghost towns. Ghost towns are where a town has died, where people left a town, not people. It's not paranormal stuff, but ghost town means the death of a town. And most of them have already disappeared from California. Most of them were made in the gold rush in the mountains, and most of them already died with the decline of gold mining. The rest, a lot of them died with the declining era of logging. And so they have basically tourism keeping them afloat. So they will need a lot to rebuild, or they may not. They need to be confident that they can have people to come back to their store. Towns exist where there's jobs, not where it's pretty. The landscape has been devastated. They need to fireproof the landscape too, and work on a lot of rebuilding, so they'll need your help. Yeah, and make sure the bucket is dirt, not high-test unleaded barbecue starter. Thanks, J-Cat. I love your humor. Okay, so going up there, going back up to the top of the chat. Forgot to tag you. Daniel Kern's update is up. Yes. Okay. Let's listen to the Cosmic Being. And then I'm going to look for Caldor fire updates. But if Daniel Kern's has got an update for us regarding Indian Valley, that was one of the things I was just about to get to before I had that amazing phone call. So once again, thank you, Mr. Bruno, if you are listening. Your knowledge is priceless. I mean, that is so cool that he says, if you have any questions about fire behavior and terms, text me. Dude is awesome. What a hero. Let's go to Daniel Kearns. And I still haven't met or made contact personally with Daniel Kearns. He's probably just getting the idea about who he is. I hope he approves of this, me helping spread his own message about what's going on. And if not, they'll ask for forgiveness, But a lot of people can't see his things without Facebook. A lot more people can view on YouTube. And so hopefully he does not mind this, but it's all very good. He is a volunteer firefighter in Taylorsville in the Dixie Fire. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. It's Friday the 20th on 1 o'clock or 1:10 in the afternoon here in Taylorsville. We'll go ahead and get started with the fire update. So, fire continued to, back here in Foreman's Ravine. Break for traffic. It's very difficult to tell right now. As you can see, we're very much socked in here in smoke. Not much wind at the moment. So So it's very difficult to tell exactly where the fire is back here in Foreman's Ravine. It did make a pretty good push up, back up here towards the Taylor Diggins and these flats back behind to the northeast of Mount Jura. It has spotted over here back behind Henchman. They're calling it a spot. It looks to me, what I can see, that there's pretty much continuous fire that comes around here. There is fire over the top. I can't see this to confirm, but logically it makes sense based on the fire behavior last night and how much it spread, that it is over the top of Mount Jura over here on the southern ridge. Backing down where it's coming down, the houses back in here on Henchman and into Genesee Woods, it's backing down in here nicely. There's crews out there, structures are prepped. This is looking good. We're just gonna have to see how this plays out coming down here. Back in Hosselkus, it's down in the valley, down on the valley floor, but not a lot of heat back in here. Most of the heat was kind of up more to the east. Backing down over here towards where the Walking G was out there this morning. It's coming down, just backing, looking as far as fire goes, looking pretty good coming down in here. They have, again, crews staged out here, structures prepped, and it's the way it's behaving right now looks really good to allow it to continue to creep down and get in close to the structures where they can then put it out. Their reason for doing that, allowing it to come down, again, is so that as long as we're getting a nice underburn, cleaning stuff up, the more that they can allow to burn, the less likely it is the fire will reignite there or pick up there. Not a whole lot of movement up on Lion's Head. It is creeping its way down up there. It's still quite a ways away from Heart K, which is also prepped. Heart K is actually out here. So they're working on putting dozer line in from the Genesee, from Walking G out all the way out to Heart K. Had kind of an issue. Some property owners in there some property owners out there that don't want dozer line on their property, so that's been an issue for them to deal with while they're doing that. So very, very much the same. This is kind of Groundhog Day. We had those the last 2 days. We had winds pushing out of the northeast that were very concerning for us, being that where the fire was and the location of Taylorsville and Genesee and all this. It has not, well, there is that spot over here on Grizzly, so they had smoke jumpers that got in there to have a look. The problem with this is, those of you who are familiar with that north-facing slope of Grizzly, it's really steep, really brushy, no access. So the problem with getting crews or anybody in there to go direct is that should this thing blow up, there's no safety corridor for them, so essentially, except for heading straight down the hill. So they're having a hard time committing crews to that because of the inaccessibility of it. Starting to torch a little bit down in there, so the heat intensity is picking up. We'll just continue to monitor that, and we'll let you know what happens with it. They do have contingency dozer line back behind, by Taylor Rock and all that flatter area that's back south of Grizzly Ridge and the Devil's Punch Bowl. So they're hoping that if it does make a push to the top, they'll be able to hold it with that line. And that is the best that they're able to do at the moment with the spot over on Grizzly. I see some of you who are using that thermal tracker. There's some spots down here by Trapper's Cabin. I drove out there. I couldn't see them. It's possible that they're in there, but I'm thinking right now they're most likely false positive. Same, there's one over here somewhere too. We'll continue to monitor for those. But as far as I know, those are false positives at the moment. Helco and Air Attack have been in the air. That we're pretty socked in, but I would imagine that they would be scouting those as well and trying to, and would be able to see them if they were there. Things continue. So obviously still black all in here. Mount Huff, Crescent Mills cooling off around Greenville. We're still getting every once in a while little spots, little things that pick back up. Not spots, like reignition, I'd call it. We've had good success in putting those out and keeping them cooled down. You can see there's some black now out on Diamond Mountain Road. Black out by the Buffalo Ranch as these things cool off. You can see quite a bit of fire at night anyways, still up to the north of Peters Creek. And like I said, that north facing slope that is just south of Peters Creek had a lot of heat in it last night, and back up in here. Get you zoomed out so you can get a little bit more. Remember, this is Taylorsville right here. So lots of heat back up in here last night. According to the crews, it was cooling down some this morning. Winds are expected again to be out of the southwest. However, there are embers falling here in Taylorsville, and there were out in Genesee as well. So that southwest wind has not really established itself yet. We're kind of in a little limbo state between northeast winds and them switching over to the southwest. Yeah, so I know a lot of you are asking about other parts of the fire. I'm sorry, I try to only give you information with stuff that I have put my eyes on, that I'm intimately familiar with. So I really can't give you any of that information outside of Indian Valley. It's my understanding that a man named Zeke Lunder has something similar. I'm not sure if he's doing it on Facebook or what, but is doing updates for the Westwood. Slight technical difficulty there. I think we're back on. I was just saying, Zeke Lunder, I believe, is doing something similar to what I'm doing and might have better information for you. Brake for traffic. Gonna do a little move here. So Zeke Lunder, I believe that he's doing stuff. He's out of Westwood or in the Westwood area. So you might look for him on Facebook and see if he's got updates that are helpful for you guys. General updates the mail. If you receive mail in Greenville or on a Greenville, part of the Greenville delivery system, your mail is being stored in Quincy. It's stacking up pretty heavy up there. If you're able to get to Quincy to pick up your mail, that would be very helpful. There's also, it's possible for you, if you are on one of the rural routes that's serviced through the Greenville post office, or if you have mailbox in Greenville, it's possible to get rental boxes in Crescent Mills or Taylorsville, but I believe those are doing a change of address. And what that has to tell us, the link is below this video on my Facebook page. Young's Market is open today. I think that's it for us today. We are kind of stuck in the Groundhog Day here again. You know, every day that me personally, I expect the fire to come to Taylorsville. I'm not sure when it'll be here. I'm not sure how it will be here, right? If it's being pushed with by big heavy winds, then it will be very difficult to fight and stop. If it comes here with calm winds, then we have a good chance of defending the town. There's been a lot of structure prep, a lot of engines here, a lot of pumpkins set up, a good plan in place for defending town. Cody Pierce continues to, and his herd, his group of workers continue to keep water flowing in town. We're very thankful for them. Yeah, Dylan and Chance have been helping out a lot. Dylan was watering town last night while Cody was out patrolling. So we're very appreciative of those guys. We just continue to wait here and see how this plays out. It's the name of the game right now. Let's do a moment of silence for our natural relations.
Okay, I would like to participate in the moment of silence too, but it's got to be like 5 seconds. Okay. Hopefully things will pan out, but this gentleman here, he knows his stuff. He knows the region. So people asking me, oh my gosh, my phone. Okay, it's an Amber Alert. Okay.
66780T, Washington.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. I thought that just scared the living daylights out of me. My phone just went crazy. Wish I could help with the Amber Alert, but I'm not on the road, of course. But I thought that was an emergency tone for. I bet a lot of people have heard that. Like fire is approaching. No, I'm on edge with sounds like that. So, looking back at this camera, sorry, let's do the 1 hour time lapse. We're expecting this camera to kind of burn up. At least Dusty thinks it will, and I think it might survive it. I think it might be high enough because I've seen the Hayfork divide camera survive, but then again, if the fuels are this thick underneath it, it just might not. But this is down in Kern County. That's down in Kern County. It's the best view that we have of any fire activity, and I do try to explain to people how it works and what you can expect. The red trees is the retardant, but it's old. But apparently the tower was just splashed around 10-15 minutes ago. Somebody was saying the aircraft are in the air, but we're wondering what will happen down here in Kern County by Lake Isabella. There's so many people in the way of this, and so many little communities. My heart goes out for them, and I hope they can get a handle on this one soon. And I hope that this tower survives. So, wow, we've got more displays of root tree torching. So the sad thing that Daniel Kearns just said, and somebody may have told me that he was a contractor, not volunteer firefighter. I thought he explained himself that he was a volunteer firefighter, but that was weeks ago when I tried to figure out who he was. Yes. Kearns is a volunteer firefighter. Sorry, that was a question, not somebody telling me. So I want to, if that person is no longer listening to the broadcast, as far as I know, he's with the Taylorsville Volunteer Fire Department, and he keeps talking about how they need equipment, and they needed a generator last week, and then one of my viewers says, I'll go give him a generator. And then he made a clarification, and it was just so cool that one of my viewers wanted to do that. I'm so sorry, I can't remember exactly who. But then he clarified that in order to keep their firehouse running, they need what they need is a interface to go with generators, like the in-between part. And so if anybody knows anything about that, he definitely could use the help down there. We're worried for Taylorsville. He just says he expects the fire to reach it. He doesn't know when. But that's a bit of a grim proclamation that he has for the spot fire. And we can even see live some of those heat detections we were worried about earlier. He has his own personal map, his own Forest Service map, and it's around here. He said that fire crews can't really safely get up in there without being the possibility of them being trapped, which is pretty dire. So if this spot fire on this is Grizzly Mountain, where the Devil's Punch Bowl, this strange, bizarre, sometimes real life is more strange than fiction. When the wind was pointing that way the other day, yesterday, the devil perhaps himself made a slam dunk at the buzzer, a 3-point shot, as he landed a ember right into the Devil's Punch Bowl. It just is a freaky kind of a strange coincidence with naming convention here, that a fire goes into that tiny compared to the rest of the peaks here. It's one of the tallest peaks, and it's like a little crater in the center with a tiny lake. But instead of landing straight in the bowl, which would be great, it looks like some other things landed outside, and something happened over here, which the heat detection being red and being orange doesn't mean where fire is. It means this tracks when did a new heat detection, a new significant flare in that region. When did that occur? That's what the color coding is. It's not the severity. It's not how big it is. It's when. So or orange is less than 1 hour ago from the time when you zoom in, and anybody can do this on CalTopo from this time, 2100 UTC. That was 6 minutes ago. So within 6 minutes, then the red here is within about 10 minutes of whenever that time is. So within 15 minutes ago, there was that. Since we already had a detection earlier, that means it's still going, that there's something spreading or growing, or at least intensity is triggering satellite from space. So it's calibrated down to, it doesn't detect campfires, and it doesn't detect your bonfire, and it doesn't even detect really mild leaf burning off somebody's property. It detects usually like a blazing area of an acre, at least in size. So we don't know about Genesee Valley here in Taylorsville. I want to check the new evacuation maps. I don't know if there is new evacuation, excuse me. I want to check to see if there has been any new evacuation issued for that area. We know Genesee Valley was already done. So I'm going to go to Dixie Fire Quick Links to see if they're even wondering about it. But Genesee Valley is, as far as the wind conditions are concerned, the most immediately affected. But like I keep saying, Indian Valley has swirls up in there where the wind can't just go and pass freely like a tunnel in one direction. It runs into brick walls. It runs into brick walls up there in these mountains, and then it'll kind of bounce back. Maybe this one is the one. So you can get, like as we were watching the other day, the wind was supposed to be going to the southwest into the Feather River Canyon, and instead it was climbing the hill. It was climbing Ketty Ridge in the opposite direction of what the forecast was saying. So at this time, Taylorsville's not under mandatory evacuation as far as this official map is concerned, and it's just okay. It's a little island out there, and I don't understand the decision-making process for that one, but it may change. It really may change. So we'll continue to watch that situation, but he does think Taylorsville will eventually be affected, but he doesn't know when. And what the best thing we can do is, if you're a local from that area, want to know anything about Indian Valley, just keep watching his Facebook page. And he doesn't have a follow button. I reached out to him to try to instruct him how to make a follow button on a Facebook page. You would just have to basically bookmark him and refresh. But he was the one who knew. He said, and I'll never forgive myself for not putting this on my own stream. Greenville is vulnerable. The lines are not secure up at Round Valley Reservoir. That's what he said up here. He says, I disagree with people going back to Greenville. This is not secure. And there's a wind tunnel. If you look at the topography there, a part in the mountains and a wind tunnel where it can go straight down there. Winds every day come up through the Feather River Canyon. Here's Round Valley Reservoir. You can see how the Greenville is just in a target. It is a target down the barrel of a gun, and it didn't hold here at Round Valley, and it just raced down there. And they repopulated it the day prior, and I think one day prior to that, it had been mandatory evacuated, and they let thousands and thousands of people come home. Some people had literally just arrived and were unpacking a suitcase when mad scramble knocks on the door. Everybody run for your lives. And so this is what the map looked like. This is exactly what the map looked like. They allowed people to go around Eleanor 2 before that fateful day, but that was a red flag day. That was a red flag day in the forecast. and they quickly got everybody away from the lake too. And what we saw was it jumped 4 different containment lines and raced all the way down to the lake, raced 19 miles north of Chester. Chester was spared by the fact that only the flank of the fire, which moved slower, as we were seeing in those cameras, moved slower to Chester, and they still almost lost the airport. They did let a little bit of it burn around by the lake, I hear. That's a rumor thing. But the reason that Chester is standing is the fire that the wind would almost due north of Chester. And we saw it expand at a rate of 50 acres per 50 acres per minute, 1,000 acres per hour, and in less than a 40-hour period, or less than 36 hours, I think it was, the Dixie Fire expanded 100,000 acres. And that's when they said people can start kind of coming back 2 days prior. So this is why I tell people, do a wait-and-see game. That's a most prudent course of action, because they seem, I don't know where it's going wrong here, why they are failing to recognize the vulnerability of the communities, or if it's chain of command, or if it's red tape, or if it's miscommunication, or what's going wrong. But the officials in charge here are consistently telling people to evacuate many hours after myself, Daniel Kearns, Zeke Lunder, and other people have just common sense kind of concerns. Like at Mineral, they told people to evacuate after 10:30 at night, when all day, I could see the writing on the wall that the wind was going to be pushed towards Mineral. So the best thing I can do is, no matter what breakdown that is, I'm not pointing fingers at individuals, no matter what the breakdown is, it isn't completely functional. The 911 systems and reverse 911 are failing and non-functional. We even had, we read that today, that the reverse 911 and 911 systems, where you pick up the phone and want to call 911, doesn't work. That happened yesterday on the Caldor fire. That happened at a couple days ago up by Susanville. Don't count on the warning. Recognize danger for yourself. Smoke's coming to you. It's heavy. Ash is coming towards you. Or you just read the weather forecast. The big fire doesn't have really good lines and such. They even admit as officials, and the spot fires. It's going in the wind. It's going over the top of lines. It's going, with the wind. And it's spreading like that. They could have the most solid black line in the world, and it means absolutely nothing in high wind conditions with fuels receptive, where almost every single one of these embers will start a small fire. That's the mega drought conditions. So if you feel vulnerable, go with your gut instinct, and the most prudent course of action is always leave before you're told. Everybody here in Paradise who went through it can back up the statement. It took 7 hours for people to get out of the small town of Paradise, and most of the people that lived just decided to pull over and shelter in a safe space in a parking lot, and they rode it out. They rode out the inferno. People say, well, only 85 people died, so didn't just 100 people get left behind in Paradise? No, thousands of people were stuck in Paradise not knowing what to do. But that's part of the training here, is recognize your A, B, and C evacuation plans, or evacuate into 3 different directions on three main roads. Drive them yourself, get an idea of how long it takes you to drive these things. Note every culvert and bridge on the way. That if you get in a traffic jam, or if you see fire has spotted out ahead of you, which means it started even 5 miles ahead of you down the road, could be a new fire, because these embers will go above your car, sail down the hill, start a fire in front of you. Rather than drive on a road where you're not sure if the flames are blocking you, your most prudent course of action is to shelter in a safe space if you don't know if fire is ahead of you or not. And if you know it's behind you, culvert, bridges, golf courses, baseball diamonds, big box store parking lots of your high schools. Don't try to flee by car if all the roads are blocked, or if they're sketchy, or if everybody has traffic jammed them. Have your D, shelter in place plan. It is not your home. Don't try to defend it with a garden hose. You'll be in a culvert, bridge, well-watered, green, golf course, things like that. Make sure that vegetation can't fall on you from above, but have all of those things, because The most dangerous fire is not the one you get these warnings about, which you track every day and you get updates from the officials every day. Just like the fly fire and others, it could be boom on your doorstep. It's a lightning strike. It's a car accident at the end of the street. It's another one of those PG&E poles falling over. What are you going to do if you just see flames in the distance? You need to have made your plan already. And so I'm there to help you, help walk people through that with the training. What I've done is gone to the places of many fatalities of Butte County. And I'm sad to say that I've found that most victims have died within 200 feet to 200 yards of something like a culvert where they could have gotten in and been safe. They just didn't know. And you won't be able to see 10 feet past your headlights, or, where in front of you, where these culverts and bridges and stuff are. You got to look at the maps, the Google Maps, and get your global imagery. And what you can do when you go with the Forest Service maps, for example, is you go here and get maybe TF Outdoors or whatever, zoom into a place, every place where a road crosses a body of water. Just make sure you're on one of these that shows bodies of water. Every little place that's either a culvert or a bridge. Do not drive past. Well, we saw the deaths in Berry Creek, Brush Creek, and Berry Creek with the North Complex fire last year. Is a lot of people drove past perfectly good bodies of water, ponds and such, and bridges. And they would be, this is just a hypothetical example, not the example. But here's quite a lot of bodies of water. In fact, it's a terrible example area. Okay, but I'm just going to draw here for the concept. People, if here's a culvert and a nice bridge, people would be driving down here at breakneck speeds, thinking that to outrun a fire. You cannot. Don't drive fast. You cannot. Don't go around the corner and rear end somebody, or find somebody broken down, or a fire crew and rear end them. You cannot outrun a fire in your car. Just to take it nice and slow. The idea is drive away from the fire in a different direction. Like if the fire is behind you, try to go east, or if the fire is coming from the north and going to the south, don't drive south. Try to drive east or west. You know what I mean? But if you have to, if the fire may drop embers and start fires in front of you, and here's where logs and trees and power poles are falling across the road in front of you. Time and time again, we see deaths where people go, oh crap, they run into that firewall, they turn around, and the main fire is behind them, and they get trapped in a section of road without any bridges or culverts or any ponds, pools, or any place to shelter, and that's where you get your mass fatality events where people are fleeing in cars. But what you have to do is do these layers, do your shaded relief, figure out things, make your A, B, and C evacuation routes, 3 different main roads, 3 different directions. Choose the one that's not downwind of the fire as the best course of action, of course. And then if you look at all these places and mark on your map, either a paper map or a pre-downloaded map for your phone, and I'll give a link where you can do that. You can, if you lose your cell phone coverage, you can still navigate with Google Maps and other things by downloading the map for offline use. I'll get a link there in a second. But what you should do is make notes of all these places and then go and drill. You're not going to be able to think clearly when the time of crisis comes, but drill, just like your fire drill in the school. Go drive, and then, if you can, get out and look at these culverts and bridges. Can you get in there? Is it feasible? Is there a huge fence in the way that blocks you, a bunch of weeds? Is there like a beaver barrier where a bunch of bars and you couldn't get in there anyway? Does it look defensible? Does it look kind of safe? Or are there weeds everywhere that'll burn too? The bigger the body of water in general, it can be better. However, sometimes those bridges are so tall, you look down and you know that, like in the Feather River Canyon, you couldn't really get under there. Was it a 1,000 foot drop? You have to verify these things. Look at your global imagery. And is this field still green? Is it still plowed? Is this or that parking lot still good? Is that mill still there? Like, this would be a perfect shelter in place plan. But is it still bare like this, or have they built it? Sometimes in the traffic jam, just park your little car. Like, that's the perfect spot. verify that it's a little tree. You don't want to have a tree so tall that it can fall on you, of course. You have to be cognizant of that. But a lot of people in Paradise sheltered in places like that, and it was a much better idea than getting on as the fire swept from the east side to the west side of the town, and one by one erased all evacuation routes. People sheltered like that. So have your D plan. Recognize your own specific vulnerability. Are you on a dead-end road? Can your one way out be blocked? And what you need to do is look in the satellite. Any of your neighbors, or is there like a ponds, swimming pools, things like that? Sometimes getting in your car is not the thing you want to do. It's grab your wool blanket, your cell phone, your flashlight, and your jug of water, and just proceed to calmly walk over to that situation, to that place, and throw the wool blanket over your head. Trap breathable air. Get down chin deep in your water. Crouch down in it. Don't be swimming, of course. Plant your feet. And then your face won't feel the intense heat, and maybe the fire will go right past you. Get face down in creeks with the wool blanket over your back, underneath the bridges. The wool blanket is fire resistant, and it will insulate your body heat when it's wet. That's why we have the wool blanket mantra. You're going to crawl out of there and be hypothermic. You know, a lot of survivors of Paradise were when they were found the next day, when they crawled in the little reservoirs in the swimming pools. Because ironically, like especially at night, it gets cold. Everything is extremely cold up here in the mountains of California. All that snow melt and stuff, it's extremely cold. So that's why we talk about the wool blanket being one of the coolest things to keep in your car. And in mine, I sit on it every day when I drive. It's just like a layer of seat cushion because I'm short, you know. And that's one of the best things that you can have. Okay, going back, that was the basic rundown. If people have questions, I can show you how to use the map and all that. But we need to know more about what might be going on with the Caldor fire, and we want to look at this cam. Let's do the 1 hour time lapse with the cam. Has it chewed through the flame retardant trees right now? And I need to do a quick thing right now. Type on my phone something. Real quick. Just in case somebody wasn't looking or watching my video at the time. Now I'm gonna go back. To to chat. Let's see. I don't know if this camera can look down enough at what might be happening at its base. Somebody said there's another camera to look at from the distance, and we'll do that. But I think they tried to splash this with a lot more wet retardant. And once again, retardant is a speed bump. It's a speed bump. But we're seeing the characteristic limbs burning off, and then the fire just leaves the trunks alone. The trunk is still alive and full of water. And so you'll see, you know, little dried up bits of sap, usually where the tree has been attacked by beetles or it's just dripping sap. Maybe a limb broke off. That kind of continues to burn on trunks, but you see how it just kind of quickly goes past. That's the same if you're sheltering in place in like a big pond or a reservoir or even a swimming pool in some instances. Make sure that the swimming pool doesn't have trees over it that can lean over and crush you and fall or drop some flaming stuff on you, of course. But you'll see this after just a little bit. I mean, that was this is just the last hour. It might blow past you and you might be throwing that blanket off of you going, oh my God, I'm alive. You know, it's not a good plan. Your shelter in place is your plan of last resort. It's going to suck. So a lot of people have heart attacks and such, not being able to handle it. You'll be able to feel like you'll feel like you can't breathe and you'll feel like you will die. But there is enough oxygen to breathe. Just stay nice and be nice and calm about the situation. Take your N95 masks, and that's your best hope for filtering out particles. But after it blows past in most of these situations, you'll be like, oh my God, I'm alive. But your car's not a shelter. Your house is not a shelter. And you will not be able to survive if one of those fire tornadoes happens, very likely. Culverts would be the only possible way, and I don't know if a fire tornado or a whirl would blow fire up through them or not, but it would be an underground type of a situation would be your best bet. But people being in their house, there's absolutely no survival possibility for a fire tornado, and we're seeing a lot of these things spawn in the Dixie fire and other places. So let's look at the other camera here. Are they still operational? 1425. Yeah, this is the last frame, so we haven't had camera death or anything yet. And looking back at the chat, yeah, Barbara, glad you made out of paradise too. You know, a lot of the knowledge I get is not only firefighter advice, people here in chat sharing their knowledge, people volunteering their time, and I think that was an automatic thing. I don't know if somebody censored your comment, Mike, but we do try to keep things as nice as possible. Suggestions. To keep it a very warm and inviting and educational atmosphere. Remember that everybody here is frightened and scared of the situation. So it's better to say something like, don't rely on 911 because you're smarter than the system, or some phrase it that way as best we can. But I do echo your sentence that now that we know that 911 service is no longer as reliable as it once was, the reverse 911 service, and these fires are a new animal, harder to predict, harder to fight, harder to contain, harder to deal with, harder to survive. That, yeah, it's a little bit on the foolish side to just rely completely on authorities and sit back and relax. We're not to be afraid, we are to be vigilant. Don't be afraid, be prepared. You know, if you prepare for the worst case scenario, which I try to tell people about, the worst case scenario, the middle ground, and the best case scenario. Well, prepare for the worst case scenario. You'll just get a pleasant surprise if that doesn't happen. But you don't want to prepare for the middle ground case scenario and then have the worst happen. So once you've prepared for the worst case scenario and you've done everything, you're going to have a nice sense of confidence and peace. And then you can actually relax. That's what I tell people. Once you've done everything you can do, relax. You know, you're fully prepared. You've done everything you can do. Don't sit in a fearful state of anxiety. Most of that comes from a lack of knowing what to do. Once you've made your plan, drill it, practice it again, you're going to get better and better. You think that you can leave your house in 5 minutes, and you really can't. Drill yourself, time yourself. Make notes of every time you had to cross a room or go up a staircase to get something. Every time you had to open a closet door or a drawer. All of that is precious seconds, and all that add up to minutes. Put it all together in one place. Put your boots by the door with the key rack on the wall and your coat right there, and you just grab it and you go. Have your car ready and loaded and ready to go. Don't grab your wool blanket and load it into the car. Have it as your seat cover. You know, have as much preloaded in there as you can. Because a lot of times you can't see. You know, if there's a mega fire coming and you can't see it, this visibility is utter crap. You know, I mean, look right now at Indian Ridge. We just heard Daniel explain, that the fire may come to Taylorsville eventually. He expects it at some point. He didn't say today, but he says, I don't know. You can't see these mega fires coming. In fact, when we were looking at the flare camera, the smoke is what we saw on regular cameras, and that's what we saw in FLIR. 1,000, perhaps 500 foot tall. That's the core. That is the center of a firestorm. They are whirls like this. That if they move, they're called tornadoes. If they don't, they're called a vortex. If they reach higher than 75 miles an hour. And I think we saw many examples of that, which will probably be confirmed as actual F1 fire tornadoes. You will see this. That's what's coming. That's how we almost lost crews, several different crews on the Dixie already. So that's the idea, is keep looking at all these things, all these resources to find out what's really going on. The radio is your best friend. Listen to the radio. When they say the fires jump the line, it goes through many different games of telephone before it reaches authorities, and then they reach you. But if you hear the radio already, then you have the advance warning. And on this channel, I've had the great privilege of hearing that and then telling people, guys, if you know anybody at Post Falls or Post Mountain, like we were watching on the, what was it, the McFarland, tell them they're going door to door right now to get out. And a couple of people came back and said, yeah, I called somebody, and they had it was 3 hours later that they finally got an official knock on the door, and by then they were gone. You know, this is the best thing. The best part of what I do here is train people to monitor these situations. And if you are tuned in and you are plugged into the radio, then you will know ahead of everybody else what's going on. So if you require the internet, for Broadcastify, I'm starting to recommend that people might want to invest a couple $100 in a handheld radio. And I'll work with people behind the scenes to get a good recommendation first for the most reliable and the best kinds out there, and then later I will go through that. But today we just want to make sure you know what's going on with the fire today. So Tinker 911 is dropping in Honey Lake right now. Cool. Let's go see what's going on with this tower, and I'm going to look back at chat. Clyde Beatty says, and by the way, welcome back. California 155 is closed from Glenwood to Alta Sierra. Yeah, we've seen on the satellite. We've seen on the satellite that the GO-17 satellite, we have seen that the fire went past 155. Sorry guys, when I get a better video card, this won't be so laggy. Whoa, did I just scroll right past it? Okay. Let's go back to Lake Isabella. We were seeing the heat detections on the other side already, so that doesn't surprise me, but thank you for the confirmation. Let's look back at the camera. I now have CalTopo open in 2 different fires. We can switch back to the Dixie, and we do want to check on the Caldor. Going back up here, let's see, going to, yeah, I'm trying to cover the French, the Caldor, and the Dixie at least, and if I can, we want to go and try to look at the Forks of Salmon area, Monument and McFarland, because we've been terribly worried for Hayfork, although Hayfork survived the last few days, and so did that miracle camera. I'm trying not to ignore them. It's just a lot to cover. So on quieter days like today, than the chaos of yesterday, we can try to look at the other fires best I can. I do get the requests, and I try not to stay too focused on just one. When we have the best images, that's the camera I'm going to show. Even if we listen to a different fire, what am I going to do? Like show you guys a blank map with a red spot on it, and or solid smoke. We look at the most compelling images because that's the way we can learn. A lot of people are looking at these and learning. This is for the first time ever we've seen a lot of fire behavior just like kind of live over the last couple of years. And with the FLIR, if anybody knows if FLIR is available anywhere else in the region, that would be pretty awesome. But seeing the fire tornadoes live on my stream like we were doing, for the first time ever, we're seeing the interior of a firestorm. Everybody's just speculated what's in the middle of a firestorm and all those pyrocumulus clouds, and now we're starting to get our answers. Like as of last week, these fire whirls are the core of the storm, just like that explains the massive updrafts. This explains the long-range spotting that's been surprising the experts. There's chunks of trees, not just embers and branches, chunks of trees can be thrown into the air. These things can be like 0.6 miles high, like half a mile high, the whirls can be. I think I may have had a knock at the door. Hang on a second. But these are raining debris all over the place. Higher. When these fire whirls at the top of peaks, this is explaining long-range spotting. Not from just, top of a tree here, here's the spot going down here, but you can see next, this is different distance. This is miles behind this hill. But you get the idea that what if flaming debris is taken thousands of feet up into the air, higher than the tallest peaks when the fire tornadoes are up on the top, and throwing embers further than we've ever really been able to expect. That goes a lot to explaining the surprising fire behavior where people keep saying, I haven't seen this in my 20-year career. Yeah, well, you never did see this before, and now not only do we see this, but we see this. We've always been blind to it before. So going back up to the chat, let's see here. Does anybody have specific questions for me? Oh, Taylor Matthews, good correction. Greenville only has 800 people, not thousands, but they let more people back into the region than Greenville alone. So people repopulated Alvanor West, the west shore of Alvanor. They repopulated the east shore of Alvanor, and all those other places. They repopulated Crescent Mills and a bunch of other places that same day when nothing was safe over there. Nothing was safe in that region. So, yeah, it does seem crazy, Patricia. Daniel thinks the fire will be coming to Taylorsville and no mandatory evacuation. There will likely be one. There will likely be one, just like we keep seeing day after day on here. They're doing it. There's some lag in their process. I don't know what to blame in the process. I don't know how it works. But they're telling people to get out way too late. Like Westwood, I was telling people the entire day, please leave Westwood. The wind's coming that way. They don't have good lines. There's not many natural barriers. This is critically in danger. We're having bad weather. The Westwood could be impacted from multiple sides, even from across the lake. And we had visitors here in the chat explaining that they were trying to reach people and tell them to get out because Westwood only had two viable ways out, north and east at that point. I think personally, every single town needs to have 3 different ways out in 3 different directions for their populace. I mean, that just seems to be a pretty common sense idea. It had already been blocked to the west by fire, and that fire was moving to the east, threatening to block the way out to the north, the 821. And it was roaring that way. We saw it on the cams. There was a moving wall of fire going straight towards that thing. We looked at the fuels, and they were heavy, pretty heavy timber fuels, which fires like to spot going from the treetop to the ground. They fall down. So it wasn't brush, and it wasn't low to the ground stuff. It was stuff that could throw embers across the highway. And so I said, guys, consider leaving now and not north to the east to Susanville. And by the time they got around with a mandatory evacuation, people still had appointments in Westwood. Like somebody had a doctor appointment and said, my husband's on his way there. I'm trying to tell him not to. And I'm just going, oh, man. So people were entering the region while we were watching all of this happen. And then finally they issued a mandatory evacuation, and they said, please leave north or east. And it wasn't, half an hour to 45 minutes later that they said the north, the 821 had been blocked by fire. Well, what happened to the people already headed that way? So I can't tell you enough, guys. There's some breakdown in the process. You have to recognize danger for yourself and just leave ahead of time. It is the best course of action. Don't wait to be told. Just don't wait to be told. Fax 101 says, my name is Chief. Hi, Chief. PV Steve, hello from LA. Hi, PV Steve from LA. But thank you for reminding me to be clear. Going back in chat, did I miss specific requests? People wanted to watch the image of the camera maybe being burned over, but look at these trees still sticking, still alive and kicking with the retardant on them. Retardant does work. It's a nice little speed bump. Maybe the fire and winds will die down. They'll go around there and squirt some of this out and save the tower. I don't know what their strategy will be to try to save the tower. But I think this is a great example of how it ran right up to the retardant and stopped. Let's do a 1-hour time lapse. It doesn't mean that eventually these won't burn up right here, but whenever we see communities slammed by the tankers and stuff, they're buying precious time. The ground crews just need time. Just need time to put their dozer lines in place, time to evacuate if necessary. Time is the whole thing. The wind isn't always bad throughout the entire day, unless it's on special days, special hell days. But oftentimes, if you can stop the fire in its windiest point of the day, the rest of the day or maybe the evening, they can come back and beat it away from this area. That's the whole idea behind the tanker drops and the speed bumps. And when the era comes, and it's coming soon, that they can use air tankers all night and all day and all night and all day and see through the smoke with this kind of technology like this FLIR. Imagine seeing this in the cockpit. We'll have a new era. What the pilots will do, this is my personal speculation on the new technology because I know what's possible, is there will be cameras all over the airplane, on the belly of the airplane, sides of the airplane, front of the airplane, right? And a pilot will be wearing goggles just like your, you've seen this silly video game goggles and such, 3 virtual reality goggles. They'll be seeing this, and they can look down at their own feet and see the ground below them like this. See the fire directly below them all the way through the smoke like this. They'll look around and they don't see their airplane. They'll think I am sitting suspended in space from a lawn chair. Have you ever seen the silly people take a lawn chair and put helium balloons and float up into the sky or something? That's what it's going to feel like. They can see directly below them and around them. They're not seeing the plane because they're looking through the cameras mounted all over the sides of their plane with this technology. And then they can switch vision. They can tap the side of their goggles, and they'll be seeing different views. Nighttime infrared, maybe the traditional green night vision, FLIR. This is a new era that's exciting and coming. So when people get pessimistic about everything going to be bad in the future, everything worse, well, we know that we can't exactly push a button and stop climate change or push a button and make it rain, but we'll be able to respond to these fires and fight them. We'll have double the amount of time to fight fires, and we'll be able to get out there and put them out with their tiny little things, like tiny little lightning strike things. And we'll have drones, too, to send out if it's too dangerous for the pilots. To go inspect little trees that might have been with this vision, that might be looking at individual trees and just buzzing around them and trying to see if there's heat in the center of the trunk. Can you imagine just each one of these fire lookouts? I think what they should do is not decommission fire lookouts, take every one we ever had and recommission them, build a new tower with a drone landing platform, and they could have little fleets of drones. And they can hopscotch between the fire lookouts to get batteries swapped out or whatever they need to do. But imagine just getting a lightning detection and pressing a button, and then automatically a drone goes out and look at it. We can dispatch planes and such to fight the fire with way faster than ever before, instead of dispatching a plane to go look at the situation. And they have a long route to go to every different lightning strike spot. In reality, you press that button, the drone flies over there. Hey guys, get the tankers ready from Reading. There's one here, 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 and here. That is a new era. We have a new good era to look forward to. It's just not here quite yet. So yeah, just learn how to save yourself. Learn how to save yourself. Most fatalities can be prevented. You're not helpless. Nobody has control over the time that they finally kick the bucket, right? But you can go a long way to not being a fire victim just by utilizing the technology we already have here. And it'll be even better in the future. So let's go back and see what we have for this camera. Looks like it just might survive, guys. I'm going to go look back at the chat here. And go back here to who has been. That's okay. The Chris Jones making that joke is okay. I'm the most interesting man in the world, but I don't drink those keys. That's it. We can have some. I don't know what's. Oh yeah, don't suggest people take a cyanide pill. Okay, I'm going to. That comment is a timeout. That kind of thing is uncalled for. Keep that up though, and sorry, I finally understand what the mods are doing. Keep that kind of talk up though, and I'll cast you off into exile. So does anybody have a specific question for me? I want to look at the Caldor fire. We know a little bit about what's going on down here in Kern County. Looks like they'll probably be hitting it with more aircraft. Hope. The Shirley Peak 2 camera. These are not looking the correct way. Wow. Okay, the Tobias Peak is. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse of Tobias Peak while I look at the chat. Looking back here. Hey, welcome back, RJ. Smitty's here too. Welcome back, Helen. Welcome back. Helen says a good respirator with a charcoal filter cartridge made for gas protection is a more positive fit, much more effective than N95s. Absolutely. Yeah, Helen, what I want to do is get a good shopping list for fire survival that we can show people, like, here's the best things to buy. Right now, I'm suggesting N95s because people forget that's not just for COVID. That might be the thing they can reach for. That's definitely a thing you could get at the grocery store, like on your way out. Everybody in all the smoke should be wearing their N95, both awake and sleeping, if you can tolerate it. Because these fine particulates, the ones that N95s help filter out, are the things that can cause heart attacks, dementia, and stroke. They're now starting to link it to dementia. More and more studies, but it's been confirmed that even back east right now, at places like DC and New York, where they're getting the smoke, there's been a huge rise in a rate of heart attacks and strokes when people are in smoke like this. And so, as much as you can tolerate it, wear that stuff and keep wearing it. Change them out. This smoke is absolutely unhealthy. It's like 3 to 5 cigarette packs a day. You're totally right, and thank you for pointing that out. So going back to chat here, the Cliff Andrews, I live at the end of a dead end into the Yuba River. That's where I'm headed. Good, you have a good plan then. And you know what? There's a survival story of somebody in the Beachy Creek fire, which is the one I got in front of, and hot ash rained down on my head when I was helping evacuate family members. The guy who was unable to evacuate over by Jawbone Flats area, or north of Mill City in Oregon, he did the right thing and parked his car on a bridge, and then hiked up down it to the, I think it was the Santiam River. I can't remember which river. And he had a lawn chair. He didn't have a wool blanket. He had a lawn chair, and he put that over his back, because the hot ash and the hot embers were raining on his back. It's like little cigarette burns. It'll really suck. He had little bits of, he wrote it out underneath the bridge on a river rock. He got on a boulder, and he kept splashing water on the top of the embers landing on him. But it is like, boom, a cigarette hitting you all over your body on the back. And he saw that people had been fishing there. There was a can of beer, and he drank that. He said that when it was all over, I don't know if that's an embellishment, but he swears that he drank a can of beer when it was all over, and it was extremely hot, but still the best beer he ever tasted because he was alive. But he had two chairs for the fishermen, and he put that on his back, and it was a shield that really helped him to not take burns when stuff landed on him. And so, of course, you can't do a metal chair. That wouldn't be a very good idea, but the blanket thing will really help. So going back up here, is there any specific question for me? Making your EBC and D evacuation plan, and D shelter in place, I mean, because I'm going to take a tiny lunch break here and maybe go out and get a new mouse, and I'll turn on the radio if I can't get a Caldor fire update. At 5 o'clock on the nose, there's going to be a CAL FIRE Amador El Dorado unit community meeting on the Facebook page, which is located here. I wanted to put that back on here, so I'll try to stream it. I think I'll be here at exactly 5, and that's good that they have their Dixie ones at 7 and the Caldors at 5, but I haven't seen a video yet. People are saying that they exist. For Caldor fire, there might have been one this morning, but they had one on. They seem to have them in the evenings. So at 5 apparently. So we can read their press release for Caldor fire. There's nothing new there, I think. I think I already did, so there's nothing too much new to cover. We can see if aircraft are in the air. We still have a bunch of them over by Milford, the Antelope Lake area covering that. There's still a helicopter going around Genesee and Taylorsville looking at the Grizzly Peak spot, which is, they may not put crews up there, just as Daniel Kearns was explaining. If they have no exit, they're not going to lose another hotshot crew, not like they did before. You can't expect them. You can't expect a suicide mission. You just can't. So I imagine there's a lot of prep and a lot of running around Genesee Valley, and it's such a stark contrast with what they tell us with the morning meetings versus what, like, Daniel Kearns tells us. Like, what are they doing and what's going on? We had this, less than 5-minute summary of what was going on in Dyer Mountain Mineral and the like. But I want to check Wendy here. See if there's been yet another change in what might be expected. So it's now 2:51 p.m. and by 5 p.m. there'll be 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Indian Valley and blowing towards northeast and to the north in general, with 10-mile-an-hour sustained winds right around 5 o'clock, somewhere between 5 and 7-ish. So that spot on Grizzly Peak could rain down all over the Genesee Valley area and back over here, complicating what they're trying to do to protect Indian Valley. And that'll blow back on whatever crews are in Wilcox over this way. They may be now threatened from the middle, but they have several shelter-in-place options, one of which is an old ghost town with their old spring and water supply. And in Wilcox Valley, they've got good stations. I don't think they'll evacuate the entire peak. They'll probably stand there. And time again, for the last 50 years, fire crews have gone up there and just let it blow over them. And we just gotta hope for the best for their situation. Now I'm gonna go back here and look at the heat activity. There's still quite a bit of it there, and I can't explain what's going on over here in Genesee proper. Unless Daniel Kearns goes live again, or there's some sort of a new evacuation information, something like that going on, we just have to wait. If you want to listen live, Madison County Fire Special and Fire and EMS, if somebody can do that and tell me what might be going on by Genesee and what's going on with the tankers, please let me know. But I do want to continue to look at the area. Yeah, Paradise was a city, that's true. I'm going to remember to say that. And the Paradise Fire burned up many small communities around it. Going back up to things. Taylor Starish, hi. Hey, I've been watching all day from Virginia. I'm in Jackson, California, and Amador County. From Jackson, California, and Amador County. Hey. I'm wondering how far any of the fires are to Pine Grove, as my parents live around there. Sure, we can take a look. Let's go to Pine Grove, California. Well, I know Plumas County pretty dang well, and the surrounding ones, California's a big place. I keep getting questions, like, internationally, like, I thought you were from California. You don't know these towns? California's the size of Italy. There is no Californian that knows every town in California. Very few can even name all the counties. How many are there? 32 or 37, something like that. I have numbers dyslexia sometimes, so things like 2 and 7 look similar to me. So, east of Jackson. Okay, so Pine Grove. So the Caldor is distant from it. But I don't know how far south they're expecting it to spread. There's some good work that they've done on the southern side of it. There's a stream disruption message. I hope I'm not going to be dropped here. They did some great containment work on the southern edge, and so I'm more concerned for the western and eastern edges of it than I am for it spreading south. But that will depend on what the wind forecast is for the whole area. Looks like currently the wind going up and to the northeast. That we were terrified for Kybers and a couple other places like Strawberry and even Tahoe when we had that spot that showed up at a Sierra at Tahoe ski resort. But long-range spotting uphill is something this fire can do. It can really leap places, especially if you turn on terrain, hopscotch, and be on the doorstep of Tahoe, in my own personal opinion. And we were seeing a lot of the spotting. We have a wind tunnel here. That is the Highway 50 Canyon here, that it takes aim at Tahoe. So while most people were speculating that Tahoe, the lake itself, was going to be protected by this wilderness area, which is pretty rocky, it's not completely devoid. It's not completely devoid by any means of vegetation. This is a snow picture of it. This is the super high Sierras. Like, pretty much you don't get the higher elevation anywhere else, and it's rocky. Some of it's even above tree line in some points, if I remember right. But you see the pockets of vegetation. Long-range spotting between them is absolutely possible, and but I don't think it's a speed bump. Devastation area is a speed bump. But look at the rest of the terrain and the way that the winds coming up out of the bay and such can be blowing it that way. Plus, we might have the possibility of thunderstorms if there's more moisture coming in from the bay. So we have the hopscotch scenario. We did witness live as we were covering this that it had a 3 mile as the crow flies spot ahead of the normal one. I'm just pointing a random drawing here, but that's what they kept saying, and that's what kept showing. In the nighttime cameras, we had this horizon, this strip of light on the horizon, and to the east, 3 miles away, was its separate own little spot fire, east of Omo Ranch. And they said we expect this to grow together, and it probably has by now. But you see most activity here on the eastern flank, and that's going to march and try to spread. So the 5 o'clock evening update today will tell us what's mostly happened, because I don't see that we have good cams. We got Sierra at Tahoe now. We just have the smoke out situation. Weak Springs kind of maybe be showing a pyrocumulus cloud formation in this mess. Either that or it's regular smoke clouds. It's just so muddy it's hard to see through this mess. But you can clearly see there's 2 different spots. Not clearly see. I can clearly see 2 different active areas that are producing that smoke. And that really could be that spotting action. It's harder for it to go uphill. Downhill, it's like throwing a paper airplane off the Empire State Building. The downhill glide, the paper airplane can go reach further, but uphill you have higher elevation, and it would kind of run into terrain sooner than if it was going down towards the valley. However, what does fire like to do? Climb. And the coolest thing that Dusty and others were pointing out here as the teaching method when we were watching the cam is this Shirley Peak fire cam. It was climbing the hill even though it wasn't wind driven. It was, fuel driven and flanking. So let's go back to the longer 6-hour time lapse. The main fire had already gone right past. That's the direction of the wind, but we saw it coming towards us. Whoops, wrong color. We saw it coming towards us because it's going up the hill. So that's relatively fast flanking behavior, where the flank of the fire is climbing and making an uphill run. So this is spreading out in different directions. There is a lawnmower or something out there, or some construction equipment. I'm sorry if that's bleeding into my microphone, but you've seen how quick stuff goes uphill even when not wind driven, and the wind is aligning to make it go uphill. So we can see a lot of it make a huge amount of progress towards the east today. We have to look at windy and look at the forecast. You don't have to be a meteorologist to dang it, that machine out there. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Arg. Here, let me teach. Dang it. I'm a lot less concerned for things like pullet pines and such ultimately as I am for strawberry, Tahoe, Kybers, and it hopping over to the north side of 50. So we take a look at Bald Mountain today. It is now 3 p.m. We gotta go to 3 p.m. 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 10-mile sustained winds. You guys can hear that, can't you? Oh my gosh. That's going to be pretty fierce. There might be a slight change in the wind pattern to almost due north, blowing the wind almost due north to the northwest and blowing the fire that way at some point in the late tonight. But tomorrow's going to be shaping up to be kind of a day of hell as far as firefighting conditions are concerned for the Caldor and others. Excuse me, wrong color pen. Because it's going to be taking aim. It gets too well established in this canyon. You can just kind of race. You can get on the ridge lines and race. These ridge lines here, this one aligns. These, it can hopscotch. And so the strange thing about fire behavior is this little area here may be completely green, and the fire could be on Huckleberry Mountain and threatening this area, Myers and Thompson Peak and over there, long before this ever burns. That's the crazy nature of these fast-moving fires in these crazy conditions. Tomorrow's 40+ mile-an-hour wind gusts scheduled. The only thing that's really the saving grace for this to not be insanity is the lower temperature. Highs in the 70s. We'll take it. We'll take highs in the upper 60s and 70s. We'll take it. That'll moderate fire behavior a little bit, and I don't know what the humidity forecast is about. Otherwise, this would have been a raging inferno that could have just made insane, totally insane progress. We have, as bad as the weather has been, we've also been extremely lucky in the past 7 days. The Caldor fire starting in at this point. Instead of the red flag, high winds, craziness when we lost Greenville, like the first week of August, the fact that it's starting now and not then means that a lot of towns are still here. So don't get complacent about that. As we're looking towards the next week, we'll have to figure out what the weather is doing. If anybody evacuated and said, "Oh, my town didn't get eaten last night," or we'll just keep holding on. Be very grateful that you did, because it could have happened. The midnight miracles we've been seeing were at midnight for more than 7 days in a row now, where the winds died down, giving precious hours to repair towns. That's the only reason a lot of the landscape is still standing. It's the only reason we've got the pollock pines still, and Mineral, and Janesville, and Milford, and the Peninsula, and Westwood, and the smaller communities. It's the only reason we still have them. Was those midnight miracles, giving the firefighters time. This has been the craziest situation, one of the craziest fire years that anybody has ever seen in their life. This entire generation of everybody living now, the oldest people were the ones in the 30s who saw the 1930s with the Dust Bowl and those mini climate change events changing fire out here. Only the oldest timers, the old timers who remember the 30s, remember anything exactly like this. So, here it is again. Getting out of the way of these fires is the best thing you could possibly do, because these things are surprising everybody, except those in their 90s, 80s and 90s. They're going, whippersnapper, I could have told you so. But that's when we had the Dust Bowl as a mini climate change event that really fanned this stuff, caused a lot of mini droughts out here in the West, as far as my preliminary research is, especially in Oregon and Washington, and changed a lot of things. But here we are. Here's a new climate event. Going back to the chat. AM says, "Hi, Kathryn. I just came on. Did they hold 36 at 147 in Lassen County?" I believe they did. They were talking about that. Wasn't that by Hamilton? Some of these places I'm not very familiar with. I think I've been to Susanville like 3 times in my life. But let me go. Highway 36 and 147, Lassen County. They did point at the map, and we had our they did. The Clear Creek people were talking about this. They said they had an issue at Clear Creek, and they were able to deal with it. As far as I remember, with their Clear Creek branch got a hold of things, is what they had said in the early morning update. It was like 7 o'clock this morning. So I don't have any idea. They didn't mention structure loss, but that was the operational briefing update. Tonight's full community meeting, which I totally missed last night's, will tell you whether or not anything like that happened. But the big focus before I went to sleep was over on Dyer Mountain to try to keep Clear Creek and Westwood safe. And so they said today they expect fully to have a good handle on everything by the 821 and north of 36 over there. So that's good news. It was the worst news for Eleanor National Park. Lassen Volcanic National Park. Up here, where you got your steep terrain, and they were worried about Silver Lake area where it's going to try to run toward the northeast, and they were worried a little bit about over here by the Childs Meadows area of it getting back up. But they said they did a good job with corralling the rogue spot fire that went over here to Doe Peak. They've got a dozer line around it, but that doesn't mean it won't spot and make that flare up. And once again, this is the old 24-hour hotspots. This is the latest. And where are the hotspots? In fact, over here by Hamilton Peaks and such, they were conducting firing ops to prepare for the winds to try to protect Susanville and this corridor. So as far as I know, they were doing that, and some of this was lighting this on purpose early in the morning to try and reduce fuels in this wind tunnel. This is the wind tunnel I was drawing in between the hills. And that's been hard for them by Cheney Creek to get a hold of that situation. So everything that you see on FLIR as it rotates around and such, generally you can't see that far, but sometimes you see the smoke column. Some of that they're doing on purpose. So let's go back to the chat. Let's see here. Aren't there a lot of lava beds up there too? Talk about rough firefighting terrain. Yeah, that dusty smoke, that's we were looking at that on the satellite, and this Lassen is just the active volcano. The extinct ones and the larger Mount Mazama, which was a massive volcano in the past. Lassen is almost like a mini vent to it. Was this huge peak that was just gigantic. Think Crater Lake, massive, many thousands and thousands of feet taller than the current one, and I'm just drawing a random line, but if I were to get specific about it, I haven't gone to the visitor center in a long time. I used to go there all the time, and me being a volcano nut, some of this is kind of like the remnant of the collapsed caldera. It had such a massive eruption in millions of years ago that the giant peak, that's how wide and big it was. And some of these smaller ones may or may not have erupted through geologic eras, right? And Mount Lassen's just the latest version of it. So these lava beds have no vegetation. They have no vegetation on them. And they're a solid black basalt on the landscape. I believe it's basalt. If it's andesite or something, don't crucify me. So you can see them from space like so, and I'm not satisfied with that. Let's go to a different. Yeah, here's a better image. You can see how the lava cooled sometime millions of years ago, or whenever this was, and it is solid rock where vegetation cannot grow if it wanted to. Just cover the landscape, and that was that. So it's definitely a speed bump where not only can you not have a fire start on it, like here's some vegetation it can't take, but fire crews have to drive around these things because I don't think they've ever been able to make roads. Basalt and andesite and granites and these things are are so solid you would be blasting to even make a road. I mean, it's you go out there and it's rough to the touch, just like Hawaii's lava or the stuff you see in Iceland right now. You can cut your finger on it if you tried to climb on it with bare hands and just walk over the top. It's never been polished by water or anything or made smooth. It's it's solid, and it'll shred your knuckles if you reached past it, because it doesn't give. And I've been in these types of caves. You reach past it and your top of your hand reaches it and it just shreds your knuckles as you move your hand past it. So you can't get up there with tires. You can't. I don't even think you can get up there with a tractor. It's rough, and they drive around the thing. They built all their roads around the thing. So in one way, it's kind of a blessing, and in another, it's a curse, as far as speed bumping the fire goes. So let's go back to Open Street or Cycle Map. Yeah, it's called Fantastic Lava Beds. I adore that. But you see how there's no roads anywhere through it. There's this trail, Butte Lake to Snag Lake Trail. I still don't know how to pronounce that. Not a lot in the way of roads out here. Period. You should probably put back on Forest Service scan topos. This will give you some idea. Just in fact, I don't even know if people even walk out here. It's probably the kind of place where a living human being hasn't walked all the way through it, unless it was a geologist taking samples, landing in a helicopter for maybe even 20 years in some of these little spots. Okay, so looking at possible ways crews can get out there, that is air attack written all over it. You know, here's the biggest road that goes around it. Bathtub. Bathtub Peak. That sounds funny. Let me go back to TF Outdoors. What road is this? Forest route is over there, but what's the main road here? Scanned. Anyway, it's a road. Sorry, I thought it had a highway name. It's a road. Okay, 32 and 09 parts of this Forest Service road. The one by Pole Springs. I'm just going to call it that. It's the big road by Pole Springs. Looking back at chat. Dusty smoke. That's why I haven't seen much in the briefings about that section. They're just waiting for it to come out of there. Yeah. Malcolm says Mount Mazama sediments are used out in the middle of Nevada as chronological markers when digging up camels and saber-toothed tigers. Oh yeah, they're very distinctive. Cool. Thank you so much, Malcolm, for that. So I like the scan topos layer, but the fact that it has private land in these weird sections that are not green, whenever I turn on the fire activity, people wonder if that's the fire activity, and I have to get off of this mode, because look how the checkerboard pattern kind of screws up with that. But I love the scanned topos. Oftentimes it's 1970s maps. The 70s was a good time for map making. It was nice and clear. You could take your shaded relief and kind of understand the terrain a bit better. But it's a rugged wilderness where Mount Lassen blew up and didn't kill anybody, partially because even having a ranch out there was hard. This is a devastated landscape geologically. Going back to the chat. Fire directly beneath the camera. Okay. Fire directly beneath the camera. Okay. Now we're going back to Kern County to watch this incredible. Wow, is the camera going to survive? Okay, we can't turn it back on a fire, right? Last 15 minutes. Will this camera survive? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, hopefully. So it looks like the retardant has failed, or it got past the retardant. If we want any of these to survive, we're going to have to definitely trim the vegetation further away from these things. One thing that I don't understand is why is there standing dead trees next to fire lookouts? The irony of that is incredible. It's a fire lookout. The experts are supposed to understand that you can't have that. Why can't they remove the snags and some of the vegetation right away from the fire lookouts? It's one of those head scratchers to me. So let's see about the other second camera. Dusty says it's going to die. I say it's going to live. Who will win? Will this camera prove to be tough enough to handle this like the A-Fork 2? I'm just rooting for it. Yeah, so let's watch the second one as I continue to look back at chat, trying to figure out situations. So let's take a look. Okay, so we're on Shirley Peak 2, last 15 minutes. Let's look down at the flames. I'm sure it'll pivot around a bit. Man, what an inferno. So you can see the afternoon winds have started to pick up. Okay, Neil Whiteley says it's also a communications tower, radio, cellular, and landline. Oh, man. Yeah, that's absolutely incredible footage. Shows what it's like to be overcome. Yeah. Please, guys, understand that's the reality you face if you stay behind. Just don't. Remember how green and okay everything looked just an hour ago. So, yeah, sorry about that, guys. Can I show Caldor along Happy Valley Road? Okay. We'll continue to look back at this. There's nothing to see at the moment. Let's go to Happy Valley Road. Is that Amador County? Or is it not El Dorado? And if you just tuned in, there's not much to see in the way of cams except for what's going on down there in Kern County in Southern California. Okay, so here is Happy Valley Road apparently, and we'll go back and look at that cam. It's exciting. Fire may not do too much from here. The wind will be blowing to the northeast, so it may get a break, a reprieve. But that's Happy Valley Road right there. Let me look at Scan Topo. Turn that off. Yeah, Happy Valley looks like it probably was maybe once an old ghost town or a little ranch or something. Today, a lot of these places are coming back to life. You guys, can you tell me about Happy Valley? The structures map is not showing. Hopefully little Happy Valley will be okay. What was your connection to it, S-Bond? And let's go back and look at the cam. The craziness of the cam. Shirley Peak 2. You can still see the flames down there. It's overcome by smoke, but you can kind of see the flames on that cam. Richard Bothwell, Mount Tehama, the old supervolcano near present-day Lassen Peak, was expansive but not much taller than Lassen Peak. Oh, really? Was it just wide? Tehama is estimated to have been 11,000 feet tall and Lassen's 10,500. Well, thank you for the correction. I haven't studied it in quite a bit of time. I do remember the 3D map they had up there. Maybe you can still go and touch it. As a kid, touching stuff is cool. And I believe, wasn't it a shield? Was it a shield volcano? I can barely remember the childhood experience there. Every time I came back as an adult, where did my seat cushion go? Every time I came back as an adult, they had the visitor center closed, but I remember the old ski chalet, and they tore it down, which makes me so mad. They used to have a little skiing place on Mount Lassen, and there's been controversy. There was even once a hot springs resort there, and mud bath, mineral bath. It is very controversial what the feds do when they want to make a national park. A lot of times they won't compensate fairly. The person who owns the land there already tries to squeeze them out with high pressure tactics, as they have a goal to make their park. And even if it was wonderful and people would love to visit the national park and there would be a cool spa or cabins to be in, once acquired by the park, they generally bulldoze it. and bulldoze history, and that's what they did with Mount Lassen when they made that park. I was very sad to read about that, how there used to be old historic cabins and at hot springs. It's like, why wouldn't you still have that? That's revenue generating, and it's a neat experience. Attracting rich people to your hot springs would be a huge amount of revenue to improve the park, hiking trails, interpretive centers, and everything else. I don't understand the decision making, but there's a war on history sometimes, those organizations, and they really do bad things. And so the next oldest building, after they did all that devastation and bulldozed the 1800s and turn of the century buildings up there, when they acquired that land, oh my God. Look at the screen if you can. We're watching live this inferno at the Shirley Peak Can. This is Kern County. Let me make that quick. That quick. French Fire Kern County cam. Oh my gosh. Wow. I would kill to have this as a movie. I found out that these cams, we're watching the time lapse version, like one frame. I found out that many of these take movies. Holy cow. Okay, Dusty, at this point I think you're gonna win this bet about the survival of the cam. It may not survive. I'm still rooting for it. I've seen some bad things. Let me go back to chat. Hit another 15 minutes. Okay. All right. Last 15 minutes. One inferno. Okay, so we'll continue to watch it. It's updating on almost a 30-second interval. Yeah, Esbon, Happy Valley used to be logging and farming in the area. Wineries on the lower road now. Oh dear. Wineries of California have just been slammed over the last couple of years. It's going to be hard for a lot of them to come back. When I was covering Napa last year, when I first went viral, holy mackerel. Lorna Wade says a few commercial buildings, row homes fall far apart. Baseball field look like an overgrown field of dreams, but they beat my son's team. The farm boys are tough. Yeah. Yeah, shield volcanoes are the big fat ones, and I was wondering if Mount Mazama was one of those. We could Google that, I'm sure. I'll give you guys the quick link to this cam. There's a Shirley Peak 1 and 2 cam. You can follow one or the other. Pour one out for the camera. It's done a good job, Thomas Burnett says. I still hold out hope. Okay. This thing might come out frazzled with his whiskers burned off, but his kitty cat might make it. It might have 9 lives. Dusty Smoke says that's why you haven't seen much in the briefings in that section. Okay, sorry. I don't know what you were saying. Dusty says even when there's trees, the lava's still over in those areas too. Leather combat boots get shredded quick. Yeah, the lava beds are not something you can even really walk on. Fireman 8124, welcome back. Hey, had to go away for a bit. How's the fire doing? Well, so about that, this camera may be meeting its demise, or it may just survive by a thread here. This is the Kern County, the French fire, Southern California, but it's the best, most compelling images that I can show you right now. We're watching an incredible unfolding here. This flame retardant splashed all over the area, but it has that protection has collapsed. It's safe to say. This flame retardant on the lens. Absolute insanity here. What we're seeing on the camera. Max Smith, temperature is the least important metric to focus on. Wind, moisture content, fuels, and relative humidity are the things that matter most. You're very right. You're very right. But temperature has been a decent factor. We could be facing a heck of a lot more heck of a lot more worse situations with higher temps too. Wow, fire's directly below the tower. Let's keep watching it. This seems to be a 30-second rotation. Been gone. What's the news on Westwood and Dixie? Hey, Jody, they did firing this morning, and I heard a little bit of it on the radio by the Hamilton Mountain area to try to prepare that region for the wind shift today. The wind will be blowing to the northeast, like blowing towards Janesville, towards Susanville. By the end of the day, the wind is kind of fickle right now and kind of aiming around different ways until it finally will settle on blowing towards the northeast. And the fire will be going towards the northeast in general, or it will try to. On all of its edges right now with the Dixie fire. Same thing with the Caldor fire, and it may be the case here with what we're seeing with the incredible stuff with the Shirley Peak 2 cam. Looks like the fire is going to try to go uphill to the northeast. Well, there's debris splattering the cam. That's not retardant. That's ash and half burned up bits of sticks. There's an inferno at the base of this tower. It keeps moving around looking at it. I'll do the 15-minute time lapse. You just won't believe this right now. But yeah, thank you for reminding me, Max Smith, about that information. So with the Dixie, it's going to make a push and test the Janesville Road line, which they worked so hard to button up when it breached yesterday. The aircraft is still over there right now. They thought they'd have an easier time. Oh, wow. Hold on, little camera. They thought they'd have an easier time with things today because of all that good work and working through the night with the dozer crews, too. It's going to be harder for Genesee. That spot fire, the Devil's Punch Bowl, did spread out over Grizzly Mountain. And so the wind's going to be pushing from the opposite side embers all over Genesee Valley. And we're seeing crazy hot spots there. Daniel Kearns was saying that the fire might eventually reach Taylorsville, but he knows not when. I'm half expecting a Taylorsville evacuation, maybe by tomorrow. Don't know why it's an island where people are on warning when Genesee next door is red. But heck, we'll find out at tonight's community meeting what happened. Keep spamming the refresh on Daniel Kern's Facebook page. Maybe he'll go live again and we can find out more of an update about what's going on. But 2 hours ago, I showed his. About 1 hour and a half ago, I showed his update. Hold on, little cam. It's looking straight down almost. Hold on, little camera. Let's see, Shirley Peak 2. That's Tobias Peak. Where's Shirley Peak 2? Hang on, I want to show both. That's Armstrong Lookout. Something else. Shirley Peak 1. Let's look at Shirley Peak 2. Yep, it's the same kind of a horrible story on Shirley Peak 2. Let's flip between them. Both of them seem to update every 30 seconds. Huh. Oh, that's Shirley Peak 2 on both. Sorry. Let's see. Shirley Peak 1. Hold on, little cam. You wouldn't believe the crazy 15-minute time lapse we just did. But the fire may pass over. Fire may pass over. So going back up and looking at the chat. Maximus says red flag warning for the region will initially end Wednesday night, then Thursday, then Friday, and now Saturday. To quote a friend, what's going on here? Yeah, we'll look at the red flag warning. How many exit roads does Taylorsville have? 3 main ones. One which is constantly being patrolled for fire to the east to Genesee. West is the main and the safest one, I would think, to go to Crescent Mills. And the one to the northeast to go up towards the northeast section. I mean, that's been full of fire. So it has basically one main route to the west. That would be the best option. Yeah, it's tiny. It's a population of 150 and such, but there's a lot of people there who have evacuated from other spots that didn't want to go very far. The people who are in the red zones of other evacuation areas just said, "Oh, Taylorsville is in the yellow," and there's a lot of people there right now. So, Dusty Smoke. There's a lot of people in Taylorsville that never left. I don't even know. Only a couple of nights did it ever have a red, and then they let people back with a yellow be ready to leave thing. There's been countless of these Live Storms Media YouTube videos where they would hang on, little camera, drive past, and they interviewed a lot of the Taylorsville resident holdouts who were refusing to leave at all costs. And yeah, Dusty, there's a lot. What I'm dismayed about is why in the heck is Taylorsville this island of yellow when all the rest of the region and Genesee is in the red next door? Especially since it's spotted over to Grizzly Mountain. I just don't know what to tell you. So that's Shirley Peak 2, Shirley Peak 1. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse of Shirley Peak 1. Fires raging around at the base of the tower. Will it survive? Okay, let's go back to Shirley Peak 1 or 2, 1 and 2. So let's do a 1 hour time lapse. You'll see the craziness of it approaching. It all looked fine an hour ago. Oh, maybe the retardant will hold it back. Yay! No. The speed bump has been exceeded. It's found a breach in the retardant, and now all these trees don't have enough on it. Poor little trees. This is the last hour of the Shirley Peak 1 cam. Incredible. I think it's just high enough off the ground to make it. But we will see. So here's the current Shirley Peak 2. Let's do a 1 hour of Shirley Peak 2. Reminding everybody this is Kern County. We don't have any eyes on the Dixie or the Caldor that can show us anything. How much does the Kern camera cost? I don't know, actually. Max Smith says combined manpower in the Dixie and Caldor is 6,800 people. Yeah, that's half of what is needed. I know. Whoa. Keep in mind that 6,800 people means 3,400 per shift, right? Half of them are sleeping and half of them are working. They're day and the night crew. So during the day, there's only around 3,400 people on the Dixie fire, and at the night time too. Yeah, I don't know how much these cameras cost or what it's going to be. The tower's got to be damaged and weakened by these flames. Steel can only take so much. In fact, I want to see that again. That 1 hour time lapse is something else. If enough heat gets towards steel, they're going to have to inspect it for structural integrity to make sure it's not buckling or warped. Whether or not they still have cell phone coverage from this tower and radio, anybody's guess. In fact, the camera is still showing us a picture. It's pretty radical. But they're going to rethink. They're going to have to rethink the whole letting vegetation grow around towers, communications towers thing. Wow. I mean, these are all dead. I mean, they're just going to have to rethink letting it grow back. Those trees aren't going to live. So this is the latest image. And let's keep watching. Two Dogs GMA says cams like that are around $250 to $700. Yeah, these seem to be 720p. Maybe they're 1080 with a 720p broadcast. Whoa. I mean, it's highly compressed. But a lot of these are not even particularly good quality. They're decent, but coming from a photography background, I would expect 4K by now. Come on, with FLIR infrared. I mean, the FLIR views like that These days they're making them for cell phones for $200, so I think they should immediately put them everywhere around California. We continue to watch the drama of the survival of this cam. I'll try to switch back between both of them on the same tower. It's getting peppered by the remains of bits of trees. And the strange thing about it is the lens keeps washing itself off. There's either some mechanism to clean it, or the wind is ripping the debris right off the lens. Like, how did it get cleaned from all that retardant? If that's, there's got to be something wiping it. If it's just debris wiping it clean, that's a scary thought. Tobias Peak 1, yeah, we'll go back in time lapse. Right now, this is still pivoting around and seeing the fire at the base of it like a crazy. It's like a scary movie. We saw this at the Beachy Creek fire. Fire completely overwhelmed an Oregon Department of Traffic ODOT cam. That was one of the scariest things on my stream last year as we watched the devastation live. So going back, some cams do have a wiper. Oh, they do. Yeah, what's your background, Two Dougs? Have you worked on these towers, it sounds like, maybe? We need to GoFundMe for the camera. Yeah. Well, these power companies sometimes start these fires, and they actually, it says image courtesy of them, not because they're so nice, so they want to put these cameras up. Sometimes it was part of the court proceedings. And, well, you guys have started a fire, therefore, on your dime, we're going to put fire lookout cams. This Edison may have started last year's Bobcat fire, which was one of the main things I covered. I don't know if the investigation is complete, but they said that they had some overloaded equipment. And it was ironically one of these cams that they sponsor that saw the start of the fire. But I can't say for certain, and nobody can until the investigation completes, which you'd think it would have been done in a few months. It's been a year now. Chat people know all. Yeah, this is ASMR. Oh, thanks for the compliment. Sorry, that's Dixie Fire. Come on, camera. Live. Live for us. Be a beacon of hope. Just like the hay fork. Yeah, the dome cameras don't have a wiper. I see. Okay. Okay. Self-cleaning like NASCAR cameras. Cool. Dusty says, on the cam selection screen on the right, note the little berg of Alta Sierra right below the tower. The berg. Like iceberg, straight ahead. Does that mean a place of unburned spot, like an island? Oh man, these poor cameras. Yeah. It's like it being on the inside of a tornado. Yeah, I don't think that's lens melt yet, Lorna. That's definitely a possibility. But when you see the lens burn, you're going to see the bubbles. And you'll see the discoloration. Spider webbing. The town, thank goodness. I hope the town's okay. I hope Wolford Heights and other places are okay. Two Dougs, the architecture and some radio things, underwater live cams really need the wiper. Yeah. Let's see. Because we do see the dome cams elsewhere. What are the dome cams? Dang. Images are just getting peppered. I'd give anything to have the sound. Live sound. It's got to be a frightening sound. Jeffstone Highway 50 just closed. Okay. Did it spot over? Did it spot over on 50 on the Caldor? Do you guys want me to keep switching between them, or do you want a side by side? I kind of want to go make some food. I forgot breakfast, and now it's 3:49. This is a lot easy to be caught up in. Max Smith would love to fly over the wall between CAL FIRE North Ops and South Ops talks. Yeah. Once South Ops sends one strike team or 10 to the North Ops, you can't recall then how many to send. Yeah. I'm not sure what you mean exactly by that, but there's a Twitter. Okay. Thanks, Josh. Do you guys want side by side, or do you want me to keep clicking this? Because I'd actually rather not keep clicking this. Okay. Okay, thanks so much. We got news for the Dixie fire 52 minutes ago. Plumas Forest says the Dixie fire is now active in the Genesee Valley. As of 30 minutes ago, this is posted 54 minutes ago, it slopped across Genesee Valley Road trying to pick it up. Yeah, that's what Daniel Kearns was talking about. I'll look back at the Indian Valley cam, and that means that I have to side by side this, guys. There's more that I have to do with my mouse here. Best I can. I'll try to give you these two images at once, because I have to attend to things on the other monitor and get food before things pick up by 5, and maybe make my quick run to the store. Okay. It won't fully resize the way I want you to. The way I want you to. Okay. Until the day comes where I get a third monitor, guys. This is going to be the best I can do. Okay. I want to attend to looking at the Dixie. Come on, little cameras, live. Refreshing them, making sure they're going. Okay. The moment they stop, we know that they might have died, because either the camera will die or the connection. If they stop streaming the images, I think they're high enough. I think they can live. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm getting a low blood sugar headache. Okay, I have to go get myself food. So I'm going to turn on Dixie Fire. We're hearing the Dixie Fire. We're watching what's going on in Kern County, and I'll make that note. Let's try to
remind pet owners that Progressive covers.
Sorry, it starts out with an advertisement. Let me mute that for a second. We can't take a shot because it's not the drinking game. It's not Home Depot. Home Depot is our drinking game here. PetSmart and Petco doesn't work. So hang on.
To do this justice, you'll just have to picture it. Get coverage for your pets with.
Okay, I'm waiting for the commercial to end. I'm gonna go get some food out of the kitchen. That devastation is just wild.
Type 1s, it'd be advantageous to have them back there patrolling and mopping up in and around the homes on Warner Valley Road. It's all Type 1 work. A lot of mop up. Hi, copy. Break. Lima. Go. Do you have any more engines off of 09 Alpha? Are they all busy over there?
Now I tried to do one earlier, and they're actively watching the fire come down and popping up the downside of it.
I copy.
With worsening conditions, we got to get the rotors back on that point. So no rotor support down low. calling from Plumas. Dispatch coming, looking from Taylorsville towards Mount Jura on the west slope. Have a if you're ready to copy.
Double six. Got you covered, and we'll keep you in sight. Basics are good.
4.
Last drop, and if we need you back on the other Walker IP, if we need you back out here later. Very good. We don't have that, but we'll get it when we get back to McClellan. I can give it to you if you want. Tell you what, yeah, go ahead. 395713 by 1204076. So if we call you back out, that's where you're probably going to be heading. Okay, that's going to be the IP, right? Be the IP, which is real close. Right now, everything's smoked out over there, and they're also trying to really evaluate as to whether it's needed. Very good. Spacing's good. Rick, holding that 150 for you again, 030. All right. We're near drop point 270.
Poor Genesee Valley. Okay.
Bit of up air right when we turn on final, but other than that, the air's nice and smooth. Very well, thank you. Turn all the way around.
Reminder, we're watching the perhaps non-survival of the cameras being burned over down in Kern County. We're listening to Dixie Fire for the escalating situation. We don't have eyes on the Dixie Fire, so we're listening to it, but it's escalating around Genesee Valley, where they're trying to save that area in Taylorsville. I don't know if Taylorsville is going to be evacuated or not, but I'm going to go heat up some food and try to check it on my end. But it's a rapidly escalating situation now in Indian Valley.
6,800. Beautiful.
West Communications Division, Romeo. West Communications relaying a message from Lassen Deputy Op advising that 1400 Alpha is the only resources that they'd be able to move. I'm not quite understanding that communication. 1400 Alpha to move to where? If you get two, what we want you to do is go to low motors, which is off the low motor way, and start widening that and preparing it for a holding operation. Available. I copy, stand by. On that fire line, he said he's got people going direct there, and he wants us just jumping on the interior.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Op.
Lassen Deputy Op, West Communications, confirming you want 1400 Alpha to move to drop point 218 from Division Romeo.
Negative. I wanted to see if we could make them available to go to the east zone, immediate need for structure defense. If they checking if they were available, and if so, contact Westwood Deputy Op to let them know.
Out to the big rock outcropping. Traffic. Relaying a message from Lassen Deputy Op to see if 1400 Alpha is available to move to the east zone for immediate need for structure defense. If available, advise Westwood Deputy Op. copy.
Ground tactical. Have you made contact with the ground crew?
We just barely made it to Emerson.
I copy.
Echo 2 Charlie Hotel, how do you hear me now?
So if I understand your transmission, that right flank that you're dropping, they want you more interior?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind touch bases with 1781, he's there right where you told me to drop. He called us off and wants us to go interior. I'm just not 100% sure what exactly.
Elko's going to come back and paint a better picture from the valley floor eye level. What you got right now is the spot coming down into section 1717. It's coming down towards the 4000 contour, just upslope from Little Grizzly. Got that. Okay, and the more concerned one is the one that's coming down. It's going to cross section 10 and trying to get across the valley floor over to section 11 and do a slope reversal. Charlie, Eagle Helco, air to ground tactical. I'm up on Westwood, Deputy Op.
Division Romeo copies break. Westwood, Deputy Ops. Division Romeo. 7 on test.
Operations.
Charlie Hotel.
Hey, Gary, can I get an update on your branch and what's happening in Genesee?
Are you available for cell phone call?
Negative.
I'm not in communication with him at this point. I just need a drop point or location for them to report to and what TAC channel.
Romeo, West Communication copy, stand by. Westwood Deputy Ops. Westwood Deputy Ops, West Communications, relaying a message from Division Romeo. He is available send 1400 Alpha to the east zone for immediate need. He is wanting a drop point location to send them to and a TAC channel.
For the TAC channel, it'll be drop point 218, Taylorsville area. Come up for branch 25 on east zone command.
Got folks engaged, kind of doing structure protection, engaged on structures. We also have some modules trying to utilize dozers to go direct on the stuff to the east and the south break.
On east zone command.
Push up towards that 25 and 42 road, which kind of the old fire scar. We've got folks kind of spread out from the bridge all the way back to drop point 600 and starting to progress back towards west with structures.
Okay, I copy. What's your location?
Additionally, that spot fire up Grizzly increased in activity. Looks like it, is active tracking down slope and kind of progressing up slope as well.
Okay, I copy. I'll come tie in with you. Smoke together, and we'll be starting just about halfway down the fire line. Feather River, Bravo 79, near to ground. The smoke there. Okay, sounds good. We're going straight to it. Let's straight to it all the way around. Okay, we're at 8,000 now. Come on down to 7.5 with me and underground command. 100 and then going through the saddle, 6,400. Copy up. Quarters in, 1 quarter out. Bravo 79, air to ground command. 3 Bravo Telephone, ready? From Bravo 79, I think he's a little far south. Can I relay for you? Yeah, just let me know we got about 20 minutes left on station. I copy. Break 3 Alpha Charlie, same question. How much time we left? 25 minutes. Okay, break. Dixie East Air Attack Bravo 79, rudder. For 3 Bravo Hotel, 20 minutes on station, and 3 Alpha Charlie, 25 minutes left on station. 130 for you? Okay. Think that'll be a hard right? You got a general right? One more VLAT. We're going to put back to coverage level 4 and just rerun that whole line back down again. It's about over the IP now. Roger that, Mass 5. Unless you see something different, I think we'll be done here. And Mass 4, he's just coming up to in our area now, so won't be a factor for you. Caution wake turbulence, so. Mass 5, copy. Bravo 79 on air to ground tactical. Bravo 79 lead plane on air to ground tactical. You know what we're doing? We got a mass. We're going to drop 1 VLAT and then both helicopters back to you. They both have about 20 minutes on station, just for information. Both helicopters on station here. And 2 more drops of the air tanker and we'll be done with the return operation. Here's where you're at. I'm sorry, just that way. Good job, good start on that one, and let's go ahead and plan on Hold McClellan. Good work with you guys. All right, Hold got 3 miles or less. Sounds good. If it clears up, we'll call you out there. Okay, got the helicopters down low at your 2 o'clock down, and I'm going to go ahead and fly behind you. 914, going to turn left turn, coming back in here. You're cleared down to 7.5 with me. Left turn out 85 for 75, 914. So could you maybe tie in with him and get us a little bit clearer information? Will do. How much time do you have left on station? We got 2 drops to go. Eagle Helco, copy. Contact me after your last drop. Helco. You wanted it, so. Yeah, it was just about probably 1/8 of a wingspan too far right. Roger that. Yep, we'll work on that. You're doing good. Thanks for the help. All right, 914, I want 3 quarters in, 1 quarter out. We're going to be having you start further up the hill with that coverage level 6. I want you basically hitting everything direct here. We're knocking the poop out of it on this one. Copy that, and we'll be looking for you coming on extended downwind here, I think. Yep, I'm on the downwind now, leveling out at 7.3 for 7.5, doing 140 knots. Let me know when you want me to pick it up. I'll be the hard right, you'll be the general right. And we do not have you in sight yet. I'm going to do a hard 360 at 7.5 looking for you. We are at 7.5. Oh, you know what? You're off the right, I'll bet. Yep, you're way over on the right. We're on kind of a right downwind now. Do you want us to hold that or come left with you? Left with me. Just go ahead and start the right turn, slide in right behind me. Do that. Keep that right turn. I'm doing 120, so you follow behind me, okay? Good. Down to 7.5. All right, 7.5. Okay, and I'm slowing down to 95 now until you close the gap. 12:30, 1 o'clock. So I am on the north side where all the retardant is, on the side of the mountain in the clear. Gotcha. Alright, just keep this turn coming all the way around. And did I hear something like 67 or 66 over the top? 68 at the top, and you'll just be pushing over, going right down the fire line. Okay. I'm going to pick up another 120 for you. I'm probably going to dish out on you here. Hopefully I can make this work. But I can just go ahead and do a 360, we can do it together. The retardant line in the clear in the little bowl just over the ridge. That's where you're orbiting? That's where we're orbiting. Eagle Helco, copy. 7,000 back up to 7,500, and I'm doing the 270 all the way around, coming back up at 140 knots. Follow me all the way around at 7.5. I'll start that descending turn again. Yeah, it was just too much of a turn for me. I couldn't bank it anymore. And not a problem. I'm at 140 for you now at 7.5. How's this working for you? What? I'm not going to be able to make that turn inside the column. I'm going to have to come around the north end of it again. You keep that heading there, and I'm going to go ahead and pull in front of you. Okay, hold this heading now. Okay. Oh, your left turn here shortly. Rudder? Go ahead, 1 Charlie Hotel. Towards that road. We're flying over Walker Mine right now. Walker's just got 4 miles. Head over to Plumas. Then it is 70. Hey, you're 9 o'clock. Got quite a bit more smoky, didn't it? If we do, and that's why you're the last drop for the day. Good. Consider you still there, painting a picture. I'm going to close down things and talk to you. You do have air attack in the east zone operating, no factor to us. Helco at 7,500, rotors at 7,000. Transition west side 395. Slowing to 130, let me know when you want to pick it up. Just hold 130. This is 130 for you. Intermittent out here. I got you though, I got good eyes on you here. Working good now? Just keep that 130 though, I'll let you know when to pick it up. Hold the 130 for you. And attack channel there. Okay, on station, 1 Charlie Hotel, 2 Charlie Hotel. 2 Charlie Hotel has 2 drops left before they are being go for fuel. I have 5 Charlie Hotel back at Eagle Helibase on a mandatory shutdown after 4 hours, but I requested a fuel and return after that break. Copy all. We're currently still working that right flank area that we passed off as we crest the ridge. I'm working with the ground contact 1781 to reestablish their priorities. They don't want us dropped on the flank, they want us more interior. Break. That's it, I go around. Hey, firmware on final right now. Should be about 1 minute, you should be cleared back up. Okay, yeah, no problem. And 3 Alpha Charlie will be number 2 behind you. Copy. 11 Charlie on command, go ahead. 1018 will be the identifier. They are on the road now, heading up your way to scout it out to see if they can get their truck up there. I told them to make contact with you once they get to the summit. 11 Charlie, copy. Run, you have the division.
Last piece, 70 Charlie and Boss Sims, that way the ground contact. Boss Sims seems to be coming up on the radio most and is a reliable ground contact. The spot that they were initially requesting that you pass to me was interior to the fire.
Back with a little more than 500. Okay, we'll go ahead and have the helicopters drop, and we'll just come back and have you just go ahead and hit the heaviest spot with us again. We'll do it from a right-hand pattern this time. I'm out over the lake for the helicopters. We had a couple coming inbound there. Sorry about that. It just. Okay, I'm at your about 5 o'clock. You can just keep that right turn coming all the way around, and let's go ahead and come back to about 150. 50 on the right turn, 914.
Clear for one drop, 3 up, Charlie.
Drop up over there. Break Southern River. 3 up, Charlie. Turn coming there. Charlie. 3 up with Charlie. Eagle Helco, air to ground command west. Is that dozer down below you there? At your 2 o'clock. Engine 1781. Looking to reestablish some work priorities. Standby 1. With Deputy Operations.
West with Deputy Ops, West Communications, passing a message for Task Force Leader 10. He would like a landline call when you're ready to copy. I have the number.
Go ahead.
West with Deputy Ops, West Communications. 5.
Definitely cooled stuff down. We're just going to go ahead and go further down the hill at this point. We're going to go into a little bit of a saddle there. You're going to be down low on your exit, and again, I'm going to be the hard right. You got the jump right. Good. On Eagle Helco, air to ground command. Just put it direct on the fire. We want this to be cooling action only. And that's not working for you guys? Oh, that 140 the helicopter is exiting. He's going down low.
Shelmore 10 on command.
For the 24-hour cast, just put and hold what we got down in here. Clearing everything here at 6,600. If I got an engine module or an equipment box to them, what about pushing that ridge to the south where they're going to bring down that contingency line? Sam, Eagle Helco, air to ground command west. Hey, you have a good one. Back to McClellan and hold.
Day, unfortunately, back to McClellan and hold, 914.
All air tank operations are done. You guys are cleared unrestricted. Clear about Hotel. 500 mile east of Susanville.
All night, and I'll be back out in the morning to check it.
Approximately 4 miles from your position, sir.
Yeah, getting a little dark, so we're just making sure everybody knows where we're at here.
5 Charlie Hotel. We have you on TCAS at this time, and we'll maintain 6,000 if that works for you, 500 feet of vertical separation.
Hey, sir.
Brent, you guys sound a lot like.
Yeah, that's all right. Every day.
You too, man. Good working with you.
Sir Tech, where are you at reference 914? We're over Honey Lake, turn back towards Platte.
At 914, I'm over the drop.
So, Drew, we weren't able to really effectively establish new priorities. What's probably cleanest, you make contact with 2207 and reestablish if we need to support that dozer line further up the right flank. That seems to be a priority, but our ground contact crews are saying they got boots on the ground and they're good. But from our vantage point, there's still rotor work to do. Copy that.
Cooper, Pickle, Tag 5.
6,600 with 5 Charlie just a little bit behind us.
Papa.
Okay, we've completed retardant work here. Visibility continues to be an issue here. It's coming up over Antelope your way, so we'll see once we get the 2 rotors out for fuel. I'm going to have them hold for now and assess the back door.
Okay, copy that. Yeah, appreciate that in there today. We've got dozer line completed. You know, I'd say maybe 40% of the way down the slope right now, break.
Copy.
And then Feather River's bringing it up out of the hole, going direct. You know, if everything stays the way it is, we're expecting to get the hand line tied in tonight. And we got 24-hour resources to hold that we got.
Okay, I copy. Over in Romeo, we're getting a northwesterly, so expect that to come your way here in a little bit and compromise the line.
Okay, good copy on that. And then our problem point on this line is down at the bottom towards the flats. We got a corner where it came up from the toe of the slope where they tied it into that spur ridge they brought it up of, and where you guys been dropping. That's kind of our problem area as of now.
Okay, all makes sense to me, man. We'll keep these rotors as long as it's prudent here with visibility, support you best we can.
Okay, appreciate that. And just for your knowledge, some West Zone resources are going to be putting in a dozer line from the top of the escarpment in section 29, middle of the section there, and bringing it down the ridge. They got some favorable fuel in there, lack of timber. They're going to bring it off hopefully tonight.
Okay, good deal. Appreciate it.
And sorry, one more thing while I got you. Any access into that spot that we were calling in section 26 or 27 where Papa trainee was, or still smoked out?
No, it's worse than earlier. Probably less than half mile viz.
Okay, copy that. Thanks for the help.
Yep, you betcha. And I'll still be overhead for at least another 2030 minutes.
I got it.
Group from operations, I copied that traffic direct. I'll make it happen. Forward, mile secure, left wing below you, not a factor. Got you, dude.
Far right, because believe it or not, this rough is all get out over there to the right.
Yep, it is. Copy that traffic from Genesee group. Request for law enforcement into the Genesee group.
Negative, but I'll relay it to Leah.
Copy that. closures, assistance with folks that are still in here that have not evacuated, and a presence. Fires impacting the entire community. I copy, Chad. I'll pass it on.
Genesee? A fire's impacting the whole community, or were they talking about Milford?
I am about 3 minutes from Taylorsville.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Were they talking about Genesee?
Can we get going?
Yeah. It says the fire is impacting the entire community?
Any timber. That's what they're looking at, bringing down the 5 dozers. They've been walking around all day to get them up there.
Park to the west here.
David, let them know, tax 99. Will be the contact.
Chuck that. Probably for road closures.
Tax 99, transit crew.
Yeah. Dang it. I just looked at my cell phone, which is a 2-minute or 1-minute delay behind this broadcast, and he just said entire community again, and I missed it. What were they talking about?
And Eagle Elko is climbing through 7 to 7.5, just coming over the ridge.
Can you see it on a certain cam,
Elko,
Dusty?
West air attack, TFR. East air attack, go.
Pyrocumulus cloud?
All tankers and lead returning to base.
West communications, EVAC on command, radio check.
Division Quebec, West communication, copies loud and clear.
Command 31.
That's extremely alarming.
Okay. Yeah, good copy on that. 2 rotors, Papa, 10 minutes on station. I'll let you know if we're going to return. Might be fueling home semi. Copy that. I still have 3 out here with me. 1, 2, and 5, Charlie Hotel. Copy all. Have a good one.
Yeah, which one, Neil? Here, ask.
Command 89.
Yeah, it's okay, Kwick. Yeah, what we heard was just an alarming thing. They were asking for law enforcement assistance with people who had not evacuated because the entire community is being affected by the fire, but we're not sure which community was just mentioned. We know it's East Zone. Is it Genesee or Milford or what? Heather Williams says Genesee. I imagine any second they'll take Taylorsville to a mandatory evacuation, like we've been seeing the writing on the wall, like Daniel Kearns was saying. He's like a prophet because he just. I mean, you don't have to be a prophet, but it's like predicting the future if you just kind of understand the situation. He's right there, and that's who I trust implicitly. He knew about Greenville's vulnerability. He said, fire will likely come to Taylorsville. I don't know when.
Road to road, still mine. Just go direct. On my path, any boots on the ground there.
On the right there, that's Dire Mountain.
3 Bravo Hotel, air attack copies. I'm overhead. That's going to be a fuel and hold. It's rapidly deteriorating coming across.
lost antelope. Still hold the Bravo now. Yeah, I'll let Feather River know. Appreciate it.
Okay, that's Indian Valley. Part of it we can see. That's so alarming to see the fire up there. It's looking almost.
Feather River, Dixie, air attack, air to ground command.
That's looking east-southeast, but we can't see Genesee. It's over the mountains.
For sure. Yeah, so if you got us on a hold, we can actually do a couple more buckets for you. We got the fuel for it. Yeah, I like it. If you're willing, we'll take it. And still viable going up and over direct or 395 route. Okay, you said next out we can just go direct? Yeah, on the exit affirm. Okay, yeah, we can get at least 2, maybe 3 more buckets. I copy. I'll break through Alpha Charlie, safe traffic.
Reminder, the camera on the right is Dyer Mountain. The camera on the left is over by Susanville. We just said that the whole situation by Antelope Lake is collapsing or escalating. I can't remember the word term. So the east zone has got their hands full. So that's why we're seeing the flurry of activity over there.
Density altitude 1,000. Charlie, air attack. Yes, sir. We got one more. I copy. With conditions deteriorating, plan on fuel and hold. Fuel and hold.
Oh, never mind. He was talking about visibility conditions deteriorating. God.
That's affirmative, 3 Alpha Charlie.
Sorry, I needed to clarify. He said conditions were deteriorating by Antelope, and there was no context, and so I thought it meant the situation. But he may have meant the visibility conditions. So he's telling other aircraft to probably just refuel and stay on the tarmac. We do have an escalating situation over here at Genesee where we're calling in law enforcement saying that the whole community is impacted by fire. That's the best thing we can determine right now. So let's continue to listen about what's going on.
Calling QPAC, you're broken, barely readable on command 31.
Feather River, Dixie, air attack, air to ground command.
Thank you. Fireman 8121 in the chat, so you just played it back and it was Genesee. Thank you so much. What a horrible situation. I imagine that Taylorsville might be at risk.
1 more out of the Crane and 2 out of the Hawk. That's going to do it. Air attack's going to have us hold because of the incoming smoke. Because of that, we can do a couple more buckets for you.
Wind's changing. I can see it on visible satellite.
Yeah.
Hey, Bolt, can you give me a link? I'm making you able to do links for a second.
Just crossed Genesee by the store, making its way up the neighboring ridge towards Argentine, going around Peel Ridge. Back up, working right flank. Right flank, copy that. And Helco, 1 Charlie Hotel. Can you pick us up at where the retardant line is? The biggest spot up there on the very top of the ridge. We'll meet you there, and you can just sort of show me where you want us. All right, copy that. I'll meet you there at the retardant line. Helco, 5 Charlie Hotel will be number 3. Hey, firm, it's a little low for you here, so I'm going to try to work you. We've got a couple spots we want to pick up. I think it's a little low on the road, but you can do it straight. Good copy. We'll keep circling over at Honey until you're ready for us.
There's nothing to see on these cams. It's just whether or not they survive or not. We'll know in a little bit, but the smoke overwhelmed Kern County cams, otherwise I would show them. But also we got a little bit of viewer feedback that seeing a lot of the fire and flames was a little overwhelming, so I don't want to focus on that too much. But you can rewind the video.
Looks like they're on fire. I can hit that.
You can rewind the video if you want to see the crazy time lapse of the burn over of the cams.
Tango 3 Bravo, command.
In Kern County.
C-Fire 24.
Now I said the fire was trying to make its way up Argentine, and I believe that's way up here north of Snake Lake. I'm really not concerned very much for mineral today.
Tango 3 Bravo, command.
The wind is going to be blowing away from it.
Sitting right on top of the ridge. That's 7,800.
We don't have good cams on the Dixie.
5,800, almost getting ready to crest the ridge.
6,800, sorry about that.
6,800, no problem. Oh, we got you in sight. I got you.
Okay, we'll spin around.
Follow you.
Okay, we'll come around behind you.
Okay.
I'm going to check this a lot. The left side might show the fire over by Janesville Road on the left side, because that's by Susanville. The right side is
frequency change approved.
looks good by Westwood right now. North of it,
we want to start from pretty much the ridge line here, going direct all the way, pretty much as far as you can see. It looks like they have a few spots out past where we were working before.
So it's going to be on the west side here of the ridge?
The left side, out your left window, all this.
Oh, all this right here?
A-firm.
Oh, no problem. All right.
And then you'll look farther forward. It gets pretty dark underneath there. They have another spot, that next ridge over, kind of the direction you're going.
Okay, we'll work all this stuff off of our 9 o'clock and try to get some spots here, but this doesn't look too good.
Pretty bad. You'll see this spot is farther over to your left, quite a ways out.
I think he's talking to this one. This crew, the crew in the Vertol.
We wanted to stay back here and work.
Yeah, I think we'll drop a line on our way out and be looking for our sister ship coming up the road.
The wind will be blowing towards Janesville.
Left, roger. Right. Okay, Echo's getting out of the way to the north.
Gotcha. Rotor breeze.
Okay. This is
Okay, John, no joy on rotor. It's starting to deteriorate. I'd give it a little less than 3 miles now.
Once again, this is the French fire time lapse. We were looking at it. This is from a different angle. Where the smoke clouds are where that camera is struggling to live. The poor camera, we hope that it makes it the Shirley Ridge. See how it's just kind of been overwhelmed by smoke and flames here, and I don't want to close your eyes if you don't want to see the flames, but here's a 1 hour time lapse of that real quick. Mind you, this is Southern California, the French fire. But this camera may not survive. We hope it does. In fact, I'm going to do a 3 hour time lapse because the 1 hour isn't good enough anymore. You'll see this incredible. And keep closing your eyes if you are fire sensitive. This was some incredible footage. I can't make out what they're saying about the Dixie fire yet. No, I wish we had eyes.
Spot with the retardant line on the bare ground.
Affirmative.
Now, on the left cam, we might see what's going on Janesville Road. The wind should be pushing the fire towards Janesville, testing that line again. And on the right, that's Dyer Mountain. We can't see Genesee, but we might see part of Indian Valley.
Hotel, climb through 6,000, about a quarter mile from the Pink Hilltop.
Yeah, wind direction, sure.
Base, Eagle Helco, go.
You get 2 miles visibility to the south at Eagle Hell Base.
Thank you.
So, windy is a way better example.
Okay, a little bit lower, out about your 9 o'clock.
One more turn here, then I'll give you a show me.
Okay, we'll follow behind.
That's pointing towards Almanor. It's coming in from the Pacific, trying to find exits. Nothing affecting.
Once you come over, we're working this line from the Painted Rocks all the way to the west. Start out here with their 1 and 2 we're doing. We're making a left 4-bit through here and dropping on their way out. Thing you see along this line that we're flying is free game.
5 Charlie Hotel.
This is why I'm...
Boots on the ground, they're supposed to be going direct, but looks like there's some spotting over to our left now. You see the wind pushing on it, so let's get some work around and we'll be at it.
Sounds good.
So it's probably embers raining all over Genesee.
Your map up, Frank. Stove off the top there, taking the edge direct down in Milford proper break. The line that we had to take, it kind of ties into a road system there in section 29 that looking at diving off, so maybe only one tractor and you could kind of already have the line tied in before you dive off,
Be right back. I'm going to eat a few more bites of food.
Also, the type 3 can get by behind you.
Portola? I don't think so. I don't see any threat to Portola whatsoever as the winds are blowing towards Janesville. That's one of the concerns. Now that the fire's east of Genesee on the ridge, Genesee is now under a crisis. The fire will try to do this. That's its direction. It's going to start moving. Warner Valley right now, they mentioned it specifically. They're trying to do things to help structures, but we had just a brief mentioning of it.
Yeah, it looks like it is definitely climbing out to the west.
Right back, I'm going to just eat a little bit here. Wicked awesome. No embers yet here. Where are you at again?
Sounds like a good plan. And then, I got you. We'll tie in about those night resources. 2 24-hour dozers up on top tonight, patrolling and improving any of our lines.
Brand 13.
Trying to find eyes.
We need to get some signatures from you. Is there somewhere we can sign?
I'm trying to look at Caldor fire too. I just can't find a.
I'll be down at camp there at Highlands in about an hour.
When you guys say Plumes visible, can you please tell me what cam or where I can see that or where you got the info?
71 Charlie Hotel, Helco. How's the visibility at Emerson? It's pretty good here at Emerson. I'd say 2 miles. Copy. They just reported 2 miles at Hell Base as well.
I'm not seeing that, Frank Presley. I don't see the heat on the Dixie going down. Sometimes if you have a browser issue, you may have to delete all the temporary internet files and refresh it for CalTopo to see the correct info. But it looks flared up like mad. And thank you, Drew, for the concern. Okay, there's a link here to NOAA.
Water tender 2. Clear, go ahead. About 1 to 2 miles.
And that's where the fires are. The river, the monument, McFarland, Dixie, the Caldor, and the French. All of them just all active at once. The wind has really picked up just right on schedule. Thanks for the link. I forget that the NOAA satellite things are there. So they have stopped talking. I'm still trying to eat a little bit.
Near the division Papa area we're currently working.
Thanks, Bolt. Paul Arnold says the Caldor fire is picking up pace. Highway 50 has been closed between Sly Park and Myers. The west and east sides of the fire showing the plumes.
So it's starting to push back on us. We got another about half an hour to go here before we're going to get shut out.
Rocky Point clears. Okay.
Water tender 1070 on your tax. Closest to the lookout. Try to leave some of that up as you push dozers.
Hobo Ranch Road, that's right. Okay, let's take a look at that cam. Where's that? I keep forgetting about this one. Oh, fewer than last night, Frank Presley? Okay, I understand now. Sounds like last night was a bit hairy. And we went to bed about 8, but I sure as heck didn't see that. All over the place by Genesee. And that's where it's exploding. Let me see if there's any new evacuation issues. This is just a couple of minutes ago, well, an hour ago now, U.S. Forest Service. This is over by, kind of by Genesee. Only reachable by air. And the aircraft have moved away from
Whiskey, Trinity on command.
Okay. Thank you for confirming it, because I was just about to look. Mandatory evacuation for Taylorsville, just called by Plumas Sheriffs.
The pink blob, and we'll stick our nose in there and give you another drop here.
Okay, let me put the scrolling information.
Alto still 775, just south of repeater. Same mission.
One Charlie Hotel.
Okay.
See that wind starting to switch as well?
Yeah, it is.
You guys' comfortability, we're still good, but for dropping, once that turn's not able to be done, we'll call it, get out of here.
One Charlie Hotel, roger that.
Whiskey, safety. Whiskey, training.
Thanks for everything. I told Quincy if there's any aircraft requests that start with you, the ground 350. Okay, we're going to QB Reno today.
Here we go.
With 13 Gulf, 91 13 Gulf, and then 2 can go over and support 2200 Charlie on the hand line.
To the top of...
If you go up, Dave Valley Medic and Rough Medic have relocated to the corner of Diamond Mountain Road and North Valley. Dave Valley Medic and Rough Medics relocated to Diamond Mountain Road and North Valley. Go.
Thank you for the confirmation.
Charlie Hotels, short and final for Helby.
Once again, repopulating right in front of this stuff and not evacuating Taylorsville when we saw it coming.
Charlie on Nipsey, Command 10. How do you copy?
Genesee is, Taylorsville maybe, but yeah, they're doing a mandatory. It just issued a mandatory evacuation. A bunch of cell phone alerts just went off, and it's not even on the Facebook page of the sheriff's office yet. But I trust multiple people saying that, including firemen in the chat. So Genesee Valley is the whole community's been impacted by fire. Is one of the things we just heard on the radio, and is a terrible escalating situation. And all I gotta say right now is just put Daniel Kearns in charge of this entire thing. He's the guy who has the smarts. I don't know why they delayed this long to do it. We saw this coming all morning and yesterday. I have no idea why they wait till the last minute to do these things. I mean, yesterday when we saw the spot, I mean, for the love of cars, the spot went this far.
Get over that big blob on that rock. It clears up. Still make a 180 or a 180.
Yeah. Yeah. He is the man for the job. He's got the smarts. He's got the heart. He's not politically affiliated. He just tells it like it is.
Doing that, but just make sure that they're kind of roving and peeking in places, and I'll kind of patrol the 395, and if you need to do so as well, just want to make sure we don't miss nothing.
We know structures are at risk over by Antelope Lake. Somewhere between there and Janesville or Milford, but I don't know where. but the aircraft might have to leave depending on this visibility.
Charlie Trinity. 23 Charlie Trinity.
It's deteriorating.
Are you guys getting any water down there right now? The hoseway that runs by your engines is completely flat here.
No, it's not gone. They've not said anything. They said the whole community's being impacted by the fire, but they, even hours ago, rushed a whole bunch of engines there, and they had a lot of aircraft to try to prep the area. I have a link for you. It's Daniel Kern, and he predicted this morning.
We'll be in that area up on top in the saddle. I think it's kind of where you guys were last year.
He's a volunteer firefighter at Taylorsville.
Are you below 73 and 72?
Yeah, Frank Presley. I didn't get that impression in the briefing. I didn't hear that in the briefing. Did it come off the ridge down towards Taylorsville?
You guys got water in the way?
Daniel Kern. So I just linked to his page. He's a volunteer firefighter at Taylorsville Fire Department, and he keeps saying which communities are actually in danger. And like he said, Greenville was in danger the night before it all burned down, and he says he's disagreeing with them and talking about which community is going to be impacted next and as when and how as best as he can. He whips out maps.
Law enforcement presence in Norm as well as Genesee Road. Break.
Law enforcement's probably going door to door.
Locals who are impeding firefighting efforts and creating issues out here that is law enforcement issues that needs to be resolved. So we need law enforcement to be maintained in the fire area for North Arm and Genesee due to the continual issues with individuals getting in and out of roadblocks where roads are closed.
Each communication copies. We'll get law enforcement started to North Arm and Genesee. Locals going past the roadblocks, impeding firefighter efforts. 1648.
Yes, thanks for the reminder.
Available to get put a little water on it. It's going to put some smoke across the roadway for visibility issues.
I have nothing available.
Okay. I'll go see if I can time with Juliet. Maybe we can free up one of his.
Yeah, you're 9 o'clock low.
Tractor you were telling me about that needs a little work, maybe just with one engine? I'm up here, got the landowner with me. Are you planning on bringing the dozer line up and around, or are you going to be down below?
So earlier, Daniel Kern said that in Genesee, part of the reason they were having trouble protecting the community was somebody was refusing to allow dozer lines on their property. So I don't know what's going on there, but now they're calling in law enforcement.
Day operations, do you copy the traffic from 6840 Alpha, reporting to the east zone from the west, an assignment?
One more time on the identifier. We're going to take them into Ranch 25 in the Taylorville area. They're going to be put into Genesee from there. But I need the identifier real quick and their current location.
840 Alpha.
Direction. You guys.
Okay, no calls for violence in chat, please. You're going to get my channel banned.
70 and transition to the 89, like you're heading towards Lake Almanor. You're going to take the Taylorsville turnoff. It's probably about 10, 15 miles from the turnoff of the city, and come on into Taylorsville, right into the middle of town there, and contact branch 25 on the command channel. They'll get you to work.
840 Alpha copies. Branch 25 when we get to Taylorsville. See you in a while.
Appreciate the help out here.
Okay, copy that. I'm good with that. One more, please.
Did you copy that? We've got 40 Alpha travel time from ICP there at Quincy.
40 Alpha.
Communications.
Group Helco, Air Ground Command.
Branch 25, two things.
On us here, I got one more with each of the ships, and then we're going to have to hit that.
Law enforcement has been advised they are on the way.
And the one issue is being resolved with local law enforcement right now. However, I would like to ensure that we have continued law enforcement presence out here to continue to deal with the issues we're having.
5, 6, and a little bit of 7 there. It's starting to push back on itself, which is, it's working well. In that main burn that we've been working on, it's going to run right back into that. A lot of it's been it's checked up by the road. Lake Nap engines are picking up a couple spots outside the line, and I saw a dozer working, and they could probably go from where the Lake Nap engines are and punch it up and over the top and tie into where dozer Boss Sims was working.
East Communications copies. Taylorsville or 216 or drop point 217. We'll advise them and see what they say.
I'll check out with you before you leave.
I haven't heard Oak Tree Lane mentioned or any specific roads mentioned over by Janesville. Looks like the aircraft's pulling away though because they're losing their
About 2,000 feet that needs to be tied in between where your guys' line goes back in their contingency line.
This is the best camera to look at Janesville, the one on the left.
To them earlier about to get that buttoned up and tied in.
Now we might see fire over the ridge again as it gets pushed up towards Janesville, Milford. Sorry.
Check, loud and clear.
West Communications, DC-128, thank you. You're loud and clear. Break, lot 3. I'm going to be a little late for dinner.
Late for dinner.
128, West Communications, copies.
Five Charlie Hotel, Helco. Rudder.
Go ahead, 5 Charlie.
Take it back to base.
RTB, 5 Charlie Hotel.
6,500 to work for you.
April.
7-1 Charlie Hotel, Hotel.
And 1 Charlie Hotel, 6,500 direct. 5 Charlie Hotel and ahead of you.
Yeah, Morris. These things look more and more like volcanic.
Say again for 1 Charlie Hotel.
Yeah, 1 Charlie Hotel, let's take it in. 5 Charlie will be in front of you, 6,500 direct.
6,500 direct, also for 1 Charlie Hotel.
Sorry, I gotta finish my dinner. I'm never gonna eat it.
Contingency trainee, Outback, Command 12.
call where there's a bad radio reception, grab tanks, but what's up?
Yeah, we went up this dozer line, never saw 313, got stuck. We don't want to go any further, but we're out now, down on by the map tank. Everything's looking pretty good so far, so do you have another assignment, or you just want to keep patrolling this?
Camera on the right's Dyer Mountain, and we just see some of the normal activity that Dyer Mountain's been having for weeks. But now you get a look into Indian Valley here. We just can't see Genesee. There's a big, tall mountain range in front of it, but you can see a little bit disturbingly. Oops, wrong pen color. A yellow pen. Up there. The hills above places like Taylorsville and
inform 48 Charlie that water tender 452 will be en route to their location.
And we don't see the fire by Janesville Road yet. If we're going to that, that's a question mark.
2270 Trinity.
Oh, really? Ben says, Ben Sobel's page says, I'm on the edge of the sheep fire scar. They say it's a good fire block. Tons of dead standing timber and live grass and brush, not feeling their confidence. The hog fire was to the west of Susanville, though. It looked pretty flat, relatively. It's a bigger threat to Susanville today.
A couple guys, 122. There's nothing.
Might be that way.
The snow park, we're just by task force C-209. There's little spots on the south side of 36. We're going to pick that up.
48 Charlie, 2217. Attack.
He probably means right here. Speak of the devil. Exact spot I just drew on.
Go. Yes, sir, 1 Charlie Hotel. We dropped down here to about 5,000 feet. Copy, 5,000.
Wicked Awesome says, you know,
I'm down into Ida right now.
all the fires.
We're at that range, hit you up on tag. We've got all the hose pulled up to Humbug Summit. We were unable to make it over to the spring dip. That hose line's still in place. It's going to have to wait for tomorrow's.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock.
All the hose pulled and it's at Humbug Summit and Skyway.
Humbug, and we've got to put in a stake site. It'll be at the fire center. All the hose have been taken off this side.
11, Charlie, copy.
Right on clockwork, here's the wind shift change and the high winds.
So try contacting Lucky, Fire 24, and be looking for 452.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah. One moment. That's the Caldor fire taken off. They're all taken off because of the 5 o'clock wind whoosh as forecast as we were looking at today. I said come back and look at 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock. We have a community update to watch starting now for the Caldor fire, and I'm going to try and watch a little bit of that. If we need to listen to Dixie, I'll come back. But right now the Caldor fire is community update is happening. And right now they're not even talking on the Dixie fire, so if you'll bear with me, I'll get that up.
9213 Golf, 11 Charlie on command. Go for West Communications.
All aircraft on West Dixie, you're returning to Eagle Hello Base, fizzed out.
Yeah. All aircraft returning to base. No more.
Communications, copy, returning.
Okay, so I'm going to start the community meeting.
On the acreage and containment of the fire itself. So right now our fire is sitting nights before. Send in your questions. We're writing them down. We'll try to answer as many as we can within the time frame of the 30 minutes, and we'll get to it. So one of the big questions that I did want to get back to you guys, I know is a big thing, is the voting that's coming up. And those of you that are displaced, we got some information for you about voting. The county registrar has a flyer out, so if you visit their website, and we're going to start posting some because we got the flyer on the sandwich boards that we have throughout the community. It talks about the different ways you can get your vote ballot in and or get it. One of the ways is you can come to their office. Their office is at 2850 Fairlane Court Building C in Placerville. Also, you can send an email with your name, your physical address, your birthday, and the name of the election, which is the gubernatorial election, and they'll do that. And also, your mail is being held at the post office. So if you do go to the post office and check in there, show them your ID and pick up your mail, your ballot may very well be there at the post office for you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and give a quick ops update and bring up our ops section chief.
Good evening, Eric Schwab, Operations Section Chief with Incident Management Team 6. Couple things have occurred today. The smoke conversion has started to lift just a little bit, and we're getting the sun through, a hazy sun through the smoke, which has picked up fire behavior. As a result, we had a little bit of a slop over in Division Whiskey near Slug Gulch Road. For those on a real accurate map in Section 31, that is challenging Slug Gulch Road, which I'm using as a control point. We're currently working that with 4 Type 1 helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, and I'm expecting that we will hold that slop over in place. Moving into Division Alpha, again, tactical patrols, there's just a ton of work in here, and continued mop up. We have a lot of direct, indirect line on here. A lot of this is plumbed in this straight flank line from the branch break, Division Alpha, up pretty high to Division Delta. I'm hoping to use as primary direct control line. Division Delta, we constructed and are holding a direct piece of line from the MET Mormon Immigrant Trail down to Highway 50, and back here where the fire is touching the Mormon Immigrant Trail, we initiated a firing plan today that is taking that fire back to the west on the Mormon Immigrant Trail and tying into Ferrari Mill Road. The expectation there is to stop spread of the fire towards Pollock Pines. We will hang it up at Ferrari Mill Road in anticipation of tomorrow's wind event to make sure the fire doesn't come around Sly Park Road. It'll sit right there until we continue moving on with that. Ton of resources in Division Foxtrot and Division Hotel today. These resources are all the way up Highway 50, doing structure prep around homes and the cabins that are up Highway 50, and the same thing up here on the top on the plateau. Lots of resources up here doing structure prep on the cabins and infrastructure that's up top. And again, down at the heel, Division Uniform, Division Tango, Division Romeo, continued mop up in there. Couple of big events that have occurred today. Number one, at 15:30 today, Highway 50 was closed eastbound and westbound at Sly Park. down to all the way to Myers. We started to receive some debris falling down onto the freeway that was making it dangerous for cars to pass because the fire is so close. And a bigger reason, anticipation, weather forecast from our incident meteorologist is we have a red flag event starting tomorrow morning for southwest winds, sustained 20 to 30 miles an hour, which will make a strong push towards Highway 50. We're going to invest everything we can into holding the fire south of Highway 50. In the local unit here, Amador El Dorado, and working with the El Dorado National Forest, we've spent a lot of time on a fuel reduction project, FA50 it's called, doing a lot of thinning from Icehouse Road all the way up. So we're hoping that gives us a chance to hold that fire on Highway 50. With that, end of report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. With that, I'm going to bring up one of our unified ICs to answer a couple questions. Chief Marcucci.
Good evening. My name is Mike Marcucci. I'm one of the Unified Incident Commanders here for the Caldor incident, representing CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 6. One of the questions that was asked from a viewer was about the repopulation timeline. And as we mentioned a couple days ago, that timeline right now is pretty open right now. We're saying probably about at least 2-week window to get folks back into their homes due to the infrastructure damage that we're trying to get repaired as fast as we can. The fire, as you can see, has quite a bit of open line still, and until we can get that buttoned up, we just don't feel it's safe enough to allow residents back into their homes. And we want to allow the utility companies an opportunity to get in there and do their best to restore those services so when people do go home, they have power, water, and gas at their residences. So we will update this continually. We know it's on the minds of the residents. It's a big priority for the team here to get folks back in and to restore the community to the situation it was before the fire as soon as we can. And we will keep you updated through these meetings and through social media as those days pass by.
Thank you, Chief. A couple questions real quick here that we received. One was the cause of the fire. Right now the cause of the fire is still under investigation. Once that information, we get that information and it's vetted properly, that will be released through the proper channels for you. Another question, planned scheduled containment of the fire. So that's been marked on our update sheets that are coming out every 7 a.m., 7 p.m. We have it as August 31st. That is subject to change. That can, be bumped up to be a sooner date. It can be bumped back to be a later date. It's just all dependent on fire conditions, the weather, the fuel, everything that drives what the incident commanders and operation are doing to make sure that they can contain the fire in a timely manner. With that, I'll bring up our ops section chief with a couple more questions.
Okay. Has the fire crossed Omo Ranch Road into Amador? No. The fire is still north of Slug Gulch Road, which Slug Gulch Road is north of Omo Ranch Road. Is the wind going to be bad for Amador County? No, not tomorrow. The southwest wind is pushing the fire into a northeast direction away from Amador County. So that wind direction won't be pushing the fire into Amador County. Southwest corner of the fire, an update on that. Again, everything is looking good with the exception of in Division W, the slop over that is challenging Slug Gulch Road. Again, we're throwing air assets at it and ground resources, and I'm confident that we will be able to pick that slop over up. Firing operations, yes, we are doing firing operations. We're starting our firing operations again on MET below Jenkinson's Lake and hanging it up at Ferrari Road. And after we get through Saturday's wind event, if conditions are favorable, we will continue that out. And my goal is to start creating a catcher's mitt to prevent the fire from going into the communities in that direction. So we are implementing that. Those firing operations we don't take lightly. They're coordinated. We do a very strict written plan, assigning who's lighting, how we're putting fire on the ground, how that fire is going to behave, who we identify who our holding resources are, who our line supervision is, and that firing plan gets vetted all the way up through the ICs signing that. We utilize the incident meteorologist to give us a forecast. We only do it in favorable conditions. We use our fire behavior analyst to give us all the intel that we can get to make sure that that's a successful operation. A question, what's involved in structure preparation? A lot of times we're just removing fuel away from the houses. We'll typically ring a house. We'll construct a fire control line around your house so fire can't get in it. We'll make sure, wood piles, we'll get rid of those. We'll broadcast them away from your house. Anything we can do to fireproof that house up to and involving in extreme circumstances, ring firing the house, so we'll actually set a fire around the structure and then we will extinguish that fire to create a black line around the structure. So that's typically what that involves. Talked about the northern part of the fire. The one additional thing that I will touch on is with the closure of Highway 50 today, we also extended the evacuation order eastbound to include Kybers and Strawberry. They are right in alignment with this wind event that's going to occur, and hence I have about, probably 150 folks and resources doing structure defense along the structures up Highway 50 there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. One of the questions was to go over the most recent EVAC orders and warnings. So those that came out for you, we'll go over those. So the road closures, as the ops chief was talking about, was Highway 50 in both directions. Right here in the head of the fire, we have that down. So Highway 50, both directions from Sly Park Road exit to Twin Bridges. So that's going to be closed in that section, right? And as it said, the evacuation order is extended. So the following evacuation orders were extended from the evacuation order line at Twin Bridges, east to Echo Summit, and from Highway 50 south to the Amador and Alpine County lines, and north to the Placer County line. So that's going to cover that whole area of the El Dorado Forest that was in a closure. That's moving to that evacuation order. With that, our warnings, I'm sorry. So evacuation orders. So evacuation orders. Silver Fork in Kybers, east to Twin Bridges. So anybody that is in Kybers, east to Twin Bridges, with that order, we're asking you to follow the exit plan that CHP has in place, which is you're going to evacuate to the east into the Tahoe Basin to make that. And anybody west of Kybers, we're asking that you evacuate west into Placerville, okay? So with that, north and south of the line, extending from Twin Bridges to Placer County line and south to the Amador County line, right? So road closures, we went over that, went over the evacuation orders. There's some more coming for Amador County that we'll be going over. And with that, we're going to bring up our El Dorado County Sheriff Representative, Sergeant Palmberg.
Thank you. Sergeant Palmberg, PIO, El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. A couple questions here regarding Code Red. As we've gone over several times in the last few days during these community meetings, you register for Code Red on the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office website. There is a quick link there on the home page to register for, I believe it says emergency notifications. Obviously, you want to review your order, make sure you have your registration, make sure you have the correct address. You can activate your Wi-Fi phone if you want it to be linked to your phone, provide an email address. That is ultimately how the best way to register for Code Red. Another question regarding Code Red, what form of communication will advise when evacuation orders lift? So one form of communication is through our Code Red system. You will receive a message. However you receive the evacuation order, you'll receive that in the same fashion via text, message as well as email. So we will be putting that out when we do any sort of repopulation. Another question is, please specify the evacuation order regarding if it includes Omo Ranch, Mount Auckham to Fairplay. No, those areas were in evacuation warning status. They are still in evacuation warning status. As the prior speaker, Ryan, mentioned, the evacuation orders in place today, the actual orders to evacuate, we currently have deputies and officers out there right now evacuating, is from Kybers on Highway 50, headed east to Twin Bridges, and that whole area from Highway 50 north to the Placer County line, as well as south to the Amador County line. That is the only new evacuation order. And the evacuation warning has extended from Twin Bridges to the Echo Summit, north to Placer County, south to the Amador Alpine County line. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'd like to apologize. When I was up here, I talked about the evacuations in Amador County. So those are just evacuation warnings. And I don't have the terminology or the location in front of me. I know it was already released by Amador County Sheriff, but it basically is down here on the bottom, and it's just going to encompass this little area here where the order continued in El Dorado County. We're just surrounding the bottom of it with a warning to let everybody know, just in case. With that, I'd like to bring up our Ops Section Chief with a couple more questions.
Okay, I was asked what a slopover was. A slopover is an area of the fire that comes out of our established control line. That's our term for it, and that is what has occurred in Division W that we're currently trying to attack. Has power been shut off in the evacuation areas? Some of the areas, yes, that have been impacted by the fire that are evacuated, the power is off in those areas. In other areas, in evacuation warning areas, and some of the ordered evac areas, the power has not been turned off. Specifically, if folks are inquiring if has the power been turned off along the Highway 50, the new evacuation orders, no, we have not requested that PG&E turn that power off yet. Question, has the fire jumped the Consumnes River? The fire is well established in two forks of the Consumnes River on both sides of the river. Currently, it has been for several days. It's in that river system, which is a pretty incredible drainage system. And then a question about the threat. So when we issue evacuation orders and warnings, that we issue those because there is a threat, there is a potential there, and we don't take those lightly when we ask folks to leave. So yes, if there is an order or a warning, please take those serious, particularly under a red flag event. This fire a couple of days ago made a 20,000 acre run to the north and to the east under our normal diurnal conditions, meaning the normal weather that we see up in this area typically every day during the summer. This red flag event is an extreme event, and if it comes to fruition, we will see rapid fire growth and spread. So please, if you are asked to evacuate, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We have some questions for our local forests, and with that, I'll bring up our Deputy IC for our Unified IC for the Forest Service.
Thank you. Good evening, Ben Newbern, Unified IC with the U.S. Forest Service. Question is, are there any current plans to reduce evacuation zones, mandatory evacuation zones, down to a warning? Currently, there are no plans to reduce those to a warning. You will not see those happen until we have containment of the fire perimeter in that area. Furthermore, you're not going to see those evacuations rescinded until either the fire doesn't have threat to that area, or if impacted by the fire, not only does the fire not have a threat, but we're able to reestablish utilities and mitigate some of the hazards caused by the fire so that it's safe to re-enter that area. Again, no plan change to drop to warnings on any of our mandatory evacuations.
Thank you, sir. With that, I do have some of the Amador County evacuation warnings. So we'll go over those for you so you have the most up-to-date information. So the Amador County evacuation warnings are as follows. These are the new ones. South of the El Dorado Amador County line with the western border of Highway 88 due south to the east end of Salt Springs Reservoir. Southern border of the Calaveras County line. Eastern border of the Alpine County line. So that encompasses that area that I was talking about down in here for that warning. With that, I'd like to bring up our Ops Section Chief for a couple more questions, then we'll move into closing comments.
Okay. Question was asked, what's the difference between having established control lines and having it partially contained? So containment is a term that we use as a number represented by a percentage of how much control line we have around a fire. So control line is the actual line that we're using and hoping that the fire does not cross. That's control line. Containment is what percentage of our fire has containment. Currently our fire is at 0% containment. I'm hoping that's going to change a little bit tomorrow for us. And then how does a decision get made to use water versus retardant? We use water direct on the fire's edge. It's an extinguishing agent. We use retardant when we're out taking advantage of topographical features such as ridge lines and stuff. We'll pre-treat those before the fire hits it or prior to us doing firing operations. And the retardant actually will still be effective when it dries up and the water content is out of it. It's still effective, many days after it's been applied. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. With that, I'll bring up our Deputy IC, Chief Marcucci, for some closing comments.
Thank you. Good evening again, everybody. Mike Marcucci, Incident Commander for Incident Management Team 6. Just to wrap this up, I want to thank everybody for joining in here. This is a great medium to get some information across. I do want to reiterate a couple of things that were said here tonight. The first one is heeding those evacuation warnings and orders. If you are in an evacuation order, please evacuate. It's one less thing that the firefighters out there have to worry about. Is if you are not there, we don't have to worry about your life safety. So that leaves property and the environment at the top of our list. If you are still in your residence in an evacuated, ordered area, then we do have to make sure that you are out when the fire does actually come. If you're in a warning, it's a great time to start looking at that Ready, Set, Go campaign that we have that CAL FIRE has worked on as well. Have your plan to go. Have somewhere to go. Have your bag packed, your valuables located. When the fire approaches is not the time to try to figure that out. So that would be the takeaway from this. If you're in a warning, is to be ready to go if that turns into an order. As you've heard, we have some weather changing tomorrow on our fire. We do have some red flag warnings over the fire. Some significant winds going to potentially be surfacing. If that's the case, that large fire spread, that rapid rate of spread can occur, and we may have to change some of those warnings to orders. And so it's imperative that you're ready to go when that happens. We will continue to deliver as much information as we can to the community. We know you have a lot of questions. We will continue to try to answer those to the best of our ability. Thank you again for joining in. Captain Lubin here will provide some additional stats that he provided at the beginning of this broadcast to you, and then we will close it out. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chief. And just to reiterate what the Chief was saying, please, as we set out those evacuation warnings and orders, please adhere to them, listen to us. We know it's a difficult thing. There's many of our own within this base camp of all agencies that are within these affected areas, may have lost their homes or know loved ones that have. And so we do understand, we are sympathetic, we do want to get you back as soon as we can, but to do that we have to get you out so we can provide for that fire protection and get the fire contained in a timely manner. With that, those of you that were coming in late may have missed some of the update of information, and I'd like to go over that with you again to make sure you guys do have the most up-to-date information. So our acreage for the fire is 73,415 acres. We're sitting at 0% containment, and we currently have 1,118 personnel assigned to this incident. Again, I'd like to remind you, those numbers are subject to change every 7 a.m., 7 p.m. And we also put out additional information like the evacuation warnings and orders throughout the day. And there might be other things that come out, like stuff about donations or update on shelters and animal shelters for you. So as the new information comes out, please stay up to date with it. Keep watching. We're getting that information out as fast as we can for you, most up to date as we can. It is a moving target, and we're here for you guys and to get you back to normal as a community. With that, thank you very much. Have a good night and stay informed.
At the border of box 4 and 3, about 3 blades wide from Lost Creek to that 5200 contour line of the 4 and 3 at the rock face. So just wanted to let you know.
I copy. So it's going to require hand crew work to get down that rock face, correct?
I went and walked it from right above the Guernsey campground off of 36, and it's like a rock wall. It's like a bunch of huge boulders, probably 60-foot tall boulders. I don't even know if a hand crew is going to be able to do anything in there.
Okay, can it be used as a natural barrier, or is that plan not going to work?
You can see it might be a good natural barrier. That whole rock face that you can see on the contour lines on the map is just straight rock. There's not really any vegetation in there.
Copy, and do you have the progress of the dozers coming up from the bottom?
They went direct, pretty much at box 3 and 2, and they got rocked out. Rock face.
I copy.
This is why locals should be the guides here. They go, can we put a dozer over here? No, that's a sheer rock face. Oh. Well, is that a natural barrier? Oh. We can appreciate all the crews from all over the country here. I mean, some people are from Marin County, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Vegas. I mean, people are coming from all over here. So we've got several different situations on the Dixie fire. The immediate evacuation of Taylorsville that was ordered. We've been saying for days, why is this place not evacuated? And even, especially this morning, they knew, last night, they knew that the ember from way up here landed halfway to Quincy, and then it went today's wind blowing like so, where it could rain embers all over Genesee. And Genesee was, of course, already mandatory evacuated. But then I was speculating, as the winds swirl around, what would keep it from going to Taylorsville? What would keep more embers from doing this, threatening Taylorsville? Because up here is on fire. And so we were speculating, what is the madness of having this evacuation map, which is probably going to be looking different. But earlier in my stream, everything was under red, mandatory evacuation over here, except yellow right here. Warning. What? And so, as we just saw, just like 40 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago.
E1399, go ahead for Milford Group.
Finally evacuating them. Why not tell people in the morning and give them more time? They just, I don't know. Going back, welcome back, Amber and Dustin.
Brand 16, firing box punch on command.
Hang on, we'll listen.
Milford Group, go ahead.
Look at the Caldor. It looks like it's picking up too, because all these places are affected at once because this is the afternoon wind. We can have, there was a terrifying forecast for Saturday on the Caldor fire. He was saying 35 mile an hour sustained winds. So I got to figure out what this new red flag warning is. But right on clockwork, around 5 p.m., the winds are going to shift and start blowing hard towards the northeast.
1399 Milford, did you tie them with side-by-side? They were running the chain and binders up.
Here we go.
Levi's 2, tenders 1 up this hole.
So they really should have emphasized that terrifying
Branch 16, firing boss bunch on command.
statement about just why Strawberry is being evacuated and such. That was so understated.
He's on his way up to you. He should be there in about 5 minutes, I would think. Deputy Ops on command.
Let's go to Windy. If anybody knows about special weather statements.
Alaska Deputy Ops, we'd like to request permission to begin firing on Division Quebec from Butte Lake. We're starting to have fire down below our position, outflank us, and we want to get ahead of it to hold the line. Starting time would be approximately 1800 following the approved firing plan.
Firing boss bunch, last deputy ops. Permission granted. Additionally, the UAS will be showing up around 1900.
Butte Lake.
This is 1400 Alpha. We're sent down from Division Romeo, working on the west zone today for substitute.
So it's up there by the...
You're to report to the east zone in the Genesee Valley, drop point 218. Contact east zone communications on their head.
Sorry, Rogue Mouse. So they're going to try to not be flanked up here. It's firing. That's what they just said.
Deputy Ops, go ahead.
Can you relay to Strike Team 1400 Alpha that they're to respond to the Genesee Valley area? Contact the East Zone Communications for their assignment.
Deputy Ops, repeat your traffic. There's multiple people talking at the same time. Bushwood Ops, you recovered on your last. Can you try one?
Contact Strike Team 1400 Alpha and have them respond to the East Zone, to the Genesee Valley area. They can contact East Zone Communications for their assignment.
Bushwood Deputy Ops 1400 Alpha, we're at point 218. That's where we're instructed to go. We're in the town of Taylorsville, off of Main Street.
Main Street.
I copy. Up on East Zone Command Net, and they'll give you an assignment. Branch 25.
Genesee proper.
Hey, they're just meeting on Main Street in Taylorsville, right? I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. I'm looking up this wind event thing. There's got to be a special weather statement. And so I was kindly given the tip.
Did you copy that? You've got a strike team that's staged in Taylorsville area. They're ready to go to work.
Repeat that, please.
You got an Alpha strike team that came over from the west zone. They are staged in Taylorsville, and they're ready to go to work. I don't have their identifier. Put them up on the radio.
Well, I got a tip about this website. Wow, this got a lot of options here. If anybody's familiar with this, walk me through it. So this is predictive services for the North Zone, California outlooks, daily outlook, 7-day outlook for fire weather danger. Go. Northern California, Southern. Okay. Go. I don't know if it's just. Oh man, really? Okay. Can somebody else check out if that's just not working for me? If I need a different browser or what? I was hoping to get the 7-day fire forecast here. We can read NOAA. NOAA will have a special weather statement, I'm pretty dang sure. They're not talking right now, but hopefully they'll go and protect as much as they can in Genesee and Taylorsville. The idea would be protect the structures right now, I'm sure. So, officially homegrown, I'd like to help. Would you please email me? It's a box of my channel. You need to contact me. There's no way I'll remember that. Officially homegrown. So, thank you for the volunteering. Thank you. So, here's my email. kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail. So sorry. I've got a lot of my hands full. If you could please reach out to me, I really appreciate that. Dusty Smoke says red flag.
Going to C71, Thursday, out of water.
Somebody's out of water. Anybody know if the Ranger Chalet at the southern entrance to Lassen Park survived? Who knows if it'll survive the night?
Traffic,
you know, like,
this is 6840 Alpha. We're about 5 miles out of Taylorsville.
the battle's ongoing.
40 Alpha 5 out of Taylorsville. Just go past Taylorsville up Genesee Road, go to draw point 600 and hail Genesee Group on TAC 99.
6840 Alpha, you're unreadable.
Okay, 7-day forecast for the Dixie fire coming up.
36 Alpha.
Hang on.
76 Alpha, Trinity. Yeah, hose line.
Okay, it doesn't look too amazing for the Dixie fire, but the Caldor fire might be the super red flag event. So thanks for typing that in chat, and I want to get the full thing. So I'm just going to look up Strawberry, California. See if I get an official special weather statement for the region. There's 3 Strawberry Californias, really? One in Marin County? Oh. Okay. Okay, here it is. Red flag warning. Urgent National Weather Service. I'm going to mute that because it's almost unintelligible. Red flag warning on Saturday for the vicinity of the Caldor fire.
Into the bottom there.
Southwest winds will increase Saturday morning, continuing into the early evening hours. These winds, combined with low humidity and continued extremely dry fuels, could cause critical fire weather conditions. Red flag warning in effect 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday for gusty winds. Fire weather zone 269. And if you guys want to follow along or don't want to wait for me to read this, here's where I'm reading this.
Get in there, or swampers. Alright, well, let's just
and getting him out of there. Are they? That means they can't come down then. Is that what you're saying?
That's for 1400, 14008 Alpha is trying to reach you.
Can't make that out.
1400 AL from East Communications.
To the left, if they kept going, should keep dropping down a little bit. But I'm looking at a map. I'm not up there with you guys, so let me know what you see.
TAC 99.
Sorry, it's hard to know when I can talk. Okay, at the Caldor fire.
Papa, Comtech on command.
West to southwest wind gusts of 20 to 30 miles an hour, locally up to 40 miles an hour in favored gaps, canyons, and higher elevations. Now, I'm going to mute that a second. He said on our community meeting, 35 mile an hour sustained winds, and that just made me almost drop my drink. I wonder if he is mistaken. Did he correct himself? Because I started listening to Dixie Fire, but he kind of nonchalantly said that and walked off stage, and I went, okay.
To West Prospect, employer Peter.
Hang on.
I copy. Contact clear.
Okay, they're just talking about converging around somewhere Prospect Peter. I wonder if that's like a prospect on Peters Creek. If anybody's a local, by Taylorsville, let me know. So we continue to listen to the escalating situation at Genesee Valley and the Dixie Fire, but we're also trying to interpret how bad it's going to be tomorrow for the Caldor fire, and it looks pretty bad. It says minimum humidity 20 to 30%. It could be worse. I mean, when we saw the 9% humidity in these wind gusts, we saw the explosive growth of the Dixie fire, but humidity of 20 to 30% is still not good, but at least it's not single digit. So we're going to have potentially very, very serious spread throughout tomorrow and right now, probably right now. But that's our red flag warning, and it expires tomorrow at 8. So from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. is probably going to be constantly active, constantly moving all day tomorrow. Let's try to figure out what's going on in Dixie Fire again. Let's look at the chat. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dusty. You were copying and pasting that, but I wanted to show that to people on the screen. They said they just arrived in Taylorsville. And hopefully they can do good structure protection. Yeah, okay, that's really crackly. Well, did they say Janesville was looking bad? I didn't hear that. Did somebody else hear that? Somebody said, please elaborate.
And they're asking for access to Summit Lake and beyond.
Wicked, are you in? What exact area are you in, Wicked? It says, looks like the fire is coming down the mountain at the Dixie fire near Janesville. Well, we would be able to see that. This camera is mounted at Susanville, looking around Antelope Mountain.
Yeah, I got law enforcement here in the planning shop, and I guess they want to know where the fire currently is there in the Genesee Valley, Taylorsville area, and where the best locations are for them to set up for you.
Well, you're in Janesville near Little Ranch Road?
Yeah, I'm up here off the Rodone Road, tying in with heavy equipment boss Peterson, looking at a few things. Probably another 15 minutes, and then I can come tie in on the highway.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. I'll see you down here at some point.
All right.
I don't...
07, 06, 13, and 14, south side of Genesee.
Embers coming down ash. We know the wind is blowing that direction, but
We're backing down towards Genesee in Hinchman Ravine towards Genesee proper, out towards the western portion.
it's hard to see. Wind direction is that way. Yeah, the plume and such. This was where there was a lot of fire today, and
just east of Taylorsville, so we don't have folks coming into Genesee Road.
You're talking about a roadblock. Okay, Ash, to put it...
Curtis, a lot they're getting in both road systems off to the east as well as the west. We have quite a few sitting down on the Flournoy Bridge, as well as some folks out towards draw point 600.
So their whole...
be there in about 15.
So they have civilians milling around Genesee Valley, and they've been trying to set up roadblocks and get law enforcement in there to get them out of there for quite some time. And it almost sounds like some sort of almost like a rebellion. I don't mean like a community rebellion, but maybe a single family or something was trying to prevent them from putting dozer lines, is what the radio is saying. And what Daniel Kearns was saying. That's that kind of hostility I never quite heard of before.
Right now.
I've heard of I don't want to leave, but the whole making firefighters feel uncomfortable for their safety was what they were just saying a little bit ago, and that's just you can't do that. You can't do that to first responders. There's a line. So that's complicating efforts, and that's a sad thing to hear about. If they need to make a dozer line on your property, you better be dang grateful they're doing that free service for you. That's my opinion. So who knows what's going on there. So what I wanted to reassure, though, is that, the Beachy Creek fire, I got in front of it to evacuate family members last year.
Water coming.
I had hot ashes raining down on my head, but the smaller fine particulate ashes, the ones that are not full of fire, they're just warm because, well, they're just warm because of what burned up. That was more than 10 miles away. The very fine ash that can't really light anything on fire because it's just ash, but it's a fluffy, like a snowflake. That stuff can travel like 10 miles and rain down on communities and such that are so far away that the fire couldn't immediately affect them, and it's scary. It means that eventually, if nothing stops the fire, it can affect those communities. But remember, wind changing is something that does stop fires from approaching a community. And these, like Pollock Pines, was raining ash, and now the fire's moving away from it today. So the fine stuff is not as much of a worry as the stuff that you see that's glowing, and that's the stuff that you would want to be worried about. But the fact that like it would be raining ash on Susanville or Janesville sounds particularly like completely normal to me. That's why we've got to listen to the radio to figure out what the threats are. I'm turning that back on, and I'm reading chat. There's
Warner Valley Road.
Copy. What time will you be headed back towards Highland Camp?
I'm going to head back about 15 minutes. Get over about 6:40.
okay.
Copy. I'll tie in with you here in a bit.
Perfect. Copy.
So Ventura had a posting, and I wanted to read that. RV parking, no need to call. 325 Main Street in Chester. Peterson Glass parking, pets, parking lot pets are welcome. Get here, no worries. Okay.
I got a couple engines to kind of fill in a little bit of the gaps there in Taylorsville. Everybody's in place. Fires down to the road and getting mopped up for the most part. And Peters Creek, fires down to the bottom. We're mopping up the cooler stuff, letting the other stuff consume a little bit. And Springville all holding line there, and maybe have to put a little fire on the ground later today.
Yay. That crappy visibility.
The stuff kind of more, I guess, northerly, more towards the Beardsley grade there. It looks like it's all back down in more or less a straight line. There might be a big island in there. It's hard to tell in the haze. It's a relatively straight line that I see right now. And then once you get up a little bit farther there, there's a kind of a big green belly a little bit farther once it started actually getting into the actual ravine to the west, east.
That other drainage that it drops to, and then it's like on that 5400 contour line, it widens out and it drops down to that 800 at the end of Gray Road.
Okay, that's a bunch of crackle. I'm going to mute that for your ear protection. I suffer a lot. I take one for the team because I mute it for you guys, but I can still hear that junk. And so I suddenly stop talking and unmute it when they start being clear again. But what we're hearing is the ham radio operator doing Broadcastify seems to be located over by Susanville somewhere. So the further west and around mountains.
Yeah, 1399 wants to try it and see. You'd have to go pretty far left
he would basically be continuing on from where that fence line is, and just following that fence line so it passes the next drainage, and then would follow that one down.
Now, those of you still mentioning Matt Henderson didn't know what happened. Is the reason I'm not showing his videos anymore. But I'll be.
I copy. 618 still in service. What was the dozer that's down? That 821.
Thank you, Amber. Yeah, come back and see us. Yeah, there's new Caldor evacuation status. Okay, thanks for the link, Witchy Patriot. There was a little bit of drama that occurred, but I do hope I'll reach out to Matt and see what he has to say about that situation. But it was a pretty uncomfortable one, to say the least, all those who were present at the time. So I still have a link to his Facebook in the link to the description of the channel, but I won't be showing his content anymore, per his unusual way of requesting me to not do so. I had reached out to him before personally and made private messages, but yeah, I don't want to talk about that subject any longer. But hopefully he'll reach out to me and we'll work something out. I would like to believe in him, you know. I'd like to believe he's a nice guy. But the thing about Taylorsville, what we heard was that around that area, at least something is going good, where it came over the road near Taylorsville and they were mopping it up, meaning they got a handle on the situation. And then we were talking about other places where the fire was backing down. And so backing down is going against the wind and or downhill. And so I don't know exactly which part they were explaining about. It was a kind of a garbled message I didn't 100% get, but they had an optimistic outlook over by Taylorsville. But we were hearing the horrible drama where some property owner Daniel Kearns was explaining, was resisting dozer lines and telling the crews to leave, and then they tried to get law enforcement in there to not only deal with that individual or family, but people were running past the roadblocks willy-nilly. So more law enforcement's coming on the scene, but people are entering Genesee, which has been under mandatory evacuation now for many days. And the thing that I cannot understand is Daniel Kearns and others have said that Taylorsville's been at risk, and I've been thinking the same thing for many days now, and they evacuate people at the last minute. This morning, it didn't take a rocket scientist to see that there was extreme long-range spotting here, and the devil made a three-pointer at the buzzer here, straight into a tiny little crater called the Devil's Punch Bowl. You can't make this up. So once fire was established over here, and we saw the wind was going to blow this way today with some ferocity, 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts starting now. You know, it was 20 miles an hour earlier, but starting now, that when you have fire established up here you can't control, it's going to rain embers down here and jump over that way. And that's going to be a threat to Genesee for sure, which is they already had an evacuation there. But the whole spotting to here and then getting that could be on the doorstep of Taylorsville, and that could have happened easily yesterday. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that the high winds of today might threaten it, and or if it goes down into Genesee, that it could possibly go in here if the winds created a wind tunnel situation out of that. These are extremely steep and rugged mountaintops here, and the way we appear to have lost other communities like Canyon Dam and Greenville was from above. You know, it was from Round Valley Reservoir that the fire went down above the community when the wind aligned with the direction of slopes and canyons. And so we continuously are dismayed at the authorities having some sort of a problem with either their chain of command and getting the message to people about their vulnerability, or doing it late, or failing to realize the danger late, or failing to, or the communication is just going out too late for some reason or another. But we've seen that.
Papa, Branch 20, Trinity on command.
Time again. Okay, Papa's over here. So let's see what they're going to say. And take a shot of milk. When they say Papa, that's one of our drinking game things. Also, if they say masticator. But I'm glad it's going as well as it is right now, but we're not out of the woods as far as the wind change thing. We're not seeing a new red flare-up over by Janesville. I think some of that ash, might just be the whole... Well, this is where the wind's blowing. This is a lot of...
Papa, Branch 20, Trinity on command.
There's a lot of ash. I mean, the line will be tested at Janesville Road today. They had the breach yesterday. Remember all the aircraft there. But I don't see a heat detection up there. So I'm more concerned for Milton down here than I am for up there. They had quite a lot of activity around Antelope Lake. I am very concerned that the fire will launch this way, and if they've got their hands full of Taylorsville and Genesee.
Yeah, anticipated, so it must have been that.
There's a lot of history up here to protect, and many little treasures, natural treasures up here, and I'm terribly worried for the fire crews. There's no way to quickly get down the mountain. It would be like an hour sometimes to snake down some of those roads. They're 3,000 feet above, on an elevation above Indian Valley, and so they have to do shelter-in-place options. And now aircraft can't watch their back, and so they were talking about, can we get the crew out of there? Yes or no with a question mark, and they never answered that. So the fire might outflank them. Excuse me.
Just coordinate and let 2805 Alpha know they're plugged in down on the bottom where they don't need to end up pumping.
They just got permission to do firing ops here, so the fire doesn't outflank them up in that area. There's a fierce battle.
One of the firefighters on 22, I think he's got everything.
There's a lot of elevation here because of the volcano. And they're having a hard time over by
Dixie Communications, 6th group on command.
By Lassen Park in Warner Valley.
I would like 2 hose mods to be delivered to drop point 282.
That's our big issues. Doe Mountain 2 could also splatter towards the northeast as the wind's going this way. Lots of spot fires, especially down here by the highway. But
Communications, ground support would like you to break down your hose mod for feet of hose and number of appliances.
T99, Delta Group.
I'm terribly worried for the area. And they're talking about hose orders and such, but I'm terribly worried here. This is that weird island. I think we've already lost the gin mill at Seneca, but we could be losing so much more. There's so many historic mines here, and even active ones that they reopened. And people trying to start almost bring the town to life again. This is going to be a serious impact to the community. Sorry, my mouse is...
I copy, stand by.
I'll continue to do that. Okay, Eyes says... okay, I'm not sure what you mean. Looking back at the chat. Anybody have... Yeah, Division Papa.
Affirmative, do you want to keep one engine up there? Just to monitor the line that's there? And then we'll keep the other ones... throughout the area. We're starting to get a little bit of asphalt.
Okay. Asphalt where? Sorry?
I mean, I'd stop that line with what you feel comfortable to adequately support it tonight.
Whoops. Be right back. I just knocked over something on the floor. Hang on.
At some point, I want to touch base with you just so I can download the information of where that line is, started, the hand line, and the dozer line again.
Okay.
Copy. Thanks.
Well, down here in Kern County, the cameras are still alive. If you haven't seen the time lapse, the incredible time lapse of what's happened down here, close your eyes if you don't want to see flames.
7271. Hey, if you could just let me know before you send the water down this way, I got some the hose like.
We're hoping this camera survives today. There's still fire all around it down here at Lake Isabella. This isn't even the dramatic part. Let me start it over. So don't look if you don't want to see flames. I just want to replay here's a six-hour time lapse of the insanity down in Kern County. And down here it got active faster than anywhere else. So just absolutely nuts. I think the camera will survive. It's high enough, but that remains to be seen. We keep looking at it, and it mainly just has orange smoke around it and retardant splashed all over it. So we'll continue to see if this is a little camera that could. Okay, that's over. If you want to look back at the screen, people. So Antelope Mountain at Susanville. I'm trying to get eyes on Janesville. I think the best way to monitor what's going on at Janesville is this camera. I'll share the link in the chat. This is the FLIR. Left side is the Susanville area off of Mount Antelope. We saw a lot of action past few days looking at the Antelope Mountain cam here at Susanville. There's a link here to it in the chat. As soon as it's dark enough, we'll see infrared. And
are you guys going to need any more water? I'm at quarter.
It's not supposed to be this dark.
Stop.
But looking at the Caldor fire, I think infrared will come on early tonight for these cams. I think it'll come on early tonight. So this is the Caldor fire. This is the last 3 hours of a time lapse. Really taken off there. And I do think that they misspoke.
Communication. Sixth group on command. How do you copy?
Group, West Communications, your left there. Go ahead.
I'd like to add 100 inline keys to that order with 50 nozzles.
Sixth group, West Communication copies. Just to clarify, that order is times 2.
Okay, they're talking about their hose order. Mike Gruber says, for what it's worth, KCRA weather at 5 p.m. confirms the weather report that I just shared, 20 to 30 miles an hour with gusts in places. Do you mean 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts or sustained?
21.
Because they said sustained, but NOAA says gusts.
Go ahead.
Is he tracking down? Give me a picture of what you guys are, what operation you guys are doing right now. What the plan is.
Hang on.
I copy.
West Communication, when did you need that order by?
tonight a possibility? If not, the morning.
X Group West Communications, ground support correction supply will try this evening, but by the morning for sure.
1080, 821, and then 618 if you could track back all the way back to the drop point, and we're going to stage you there.
X Group West Communications supply will try to do it this evening, if not by the morning.
I think they misspoke. I think that person misspoke, because here's NOAA, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, wind west to southwest winds, meaning blowing to the east and the northeast, 20 to 30.
Might want to touch base with them. They give them directions.
Oh, they're giving so many directions. West to southwest winds, which means it comes out of that direction and goes towards the east and towards the northeast, like aiming towards Tahoe and Strawberry. Wind gusts of up to 20 and 30 miles an hour, locally up to 40 in favored gaps, canyons, and the higher elevations. That does not mean sustained. I'm sure they would say sustained. They're just saying gusts. So that is terrifying what he said when he said it was 35 mile an hour sustained winds really casually. Okay, and that just makes me think that he just made a slip up, because I would face the audience and say, hell is coming, 35 mile an hour sustained winds would be just apocalyptic. The fact that these are gusts is still pretty bad, but that would be like a light tropical storms effect, So I just wanted to investigate that, because as one slip of the tongue and you could terrify a region. It's not going to be a cakewalk by any means, because these are gusts. We're going to see what you're going to see with all these gust-driven fires, which is my own term, but basically the best way to explain it to the public is that when you see this, you see flames go to crazy town, and you go, oh my God, and then it'll die down for a little bit as the gusts kind of die down, and you go, oh, maybe I'm okay, maybe I can go to sleep, and then you look back at cameras and you go, oh my God. And that's the nature of those days. And so I keep telling people, you can't turn your back on the fire or assume that everything's okay when you see something like that lay down. I'm continuing to look at this to see if anything's going on at Janesville, but I just don't think anything is really occurring right now. So yeah, I think it was just a little slip, but that's the kind of thing the next person on stage should say, that was a whoopsie. Really, it's not tropical depression winds. Oh, he just said Papa Papa. He just said Papa Papa. Listen. Going back up to chat. You should make eyes. Eyes is a mod. It's just me with a nickname.
2805 Alpha, plane kill group on command.
Wait, who is Eyes? Eyes is you, Isaiah? Is that your account? I'm confused as anything. Okay, JL, not sure if anybody's seen my text earlier. I spoke with 3 U.S. Forest Service hand crews on the way to Caldor. Okay, let me scroll up, JL. One up here. Dusty, you owe me money. The camera survived. Just kidding. We never laid down the bet, but we should have. Yeah. Looking for your post, JL. I'm scrolling up. I hate the scroll thing. Hang on. APW Castmaster. Heavy smoke rolled into Mark Twain, Dayton, Nevada in the last hour. Also, yeah. These winds are blowing it out of the ocean, kind of filling the valley and then going over towards Nevada, going up and over. That's what smoked out the Dixie fire. It should have blown the wind, the smoke away from the Dixie fire. They should have been hitting it without aircraft all day. But the smoke from the monument in McFarland blew into the Dixie fire area. So going back up. Okay, eyes is Isaiah. Okay, fine. Well, okay, thanks for confusing me. Okay. Going back, yeah, they've got spots close to Susanville. I just don't think they'll have an evacuation thing of it. I think tomorrow would be the worst wind conditions. The radio's gone pretty quiet now as they've repositioned people, and I mean, here's Dyer Mountain having some activity. Northwest section right above Indian Valley. Let me go to create mod ship. Okay, there you go. I'm still looking for JL. JL, I'm not seeing your. It was a long time ago. Can you please repost? Yeah. Driving to Tahoe, it won't be the same for a long time. And driving in California in most places won't be the same for a long time. A lot of the places that just grew back in Plumas County after the Moonlight Fire now it just got devastated again by this one. So we have to come up with new plans. And I was listening to a whole bunch of feedback from actual fire retired hang on.
For a little while, we'll do a bus shuttle and
I can't hear what they're making out. But you know what? The land then eventually heals. We're going to find a lot of wildflowers. That's the first thing we're going to see.
Flagging it, that if you are able to flag, feel free.
Okay, flagging is, they're literally tying little flags like...
Now, visibility is kind of diminished, but we don't have any active fire, it looks like.
Hang on. Look at that.
And I'm still standing by. Get out.
Whoops. Okay, going back to the chat. And sometimes it's hard for me to remember what I was talking about right before I listen to them. So sorry if I sound really scatterbrained, but I try to focus on them best I can. Yeah, I actually forgot completely what I was saying. That's embarrassing. But I'm a little concerned about that rush light area down there. Hang on. Coming up that way.
Off of Feather River.
Yeah, just going to be driving around to the other side and checking on things out there. If I can hit you in Congo, we'll see you guys in June back in Spike.
Okay, copy that.
Well, they mentioned the Feather River. And that would be where we're seeing the hot spots, the headwaters, right over here, the little guy. But it sounded like they were doing a good job over by Taylorsville of keeping it out of there. So fingers crossed. Let's refresh and see if Daniel Lund...
Branch 25, Quincy Helibase, on command.
I mean, Daniel Kearns has gone live. I'm going to refresh. Oh, the wildflowers thing. Okay, Daniel Kearns has not gone live, but that's the first thing you're going to see is an explosion of wildlife. Deer will come back, make a huge comeback. Cougars will too, because that's their prey. They don't eat trees. They don't eat pine needles. That's really not their food. It's grass. It's wildflowers.
Trinity, Fern from Timbersmith Fallen.
So, you'll hear you will see an explosion of flowers. Yeah, that's all crackle. Bolt says, my cousin's a deputy sheriff working in Taylorsville. He's out on the Central Coast helping with evacuations, roadblocks, etc. I've been in contact with him. Central Coast, like the Coast Range. Okay. Dusty says, haven't heard any new warnings or evac alerts for Janesville all day. Yeah, I haven't. I don't think it's in danger. I think they were very satisfied with what they were doing to prep it for today. And so until I hear otherwise, I just don't. On the cams and such, we just don't see any new flare-ups. I'm much more concerned for all this area that's here, because it's steep, rugged terrain, and crews can get trapped if they're up there 3,000 feet higher than where Genesee and Janesville is. And there's a couple of spots where they can shelter in place, but it's very hard to drive around up there and reach anywhere quickly or get off the mountain if you have to. So looking back up here and trying to get a handle on the questions in chat. It seems as if something's a laughing matter. You have to sometimes have humor, otherwise we'll all go insane. Let's see.
Quincy Hellbase, range 25, command. Range 25, Quincy Hellbase, on command.
Hang on. Hellbase. It's too smoky for.
Range 25, Quincy Hellbase, on command.
Hang on, I'm gonna move that. Yeah, we might see night vision cams soon, and we'll actually get some eyes on the fire, at least some portions. Genesee Valley doesn't have a camera, but maybe we'll figure out what's going on from the Indian Ridge. It might show a little bit of the valley. Let me go back and try to look back at chat. Everybody is okay to take shots at Newsom because, in my opinion, he's not a politician. He's basically doing this stuff that should be criminalized, protecting the PG&E power company that keeps starting mega fires, California's most largest and deadliest fires, including one that killed.
25, Quincy Hellbase, on command.
Including one that did kill my family friend, and it could have been me. We used to live in the fire zone, and hearing about my former neighbors and such burning to death really impacted me, and that's why I made this channel. Almost lost my brother a year later to another PG&E fire in Paradise. So what he did was help sign legislation that meant that the Paradise victims and other victims get a lot less money, so that monopoly corporation can stay afloat. And so they went phew and breathed a sigh of relief. They don't have much incentive to stop their equipment from causing fires. They, on average, cause a fire one per day, according to research by the New York Times and others. Since 2014, that's more than 2,500 fires, including the Dixie fire, including the Fly fire. So today's Caldor fire and the ones over by McFarland and Monument don't have enough staff because everybody's on the Dixie fire, completely optional fire. So we don't get political. We don't blame left or right or this party or that group or this group, but that certain individual, he also seems to have been caught lying, or at least misspeaking, whatever I have to say, to not get sued. But Newsom bragged about increasing the fire budget by about $500 million this year, and he points at new helicopters he bought for the state of California. And Cap Radio and NPR did an investigation into his claims. And it seems he actually slashed the fire budget this year by $150 million. And so that's why you can go ahead and take as many shots at him as anybody wants to. To me, that's criminal. That's protecting a a company that pled guilty to the deaths of almost 100 people so far. The Zog Fire, the Cascade Fire, the Paradise Fire. They've killed nearly 100 people between just those three. But this company has started 24 out of the 27 deadliest, largest California wildfires. So I fully support the recall. We need somebody like Daniel Kern's in charge who would actually do something good for the state instead of just blaming CO2 and Cal farts for these fires when it's really the power company that he's protecting. So that's not political. I think it's just corruption. I don't care if there's a D or R behind your name. When you do that, it's not right. And so the whole situation is Californians are enraged, especially at him and this power company. And the people who are tuning in from elsewhere just need to understand the full political corruption involved here that keeps these wildfires happening, because the rest of the country is affected too by the smoke and the increased heart attacks, strokes, and the new link to dementia from all this wildfire smoke that they're starting to come about. It affects us all as Americans. So we come together to find solutions to a lot of them's within our grasp. If we actually make it so that if a company pass laws that if a company kills people, they actually go to jail. Manslaughter, you and me, we go to jail with those. They plead guilty to manslaughter and the deaths of 84 people in Paradise. And there's no law in the books that says you can arrest somebody in a corporation. They got a $10,000 fine, and that was it. That's the most that Butte County could charge them with. And every single year, we see them starting more fires that are deadly. So they'll once we change the laws, though, no blame here. We were just asleep at the wheel, and we can only take responsibility and think, our own inaction, and we didn't demand law changes. We can fix. We can rally together and fix this and stop a lot of these fires, and then we'll have all the manpower we need to fight other ones. So that's why anybody can say anything about that particular individual that I despise, but and many do, because that's just wrong to mislead the public and protect a company that commits repeat manslaughter. I mean, they blew up San Bruno in a pipeline explosion and didn't really, is appalling. And then they poisoned well water and gave people cancer in the 70s. See the Aaron Brockovich movie based on a true story. This company has a long history of killing people, and they have to be stopped. $10,000 fines. The CEOs and the bigwigs, they just ignore that. It's like digging a penny out of your pocket. They make so much money and being like, whoopsie. So if they could face jail time, a lot of this would change. Here in the Dixie fire, they allowed a tree to be electrocuted on their equipment, and they detected a surge, and they got up on the podium and said, we weren't sure it was a fire, so we didn't turn it off. And then they neglected to tell CAL FIRE for 5 hours. That's why the Dixie fire took off. So that's part of the education here, and I won't talk more about that tonight. But I do firmly endorse the recall, and I would say Daniel Kearns is the person we should write in on the ballot. Holy mackerel! Maybe some other fire chiefs would be in charge of California. People who know about fire and actually give a damn. I am very impressed with Daniel Kearns. He's a folk hero now and a legend. The volunteer firefighter here at Taylorsville. I encourage everybody to give him all kinds of support. Link in the description of this channel. He cares, he has a heart, and he has a brain, and he knows about fire. And so I haven't looked at any other candidates, and I don't endorse candidates, but him I would totally endorse, absolutely. So going back to Taylorsville's evacuated, or at least they were trying to do that, and I have heard very little from the radio. I know that here's the radio. Let's listen. Yeah, thanks so much, Holy Outlaw, for the support. But we don't talk about too many other, like this group, that group. I just allow, particularly Newsom, the corruption is crazy, and I want everybody. to watch ABC 10's Crime, Power, Money special. I haven't seen all of it. Sorry, Firepower and Money. They have that on YouTube, and they're basically investigating. ABC 10's on our side here.
Maybe. Trying to get a hold of the business.
They're explaining how deep the rabbit hole goes, where these corporations that are destroying the environment, the landscape, endangered species, people's lives in much of the state are getting away with it, and we have to fight that kind of corruption if we're going to see any change.
Those are from Duffy Group. I just brought them up here to drop points to 82. Looking in place.
Now going back to analyzing the fire, the Dixie fire is being quiet as far as the radio is, and that's a good thing.
I got
the biggest concern, tomorrow on the Dixie fire, it's going to be bad. And tonight at 8 o'clock, it's still going to be even worse for the Dixie fire and the Caldor fire. So it's not over yet. If you can't be here the entire time.
Here and get them unloaded, and then I'll go down there and find out for you.
I would definitely say check back in at 8 for when the wind will pick up even fiercer. And we'll have the infrared cameras.
1425 and east 1423.
See, they're just doing hose lay orders and such, hose orders. That's a nice kind of, we could be hearing, this is lucky. We could be hearing stuff like, this structure's in danger, help, we need more people, Taylorsville's half burned down. We're not hearing anything of that nature. So that is just fingers crossed it's going well, but the night's not over. Even by 8 o'clock, it'll be fiercer winds. So just fingers crossed. The same goes for Janesville Road and that fire line. Will it really hold? Right now, it's going to be it's going to be tested. It's going to be tested. So, looking back here, going back up here to the chat. Let's see here. If anybody gets on my case, so anyway, what about the current fires? You're kind of, I don't tolerate rudeness here. I'm not a journalist. This isn't my job. And I don't tolerate that sort of thing. So going back here to the chat, does anybody have a specific question for me? Dan is the man. You know what? That should be the t-shirt. We should support Daniel Kearns and make t-shirts. Dan is the man. Because he's got our backs. He said Greenville's in danger, and boy was it. Boy was it. I'm just waiting for these cams to go into infrared. And we might see a little bit about what else is going on by Indian Valley here, and Dyer Mountain cameras will go infrared as well. But fingers crossed, we have to have new leadership to expect a change, that's for sure. Saying that leadership doesn't matter with fire issues like this, the leadership at the top matters the most. They're in charge of the budget and what gets done and what's the priority. So let's go back up here. Going up to the chat specific. You have to flag me. You have to flag me if you want to get my attention in the chat. And mods, you can flag other questions I might miss when it runs by like that. Judith E. Adams, Kathryn, my kids think I'm certifiable now. Yeah. I think we're all going a little crazy with this. So, break time for Wendy. Don't know how you do it. I don't know how I do it. I just get hyped up on adrenaline and have 20-hour streams. But going back up here to chat, Steve Mapes, my sister and her husband live in Paradise. Their house survived. My niece's house and their corner went to the ground. So sorry about that. Yeah, there's a lot of people in here that were affected by these fires, not once but twice. And it's just so stressful here. That's why I don't allow rudeness in the chat. So it's really simple. that isn't politics. Like Kevin McCoy saying enough politics, that's not political at all to do the simple cause and effect thinking that if you want to change, you have to have new leadership in charge of the response to fires. It's not political at all. If somebody fails in their duty, they just should be replaced, just like at any business. So going back up to the chat, does anybody have a specific question about a specific area?
Where's that? Yeah, just 2 engines were set up if you want to have to fill water tenders down here instead of the boat ramp. Thank you.
I don't see any aircraft pretty much anywhere over here.
Yeah, do you have I'm at the end of chain lane. I've checked both of the chain lanes. Can you give me a better description?
These guys were hiding. We got some aircraft by Omo Ranch. Cool. We got some choppers over here. So fingers crossed, we'll continue to look at the heat detections. The heat detections for the Dixie fire. Now, the reason I started this channel, and I lost 1 month of my income last year just covering the fires. Much of them started by PG&E last year, like the Zog fire, is because I'm personally affected. I lost my friend in the fire. I nearly lost my brother in paradise. So if you don't want me to talk about PG&E, I'm sorry, I will eternally disappoint you, because that's one thing I will do until the day I die, is continue to stress what this evil company and corporation is doing to the planet, to the people of California, and to lives. Now, I'm not a reporter. If you expect some sort of a detached somebody reading here for free all day, 20 hours a day, I'm not going to explain fire survival or the reason for the fires, you have come to the wrong place. I just want to tell you that right now. I am not a reporter. It's not my job. I'm just an ordinary person who stepped up to the plate because the government's not telling you what you need to know, and neither is the media. So you're here at Kathryn's World. That's what my show is called. This is like telling Oprah what to do on her show. You don't. So if you can get this information anywhere else, go ahead and go get it. It's just not available. I'm the only person who's really providing this, and I'm not saying that with a sense of pride. I'm saying that with a sense of dismay. Like, somebody should be doing this. The government should be telling people what they need to know in real time. And so with the kind donations of people, with the kind donations of people giving me the ability to eat food and stuff at the while I sit here and do this every waking hour for weeks on end, I'm able to do what I do. But I am not here to be a reporter and not tell. And there are reporters, that do that. So this is the Kathryn Show. If you don't like that, then please, there's other people out there, I guess, maybe, that you can go hang out with. So going back to the channel, thank you so much for the kind donation. Link at the top of the chat, by the way, to where you can donate to the victims of the Dixie fire. They're going to need your help. They really are. And so I'm an activist, basically, I guess. And I never thought of myself that way. But the rest of the country gets 5-minute updates on the Dixie fire, and I'm happy to be able to tell the rest of the country what's actually going on. There's a corporation out here screwing everything up. The rest of the country is helping California and deserves to know why. They could have shut off the line and prevented the Dixie fire and so many others. They didn't. Now 25% of the nation's resources on here, and we're spending more than $10 million a day fighting this one particular fire. That's one heck of a drain. If you look at this is why I'm not going to stop. Look at the fire history button. How much of California hasn't burned? That's the actual new question, not how much has not. These are just the fires of the last few years. There's entire counties right now that have almost been had their landscape erased, like Butte County right here. How much hasn't burned in the last 3 years of Butte County? This was when other things like the Zog fire were going on, started by PG&E. They had to pull crews off. This was California's largest fire because this was a bunch of little lightning strike fires that went together, and they had to go respond to PG&E's new fire that they pled guilty in the deaths of individuals up there. So these other fires with lightning get bigger just because there's not enough people to send to them. So you look at to this year, the same thing has happened. All the fires going on over here, the Monument, McFarland, and these Forks of Salmon, just last week, or maybe a week and a half ago. These are all started by lightning, and they told these poor people, "There's too many crews here on the Dixie, PG&E's fire. We can't come help you. We can't save any of your buildings." They sent 300 people, I think, from the Dixie fire to the McFarland, and those 300 people weren't around to help Greenville when Greenville burnt down. We are stretched too thin. It's not like it's just the climate and this is the new reality. It's an old reality, one that's been playing out since 2014 that we can stop. And then we can help the climate by putting out the new lightning strike fires and preventing them from getting so big. So it's a multifaceted, COVID loss of manpower, all kinds of different reasons for these fires, but we can help a lot of them. And that's what the channel is about. It's a manifesto thing we're starting to write here. 35 reasons for mega wildfires, and 34 of them we could solve pretty quickly. So going back to Dixie channel, they just started talking.
Across the highway there.
I want to check out what's going on with the
1307 and a 14 something or another 14 something or another sitting down there where that drop point 282.
We're hearing nice and boring chatter. That's pretty good. So, James McCreary, any news on the Susanville arm of the Dixie fire? Maybe they're talking about it, but that's all that's that static right there. I haven't heard anything except they were trying to do dozer crews earlier by the Cheney Creek area, I think, trying to make a line, and we heard this funny response of you can't put a dozer in there. It's a solid rock face. So, and then they were like, oh, okay. So the Caldor is picking up steam and marching. So they're going to try to hold 50. They did close it, and we've got some activity. Mostly it's going to be the eastern flank here that's going to be super active. Oh yeah, the flags. Sorry, I didn't finish my sentence. When they were talking about flagging, they're literally talking about the neon colored tape that you can tie around a tree branch, because they're on such remote roads up there by the Moonlight Valley Scar northeast of Taylorsville that in order to turn left or right and know which way to go, they're leaving colored flagging, tying them to the tree branches, because a lot of those roads existed at the time of the gold rush and really haven't been maintained ever since. They don't exactly have street signs up there. There's a couple for fire access, but some of them are a little better than mule trails, and you'll follow this road. And I toured the area for wanting to make my history videos. You'll follow a road, and then you'll suddenly find yourself like deep in a bog. Like, what the heck? And the road ended, or you see a tree trunk in your headlights. A 27-year-old tree, or maybe even a 75-year-old tree, is growing in the middle of what's supposed to be a road, because all gold mining pretty much ended in most of the mountains, most of the state in 1941, and so they just pulled out and shut down the last of the gold mines for the most part after the attack on Pearl Harbor, and they didn't really reopen. So a lot of those roads don't quite exist. So they've been leaving little flagging markers everywhere for each other. So going back up here to let's see here, Chimp 6. Hi, yeah, good to see you. Coho Val, good to see you. Did I miss a question? Yeah, do I have the ability to block this persistent disruptors? Yeah, I can cast them off into exile, so just let me know if there's somebody who just consistently whines or anything like that. Because this is my show, guys. This is Kathryn's World. If you want the news, go to a news channel. And that has plenty of politics in it, too. Do you ever tell the news not to talk about politics? Do you? Yeah. Virtual meeting about the French fire starting shortly. Okay. Okay. That would be good. 7 o'clock, though, is the meeting for the Dixie as well. Is that the same time?
And then I'll
We may have to choose one or the other. Now, I honestly thought the Caldor fired heat detections would be all over the place by now. Let's see if they need to see if cams are going black and white yet. That'll let us see through the smoke when they finally switch over. But so far, I'm fingers crossed for Taylorsville and other places.
Contact Dave, DC-128. Radio check on C-99. HD from old station.
Yeah.
Copy 10-2. I'm on C-89 going through the hub. I copy, you're loud and clear.
Okay.
Okay, we're just going to get the Yagi fine-tuned and button it up. 10-4, I just figured I'd give you an HD check from old station.
Okay.
I copy your full quieting on 89. Coming through 89. Negative, coming through 99. Okay, copy that. I'm going through 89. How do I sound? Unclear, Dave. Copy that. Contact Dave clear.
Okay, that was an okay comment. Brandon Smith, back to the facts, please, like the majestic sky dolphins. Yes, I appreciate that humor. That comment was okay. The Kathryn show is marvelous. Thanks for the compliment. Going back up here, rock on, Kathryn. Thanks for the support. Yeah, the Chimp 6 has a good point. There's a lot more corruption than just him, but I don't want to start that huge thing. It's just that lying to the public is something I can't stand, especially when you say I've increased fire budget, but I actually slashed it. That's just, if that turns out to be true, that's despicable. We needed everything we could get this year. So going back up to the chat, I'm not finding the persistent disruptors people are talking about. Let's see here. Yeah, also, we don't participate in a lot of downer talk. Nothing's going to change. Well, you know what? Protests can change a lot. The entire country was founded based on protests. RG, Kathryn, I love you. Thanks for being my sanity savior. Oh my gosh, can I make that as a badge? I'm in Beckworth and on edge all summer. I'm so sorry that I couldn't cover the Beckworth fire. Going back up to the chat. Yeah, thank you for the mods. Absolutely. Yeah, Brandon, you were just being sarcastic, and sometimes it's hard to just have that come across. That's one of the hardest things to detect. Cali Connect says you're doing an incredible job. Appreciate your respect for the fire victims and those who have lost their homes. Classy, informative. Thank you. Yeah, a lot I do is really grim, and so I appreciate this support. This isn't like, oh boy, I'm getting people like me. I'm not reading that for that reason. I go to where people die, and I interview survivors in order to figure out the best way that you can survive. That's really grim, and it's been hard on me. Like, I go after the fires, and I look at where people died and read the reports and figure out the mistakes they made and if there's something they could have done better. This has been difficult, so every pat on the head that people saying I've helped them or I've made them laugh or whatever helps me keep going day after day. I will be making fire safety videos as soon as I get the camera together, and all of this is extremely dark to look at. And I know I can come across wrong unless people know that about me and about my stream, but when I give my evacuation plan, free online courses to people and shelter-in-place courses, I've done that because I found out how do people live and how do people die. So it wears on you after a while, but that's the way to keep depression at bay. And this is what a lot of firefighters and people closer to the disasters are going through. Way worse than me, seeing it. We have to give them support, just no matter what. Just say thank you for what you're doing to all the first responders, all the firefighters, especially this year where it's been so dang stressful. Reports are coming out about them being very, very emotionally affected, but it all helps. It all helps. Going back to, is there a specific question? Dusty Smoke needs something like a new civilian conservation corps. We do. Instead of military service, young people could work years in forest fuel reduction and firefighter for college funding. That's a great idea. That is a great idea. Like Biden was saying, maybe we should remove some, some student loans. Well, why not in exchange for rolling up your sleeves and some hard work with CCC camps? That would be a good thing. That would help the situation. Let's see. You have a wonderful skill for converting tech information to usable. Thanks for sharing. At least I can do. Hang on. I'm talking. Some more Dixie fire.
603, but it used to be 295. 95, copy.
Okay. That continues to be totally boring chatter, which is great on the Dixie fire. Just awesome. We can see now the camera's panning around.
Bump those guys if you need. I think they've got D6.
Are they going to say something? Max Smith says the risk in SD is Julian in the 8 corner into Alpine and burned since 1972. Needs a strong Santa Ana. Alpine has one station and will also be at risk. Alpine? What is that down there by the French fire? If there's a French fire update, we should probably look at it and look at the nighttime Dixie fire. Where's the where is? See, I was trying to find like a Kern County CAL fire, and I haven't been able to, like on Facebook. Does anybody have a direct link for the meeting for the French fire, and then we would do the Dixies afterwards, because we just have been listening.
Papa training, a little hard to hear.
Papa.
Yeah, you doing good there?
Definitely the dozer that helped
a ton. Okay. Since that's completely unreadable, I'll be happy to show you where to find the heat map for the Caldor. And this is one of the things that I can teach you guys. It's real super easy. You go to caltopo.com and you find your area of California you want to go to. You can type.
And work for you to want to keep that dozer for tomorrow?
Yeah, they're just saying where do we put that dozer tomorrow? You go to, for example, Pollock Pines, California. There's the search box is at the top here in caltopo.com, CALTOPO. And once you've gotten to your vicinity of the area, there's this ugly map like this, Map Builder Topo. Go to the upper right. Yeah, just close whatever the heck is on the left here, like so. On the upper right, I put TF Outdoors in general as my base layer. And then stack a base layer is the button right underneath. Then you hit shaded relief so that you can slide it, get an idea more of the terrain. Next, stack a base layer. You go to global imagery or NAIP. That's another useful one to kind of see the situation. Scroll down though, fire activity. And the first one will be modus and veers. It's a drop-down menu. And that is the oldest information. It basically shows the perimeter. That's maybe updated once or twice a day. So you can kind of, when I wake up in the morning, I look at modus and veers to see where has the fire been through the night? Where has it really spread? And at certain points of the day, you're not going crazy. This will be blank. You might see a couple of these snowflake-looking things, but it'll be blank. That's because they're redrawing it at the moment. But hit goes live. Now this.
Yeah, probably 15.
And still nothing important on Dixie Chatter. This is the thing that is up to date, usually every 20 minutes. And don't think that it's not a map of where the fire is. It's heat detections, new ones. Has to be new. Has to be at least an acre in size, something kind of blazing up good. Every once in a while, don't worry, you'll look at like LA or something, and there's like one of these heat detections. That's usually like a business, a foundry, steelworks, something like that. Usually in the middle of a town, unless there's an active fire going that you see on the news, there can be these little fake things. But it's calibrated that the fire has to be at least pretty big to show up on this. Now you kind of go back and forth. You know that in the interior, some things are still hot and still burning. But there is a color code for both different modes. And you have to turn off wind, but look down at this tiny button. Whoopsie, let me turn this off for a second. There. There's a tiny button, fire info. Fire info. And we got to go to our meeting real quick if somebody has the link for us. Yeah, we're not going to do Dixie Fire yet if the French Fire is first, because we'll do Dixie Fire in a second. But the modus and veers reads 12 hours old or more, but goes as 10 minutes. So does anybody have a link for this meeting for Caldor? Because that's what is marching and roaring to life, while the Dixie is not seeming to be doing anything until maybe we'll have to check back in with it soon. But Jay Connors, okay, Godspeed. Keep burning that cabbage on a flip-flop. I think you're a truck driver, right? Perry Adler just joined for the day. The smoke is the worst I've seen all season. I'm in Tahoe season, just north of the Caldor fire in the west shore of the lake. Yeah, smoke's going to be going directly towards you. That's why we want to look at the Caldor meeting. So I'm just going to randomly do Caldor Fire Community Meeting. Well, it's not Caldor, I'm sorry. The French Fire Community Meeting. Then we'll do the Dixie right after that. Let's see if we've got a link. Because the French fire is blazing out of control. Just absolutely gone nutso today. And the Caldor's picking up, but we saw their meeting. And then we'll do the Dixie right after, if we can get a link. Zoom registration, click here to register. Okay, I've got Zoom. Hopefully nobody will. I have to put in my name and stuff. Are you kidding me? Hang on a second. My name is Jane Doe. My email address is no@nono.com. Confirm email address. Okay. We gotta do what we gotta do. Join the meeting. Okay. Hang on. Launch meeting. Connecting. Thank you. The host will admit you soon. Okay. Okay, let's see.
Oscar, Whiskey Town, Engine 4, on command.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Why can't you guys hear it? I can. Sorry. I have no idea why you guys can't hear that. It's not, that's my microphone.
Bad for the fact that there have been some structures lost. Very sorry about that. We're going to do everything we can to minimize loss. And I want you to know that it is our priority to contain this fire as soon as we can. And the Sequoia National Forest and all the other partners here are working together to make that happen. So we're going to be staying with you and staying committed to this effort. And again, I just want to thank all of the community for your support here in the Kern River Valley, all of the kind words that you've said for our firefighters who have had a very long season. This team hardly even had any time off in between their last fire assignment, but they stepped up and came here to help us. And we are very grateful to them and to all of you for your patience and for your thoughtfulness and the nice things that you've been saying around town to the team. They've really appreciated it. So thank you, Kern River Valley, and everyone else that's out there that's sending good thoughts for this firefight. And I can tell you we're going to stay in this and we're going to contain this fire as soon as we can.
Thank you, Teresa. Next up, we'd like to bring from the Kern County Fire Department, Division Chief Bill Steers.
Good evening, everyone. Division Chief Bill Steers, Kern County Fire Department. We're here in unified command with Incident Management Team 12, supporting them in all of our agencies and cooperating agencies to just really attack these fires and do everything we can to continue the effort and protect all the values at risk throughout the communities. You know, here in the Kern River Valley, we're no strangers to fires in this valley. You know, we've had many fires over the years. And we've come through this together as a community to continue fighting those fires and working through all of the suffer when we lose structures and helping our neighbors out and through that. Here at the Kern County Fire Department, being part of these communities, these are our communities, our neighbors that we continue to protect and will continue to do so throughout the beginning of this fire. So from the very beginning, we've had a lot of engagement. Crews were very heavily engaged with active fire behavior that pushed all the way down through Waggy Flats and into Isabella Highlands and the Dutch Flat and caused quite a bit of damage through that area. Crews are still engaged all the way today through all the activity that happened today up across Rancheria that's pushing a little bit to the west, and then all the way over into Shirley Meadows, into the Shirley Peak area. We're heavily engaged in structured defense, assisting the incident management team as a unified command to protect the structures in Alta Sierra and contain the entire fire across it to help secure this and protect our communities all the way across there. We'll continue to be part of this incident management team and assisting them in any way we can in providing resources and knowledge and that personal knowledge we have of our communities to assist them to give the best opportunity we have to contain this fire at the smallest size that we can as we continue forward. I'd like to thank the community for all your assistance in evacuations. It's really tough to evacuate and leave your homes and those items. You've done an amazing thing. You know these fires, and you gave us the space to get in there and really do the best we can to protect all of those structures and values at risk and the forest that we love and the natural beauty there that we all like to enjoy and hike in this area. So we like to appreciate that in that cooperation that you continue to give us throughout that time. So with that, I'd like to say thank you. We'll continue to be here with our cooperating agencies and supporting in every asset we can with the firefighters across Kern County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'd like to bring up from CAL FIRE, the agency administrator, Chief Matt Strack.
Good evening. Right now across California, there are 12,400 firefighters fighting 14 large fires that have burned 1.5 million acres of California's beautiful lands. We'd like you to join in partnership with us in stopping any more fires from spreading and starting throughout California. This area of California, the Lake Isabel area, the Kern River Valley, is a beautiful area. We're very sorry for the destruction that has happened so far. We're doing our best, as you've heard, to prevent any more. We'd like you to join as partners with us in when the sheriff asks you to evacuate. We've had great cooperation so far, but when we have people who don't evacuate immediately, it involves us having to go back sometimes and get the outliers to get out. And that involves our personnel having to risk their lives again to go back in and get people out. So we'd really like to ask for the level of cooperation to continue. It's been great. We'd like that to continue going forward. And we'd like people to consider the things they're doing around the house and consider the things they're doing in the community when they're recreating to help us stop any new fires from starting. We are simply strapped. The number of resources we normally have available at the local, state, and federal level are simply not there right now. So we need your cooperation. The worst of the fire season is still ahead of us. As you know, the Santa Ana fire season will be here soon, and we don't have the resources for the number of fires we have right now, and it's only going to get worse. I don't want to paint a dire picture, but that's the reality of what's going on. We've brought as many resources as we can to bear on this fire, and we're going to continue to fight this fire as aggressively as possible with what we have. But we need your help and your focus as a community to come together like you have now and continue going forward to help fight this fire, help keep the community spirit up, and evacuate when necessary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you to all of our speakers. That concludes our speakers. I have a couple of things that I'll add, and then we have some questions from a couple of our speakers who will then step up and answer those questions for you. First off, though, going back to the Red Cross, we did hear where somebody did not hear exactly the new address of the evacuation center. The evacuation center, which was at the senior center, has now moved to the Woodrow Wallace Elementary School on 3240 Erskine Creek Drive in Lake Isabella. And just to reiterate what Cindy said, bring a pillow, bring your medication, bring things for your children, bring clothing. They'll supply water, they'll supply food, and some emotional support for you. And no documentation is necessary for that. Again, that's the Woodrow Wallace Elementary School, and it's located at 3240 Erskine Creek Drive in Lake Isabella. We also had another question on how the public can support the firefighters. The firefighters are pretty self-sufficient. When a team comes in, we bring our own goods, and to include water and bedding, everything that we're going to need, we have. We do appreciate the support. Thank you signs along the road or thank you cards would work. If you do want to bring things to the firefighters, we do suggest maybe taking them to the Red Cross Evacuation Center or your local fire department to support those folks that are working hard along with us. As far as volunteers or donations, again, the same thing. Volunteer with the Red Cross, help them out, help with these folks that have been asked to leave their homes for a short period of time, and see if you can maybe open your doors to them. Those are the types of things that we would ask. And before closing out, we'll have a few people come up. First, we'll start with our operations section chief, John Owing, and he'll answer a few questions for you. John.
Okay, a few questions that were asked. First one, is the Homestead track in danger off of Evans Road and the Highway 155? Okay, currently, as I said, the fire moved up and it's holding up on at the Shirley Repeater site. And the expectation is, as it comes up, we're working it to try to hold it up there. We've got crews engaged doing that, and that will be our primary focus. To answer your question simply, there is danger in there if what we get is a typical, what they call diurnal winds that wind up pushing out of the west and coming down canyon down toward the Homestead track and Wofford Heights area. We're doing our best right now to make sure that doesn't happen. That's why we're placing a heavy contingent up there. And also up there in that same general area, somebody asked, let's see, Alta Sierra, is the fire moving toward Alta Sierra and Slick Creek area? That's the primary area that it moved toward today. That was being driven by the southeast winds. As the winds turn and start shifting out of the west, there'll be less danger on that. But we're trying to keep that from hooking around to come back down in toward Tilley Creek and the Homestead and Wofford Heights area. So I hope that answers your question that yes, there is danger up there. And that's why we do have the evacuation orders. And we do have a heavy contingent of resources up there. Another question, is it moving toward Glenville? So with that east wind and southeast wind, that's what causes it to push west that way. It's still quite a ways off of Glendale or from Glenville area, quite a few miles. So in order for it to really significantly impact Glenville area, it would need another heavy easterly push. And typically the winds do come out of the west out there. So it would be a backing fire into there. That being said, we are identifying areas where we can pick ridges to hold the fire from coming down and threatening that area there. And last one, is there structured defense in the Green Mountain community? Yes, that's up in anybody up in the Alta Sierra community, any of our resources up there. They're also covering the Greenhorn area as well as Slick Rock or Slick Creek area too. So we do have resources up there providing structured defense through the night and a heavy contingent again through tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We have time for one more question on the video, and that will be from the Sheriff, Sergeant Ryan Pitcher. He'll come up and answer that question that was given to him. We will continue to take questions in the chat. If you want to continue, we will monitor that and continue to answer the questions. But this last question is all we have time for on the video. Thank you.
Once again, yes, thank you very much. The community has been very good cooperating with the evacuations. and haven't been, giving us a bad time. They've been really coming together. Like the Cal Fire Chief said, the importance of evacuating when you're asked to do so, in addition to the safety of, them not having to worry and coming back and getting you, is there's a lot of fire equipment that's moving back and forth on these roads. And we don't want to risk bottlenecking or getting them stuck or slowed down for any reason. One of the questions that were asked were, when is it safe to return to my home within the fire perimeter? This is largely going to be determined by the fire department and their assessment of the area. We're going to maintain the closures and the EVAC orders as they request it, and as things get safer when they determine it is when we'll lift the closures on the roads. The other question was, are deputies patrolling the EVAC zones? Yes, we have additional deputies in the area. They're going to be doing 24-hour coverage of not only patrol in the area, but in addition to that, of these evacuated zones. If you're aware of any crimes that are being committed in these areas, please give the Sheriff's Office a call. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this evening for this community meeting. We do hope that we were able to answer a lot of the questions that you had. If you still have some questions, we are remaining on the chat, so you can continue to put questions in the chat. We'll do our best to answer all of those questions. This meeting has been recorded, and we do anticipate putting it up on a couple of the Facebook platforms here in the area, the Sequoia National Forest, and I believe the Kern County Fire Department, as well as the Bureau of Land Management's Facebook pages. So if you want to listen to it again, you may do so, and we can also answer questions there as well. Again, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your support, and we'll do everything we can to contain this fire as quickly as possible. Thank you.
That was it.
Recording stopped.
Hey, I am so sorry.
Yeah, people are having questions like, is Wolford Heights in immediate danger? And they're like, thanks, bye. Okay. So I guess that was the meeting. It just goes to show that you can totally make up credentials for social media like I just did, and get admitted to these meetings. If you need essential information about fires, I completely encourage you to make fake social media accounts just to help save your life. And I hope I don't get banned from some of them. But you know what? If I do, I'll just make fake ones and come right back. You guys totally didn't hear me say that. But in order to join the Zoom meeting, I said I was Jane Doe, and my email was no@no.com. So we're going to try to look at Janesville for a second, and then we have the Dixie Fire community meeting to look at next. Guys, quit arguing with each other in chat, please. Wolford Heights, not Wolford. That's what I thought. But people have been saying Wolford like with authority. And so I doubted myself, and I looked at the map, and I said I thought it was Wolford, and then somebody said Wolford, and I went, well, okay. So thanks for the correction. I occasionally get trolled too. Somebody said it was Tehama County, and I'm like, hey, I thought it was Tehama. Well, I was right. It was Tehama. So if you guys don't like each other in chat, just hit the 3 buttons and ignore somebody. Really, I mean, I can't do the role of be nice to such and such, somebody else be nice. If somebody's consistently an antagonist, of course, you get out of here. But I encourage you to just block the people that if you don't like what they're saying. So I have a lot less work to do, and my mods have less of a circus. And sorry mods. Yeah, you need to have some social media, unfortunately, to know what's going on with the emergencies, because we've had the complete breakdown of reverse 911 and other things in multiple counties. We had the reverse 911 breakdown with Janesville and Susanville the other day. Same thing with the Caldor fire yesterday. And sometimes you just have to know this stuff, but for some reason there is no one-stop shopping for the fires. That's going to be part of the 35-point plan manifesto. Improve communication to the public for public safety. Have a one app, one website, information for all the country's fires, all evacuation info. One site, one app. That's it. One-stop shopping. And that would be better. I mean, if we can make, why are cell phones like the Amazon and Facebook app come with every cell phone pre-installed on it? Why wouldn't that emergency app come pre-installed on cell phones? You know, that's a head scratcher right there. So yeah, for the older generation too, they're the most vulnerable. They take their hearing aids out at night. They're not plugged into media. I know a lot of my elderly relatives have a flip phone and try to seek out flip phones to buy them, no matter how much I try to tell them that these will save your life. You know, CalTopo on your phone can save your life because you can do this and track fires from your phone. CalTopo has an app on the phone. You know, if you're in front of the fire and you see the red dots coming your way, that can save your life. Broadcastify scanner radio, listening to the firefighter chat can save your life. But you know, a lot of them just don't want that, and it's just one of those things. It's actually mostly the elderly that died in these fires. That's another grim statistic that I'm compiling here when I look at the situation. So, going back up here, people are asking me different questions right now. Dixie Fire.
Command.
Let's listen for a second. We're going to look at the Dixie Fire community meeting in just a moment.
Position Kilo from engine 2 on command.
There's been so much of that. That's why I haven't been showing it. But from what we can make out, thankfully and mercifully, at the Dixie Fire, they're mostly being...
On command.
Yeah, this is Whiskey Train A. How you copy?
Whiskey Train A. Just advising you, all resources are off the hill. We were just trying to make sure you copied that traffic.
Okay, so that sounds like the most boring kind of transmission ever. All resources are off for this or that, and mostly that's because they're shifting into night crew. Night crew is replacing day crew, and so you'll hear repeated, this resource is off the line, this resource is off the line throughout the night. I have been monitoring that, and of course I would have turned it right back on if there had been some sort of an emergency thing here. Matthew, stop complaining about the mods, please. Write me an email about it if you have some suggestions. But they're doing their best, and some of them are new, and really, it's another chat rule is don't consistently whine about anything in chat like mods. You know, you can tell me in an email all of the concerns you want to, but we can't make it be all negative and I hate this person, I hate this person. This is the supportive community. The purpose of the chat is to share information and support, and if your comment is anything else other than that, and it's probably unwelcome in general. So we can have fun jokes sometimes too. But introductions, how am I affected by the fire? How are you? Suggestions, fire behavior experts are in here. But you know, we can't have a circus. So the next meeting, the community update meeting for the Dixie, is what we should be showing now. So they were both at the same time. Don't ask me why they do that. But let's hang on. Hang on a second. And we may need to wait a minute or two for it to be over, because what we had to do was do one of these meetings at a time. Don't ask me why they start at the same time. But unless it's over, we can't rewind. So it's already 37 minutes into it, or 25 really. So we'll just wait for it to be over. Now going back to the chat here. Smitty 560, welcome back. Dixie Fire Flash, animal evacuations, call this phone number. Cool. Is it in the Sierra Pass? Is that the, oh, you're responding to the above commentary? Oh, hang on a second. Let's look at Dixie Fire. Let's see if the cameras are night vision.
85 is with Turner.
Yeah, Mad Movie Mark, they did a Caldor meeting at 5 p.m. So if you rewind my video to 5 p.m., you can watch it. And then you can hit the live button by the volume and come right back to us. But yeah, we had the Caldor meeting at 5. Wow. That's Dusty, the Shirley Peak camera lived. It's splattered with retardant, but it lived. That's good to see. Now the others should start going into night vision, and we'll see right through the smoke as soon as they do. Looking out there, it's still daylight, but you couldn't tell by these cameras, could you? RIP Hamilton Mountain camera, it's actually dead. If you look at Hamilton Mountain, this was the last thing it saw before it died. It was overcome by fire a couple days ago. So pour one out for the Hamilton Mountain cam. Okay, we still don't have night vision on Indian Ridge yet. I'm still waiting for the. Is it still live? Okay. The Dixie Fire meeting, we can't go back to the beginning until it officially ends. So we'll wait a minute. We have some aircraft down at Caldor, and I might switch radio over to Caldor because we might be hearing the. In fact, that's what we'll do. Let's switch to it real quick to Caldor Broadcastify. Because that's still Dixie. We're hearing nothing.
Mountain Medic 5, communications, go ahead.
Are en route to Quincy ICP.
I copy en route to ICP. Communications East Clear 1928. Thanks, Ralph.
It's here, copy.
Eagle Helibase is down south for the evening. Communications copies down south for the evening.
Okay. So that's really boring, Dixie chatter. That's great. Hopefully the battle for Genesee and Taylorsville is going well. We'll be able to look at the cams in a minute and just see, like on Dire Mountain and others, what we can see, concerning the Dixie. Let's turn on Caldor Fire Ops, and as we wait for the Dixie meeting to finish so we can start it. And as soon as I refresh the page and it's not live anymore, then yeah, it's almost over. He usually talks at the end. Let's listen to Caldor Air Attack if we can. There might be an ad.
Oh, I love family road trips. Wind in my ears.
Good dogs.
Treats in my mouth. and peace of mind knowing Les Schwab did our tires, brakes, and alignment. Like.
Okay, so I'm going to mute the ad for a second. We can't take a shot. Wasn't Home Depot. So we'll start the Dixie meeting whenever it's ended. But meanwhile, Caldor has some tanker action and some helicopters at least. It looks like they're over on the west area, just east of Volcano and Buckhorn here, and the Omo Ranch area still. We look at here the Caldor fire. Live satellite here. They're probably trying to hold that section where we see all the helicopters here. And Omo Ranch once again. But I expect most of the fire to make the progress, of course, with the wind direction toward the northeast. So what we don't want to see is this thing move in a line that direction. I don't know what they have as far as lines. They didn't really explain that too well. But hopefully, whatever they're doing will help the situation. We know for a fact they're really trying to keep it on Highway 50, but it's got the real potential to go over Highway 50. It is now closed. That's one of the major routes to the major route to Tahoe, one of the major routes out of the state. A huge major artery that's now been severed. So going the long way, I guess you would have to go to Truckee to get around. That is to Carson City. That's one heck of a detour. So let's see if we can hear them.
Yeah. Fort Yankee, landing assured. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a pilot. Here's what I'm listening to. Here is your link. And the Dixie Fire meeting should be ready for us to watch any moment now. We're just waiting for it. Yeah, Carson City represent. Weren't you saying, Matthew, that it smelled like a barbecue gas grill? What was your comment? I thought that was funny. We all do have to laugh. We all have to laugh occasionally to get through this situation.
They're going to do a couple drops. Yep, and then 2000 will head in, be back on deck at 2020. Okay, if you're good with it, then I'm just going to hand everything left over to you. You can turn it in. I'll go make sure 516 can get back with Viz, and then just follow him in if that works, and you can take over Helco. Affirm, let's do a quick rundown. I got 7-3 uniform, Helitaker 47 working Ridge, 261, Helitaker 55 working Tiger. 7-3 uniform, Helitaker 47. 9 Romeo Hotel, also working Ridge Dip, a little bit different target. He's working River Dip, so he's just out of the bottom, working all the stuff on the bottom.
Alright, so we allow
Bocolomi River Dip, correct? Yeah, it got turned in earlier, so it's probably not on a map. 9 Romeo Hotel, Helco on rotor. River Dip, right? The one you've been all day. Yep, 7-6, just at the bottom, just below where everybody else is working, that work site. All right, we'll find 9 Romeo Hotel. Okay, and then 516, we're going to go over with them, make sure they can get back in the smoke, and so we'll go talk to them if you got 516 over there too. Yeah, copy. 516 was to make him one more drop in departing, and you're going to follow him back, and we'll take Helco whenever you're ready. Okay, you got it. All right, we got the fire. You got dispatch in the base. Sounds good. I'll call when we're out of here. 7-3 uniform, south of Dorado.
Okay, so let me mute that a second. I'm looking at a couple positive things on the Caldor fire here. A, they've got aircraft on it. And B, we see that they're scanning. This is a characteristic zigzag pattern of the infrared flights. So we have not had these for the Caldor fire for a couple of evenings because of the horrible smoke. So we've actually didn't know what the exact boundaries of the Caldor fire even were. The way that they map this and the way that they draw this for the Dixie, the Caldor, or anything is at night they go over with infrared airplanes. And you'll see them do this pattern. It'll be the zigzag. And I don't think you can see the blue here very well. Let me try to make it to show up more. But it's like the coils of a heater, and that's where that plane is doing it. So a lot of people get frightened. They see this flashing green-looking laser. Sometimes they're doing two different types of mapping, one of which is 3D mapping of the terrain and topography, and that's called LiDAR. But it's just like the laser pointer of a pen that you have. It can't light the landscape on fire. It's like a laser pointer. But they're the infrared you can't see with the human eye. But they make a 3D scanned map, and this is new exciting technology. You know, the firefighters need this real-time information. It's usually done every night, and when they're not able to do it, then in the morning they have completely inaccurate maps with question marks on them. So the fact that they're doing this right now is pretty dang cool. So let's see if the meeting is over. It doesn't even look like it is. How long is this going on? Hang on a second. Yeah, it is still not over. So we'll continue to refresh this. This should be wrapping up any moment. And the reason that we're listening to the Caldor fire is the Dixie is just talking about boring stuff. We can't see it yet. But we'll see through the smoke as soon as this goes to infrared.
62 admin zone 3, how do you copy?
Like on Indian Ridge, we'll see something, I believe.
62 scratchy, readable, go ahead. Engine 62 is available. Drivers can hit you on zone 1.
Okay. Just got a message here. I will have to take the computer down to do something with the computer, and I'm just warning people. For some part of the night, it'll be down, so I want to at least show what's going on here with the meetings. We're gonna be walking through this. We want to figure out 8 o'clock. You know, what's happening at 8 o'clock. The wind should be picking up. But so far, fingers crossed, things are looking so much more quiet than they could have today. We know we had the big crisis thing up there at Genesee and Taylorsville, but then we had that cheerful report that
we're 4,000 feet looking for you, Craig.
That they were mopping up around it. So just fingers crossed. So, but every once in a while I have to pay bills and do all the things I neglected for the entire week and use my computer for something else. And we start it and transfer a lot of the week's videos to a different hard drive and do a little bit of maintenance as well. And tomorrow, being such a tough day, I want to prepare for tomorrow and be here with you guys. Because we're having that red flag day on the Caldor. That's the big critical part of all these fires that might be extremely difficult tomorrow.
Behind you there, Gary. We're just holding on the fire line so you get a visual. Okay, we're above it there. We didn't like it. We're just coming back down below it. Copy that.
Overall, I'd say there might have been bullets dodged.
Oh, 647, Helco.
Yeah, this will be our last drop as well, and we'll be heading back to Jackson.
Hey, return to, after drop, return to Jackson and hold.
Jackson, hold. 47. Give me a call off the drop.
Okay, does anybody have a specific question? And let's see here. Several hellos dropping last night. Doing the last drop. Okay.
Okay, thanks, son. We're just lining up for the drop now, and it'll be our last as well.
All right, okay. I got your visual, Gary, Indy 12.
Where's our meeting?
Branch 30, Deputy Officer on command.
Really? It's still going?
Up in the field west. Roger that, we'll follow you.
Is this a meeting?
47 is off the drop back to Jackson. We're looking for the 61 or 73 unit. Oh, we got shift flash. We'll go left. Okay, we're over back.
It's a meeting or an infomercial. Come on.
We think it's 47. That was our last drop. We're going to return to the field. So have a good night, folks.
The operations on command.
Markleyville. Choppers doing circuits over Markleyville? I was hoping that would be just some sort of a damage assessment or something. Where's our Markleyville?
Left week, already see you.
Here.
And 47 is off the drop back to Jackson.
Holding 47, clear direct from Helco, clear direct to Jackson. No known traffic inbound.
I'll take 47. Thanks, sir.
We don't have a heat signature.
Del Rosa 73 uniform.
So on Helco. Yeah, we're off the drop and headed back to Jackson. All right, 261, other traffic returning to Jackson, Helitanker 47 coming off Ridge. Copy that.
Thanks for coming your way as well at 5,000. Just have a look.
Once again, I apologize for my mouse going wild. It's still going. Okay.
Dan, SO, Team 3.
We're off the drop and headed back to elevation. Copy 7-3, your uniform departed. 7-3. Okay, Greg, we're not going to go anything else for us. We should be out of your way. Yeah, we're well clear. Help code 261.
Still no night vision cameras.
76 Charlie Golf, just check coming by your left side mail complex. Caldor fire attack, CC helicopter 24, 011862.
For the love of cars, it's still going.
Caldor fire, Helco, CHP helicopter 24 on 12407.
CHP 24, Helco.
Yeah, we got requested by El Dorado County Sheriff to do some PA announcements for evacuation. Probably going to be up at Point Gear Fire. We just departed Auburn Airport.
Nope, I haven't got the name.
Helco, 2991. I think with clear you guys in 6,000 if that'll work for you. Helicopters below, and we're just about to depart. The visibility's really settling down at low level on the west side.
Yeah, I'm showing 40 miles to the northwest. Should be no factor. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do 6. We're going to stay north of the fire coming around the east side if we can even get there.
Okay, you can proceed as requested, transition up the east side of the fire. We are 5,000 and below the south end of the fire and the west side of the fire.
Okay, yeah, we're going to be on the east side. And are you guys doing night ops tonight?
We are approved for night ops, but right now the viz is deteriorating in the priority area of operation for night ops.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll advise as we get closer. And like I said, we're going to probably stay pretty to the north and just circle around if we can.
Okay, copy that. And just throughout the shift, if you guys come back for blind calls, and we'll do the same. And if you could relay to any other law enforcement that we are set up for night ops tonight.
Okay, that's awesome. Thanks.
Okay, a special request while we're waiting for the...
Roll, Genesee 3, 2729 probation on 1.
Hang on.
Go ahead, and the trailer plate's available.
Copy that. Last of Avila, phonetically Adam Victor, Ida Lincoln Adam, first of Kevin, middle of Edward. DOB is 219 of 1980, 80, out of Somerset.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Thanks, 9 Runway Hotel House.
I try not to, I was over there turning on the air conditioning for a second. I try not to put personal details like that from the police radio, but the police bleed into the fire radio. So can there's a, I just muted it for you guys. I'm sort of monitoring it in my left ear. But it sounds nice and boring too on the Caldor fire right now, so fingers crossed. It's maybe a different story a bit, later tonight or tomorrow. But let's drop here, let's drop there. It sounds a lot better than, oh my God, something's happening here. So I'm delighted that things are as quiet as they are. So I was asked by Rick to do a brief rundown of the communities in danger. So as far as we can tell. I'll start with like Weaverville and such has been consistently in danger, and areas by Hayfork and all that, Somerville, Cecilville up there at the Forks of Salmon area are most of the towns that are most in danger. We have a lot of erratic winds over on the coast. I haven't studied what's going on with there, but I'm worried for Somerville, Cecilville, Weaverville, Hayfork, and some of the smaller towns over here that have been consistently endangered for the fact that they haven't had enough staff. And everybody's commenting how not enough people are on, mouse disorder. Not enough people are on the Caldor, and it's absolutely true. But there's not much resources in the country to put on the Caldor. One of the other fires has to get better before the Caldor is going to be staffed with enough people, and that's the terrifying reality. So I am very concerned that it'll spread more than it should, just like the others have, just because of the understaffing situation. So on the Dixie fire, I'm less concerned for mineral than I was for a couple of days ago. I don't know about the existence of communities up here past the Lassen wilderness, the volcanic wilderness, because it's been a long time since I've ever been in this region. But the Dixie fire wants to march northeast with the winds. So any community that's northeast of Lassen Volcanic Park, anything northeast of where any active fire is, where they've had little difficulty containing it, excuse me, my mouse is going insane, is in the crosshairs. So they did really good work with the Janesville Road breach from yesterday, but you can still see that there's flaring and there's hot spots. And you can look at the envelope camera and the FLIR one to keep monitoring that situation, the FLIR. Links in the description of the video. But the fire is going to try. Hang on.
I guess the ground in there, but we'll take a look. I got Little Mountain Road on the map. Here's just south of the branch break.
Okay, they said smoke's really starting to settle in, but they're looking at Little Mountain Road. The pilots are on the Caldor fire. So the biggest communities in danger are Seneca over here, and I mean, we've already lost the gin mill. I don't know how much even remains, but any of the mines in the communities and the little cabins over there by Seneca, Taylorsville, Genesee, of course, we know very well that that's in danger. The structures north and east of Antelope Lake, as the wind consistently blows towards the northeast and blows the fire that way. Milford, Janesville, and hopefully not Susanville. However, this is like a wind tunnel, kind of a shot towards Susanville. If it's going to be all their line prep that would that help the situation. They did firing ops today, try to help it. They have the hog fire and burn scar, and to the west of Susanville is some flat land that I think really kind of helps it. But what I would be worried about is it crossing 36 and getting into the hills. When I say wind tunnel, that's what I mean. I would actually think the greatest threat to Susanville at this point might be at hopscotching and getting above it. Either that if it went to Janesville first or Wildcat Ridge. We haven't heard too much about the fire being on Wildcat Ridge. If the wind ever turned north, which is not really scheduled to in the near future, Wildcat Ridge, it would take a straight shot at Susanville. But thank goodness that's been consistently holding and they've been pushing it back. Fruit Growers Road has been a good thing. Milford and those areas, I think the line's going to get tested tonight and tomorrow as the winds really pick up, tomorrow in particular. But I don't think it's going to be threatening Quincy in the near future because the wind's just blowing away from Quincy. It's more like Genesee that's terribly in danger. The Lucky S mining town and other historical treasures up there. I don't even know if they still exist right now, let alone if they will in the future. So just fingers crossed. When we go back down to the Caldor fire, the communities in the way that I was terrified for was South Tahoe, Strawberry, and I'm really not familiar with this area at all. Just looking, just looking at the area, Kybers was directly in the path. They did some firing of the hillsides around here to try to protect it, but it's still in the line of fire here. I'm going to turn off this wind. It doesn't seem completely accurate right now. Hang on.
Let me check with Division Whiskey near the branch break. You got the fire map up. They're looking for a report on the fire systems from their indirect line, so let me check to see if you can take that load in there.
We'll try. The visibility is dropping dramatically. The smoke is coming down quite a bit. I'm not sure if we can get in there, but we can try.
That was somebody in a helicopter. They could be east of Pollock Pines right now or by Spring Valley.
Support in there at Little Mountain Road. You might be able to get in there.
No, Little Mountain Road. Let's look.
It doesn't look like we can get in with to Jackson, maybe.
Okay, down here actually.
And a heli tanker 55 from Copter 76. Yeah, Gary, just check. I'm descending, found about 3,500 along Whiskey here. We're just doing a little scout for the guys. So.
Okay, we looking around, but it's the visibility is pretty bad.
There's no need to force anything, so we can do what we need to do.
Okay, I will head back to Jackson. Anybody?
There's some swirling winds around there. They funnel back south to Omo Ranch, so I would be critically worried about Omo Ranch. And that's the literal, cyclical swirl. I will be very interested in the little Omo Ranch cam as soon as it clicks over to infrared. It's a very old cam. Sorry to keep showing that. Let's look at Windy real quick. Then we'll go to the Dixie Fire meeting because I'm hoping that's over and watchable now. Just putting the little flag. Okay. 8 p.m. Yeah, we have 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts aiming the fire towards the northeast. You know, these are the southwest winds aiming the fire towards the northeast. But throughout the night, there's not going to be much in the way of sustained winds.
Tower Sinker 5-5, Helco copies. You're returning to base, possible, or Jackson. Hey, Spencer, we try to get into Whiskey. It just doesn't look very good to be able to get in there safely. We concur. Well, we'll see you guys at base. Yes, sir. Detector 5-5.
Okay, so unfortunately, they're starting to pull off. Excuse me. Sorry about the mouse. The Whiskey, if you look at a clock, when they're talking about Charlie Whiskey, this and that, it's like a round clock, and just past 6 is A, B, you know. So Zulu and Whiskey are going to be in the southeast corner there. So.
8 Nora Mary Paul 414. It's on a Toyota Camry.
Oh, that's a police thing. So they continue to run the plates of every car in the region, seeing if it's locals or looters. So I might try to mute that. But they're hang on.
509 Helco.
509 Lumberjack in contact with Helibase. We'll talk to you later.
Change approved, Lumberjack, and we're heading in. Also, everything should be off the fire.
Okay.
516 behind you. We'll stay listening for him.
Okay, so I'm going to mute that. We've got a Dixie Fire meeting update. Sorry about that. It's taking so long. But when they do two community updates at the same time, we've got no choice. We've got to play them one after the other. So thanks for your patience, people, listening to that. But the rest of the communities is anything northeast or north or directly south of the Caldor is what I'm worried about. The stuff on the west zone I'm less worried about, as the wind will hopefully consistently going one direction, and that means that they can funnel personnel to at least just one side of the fire to try to help things. Yeah, I'm terrified for things like Khyber's and Strawberry and even South Tahoe, and that Sierra Tahoe cam might see the fire marching right towards it. We could see long-range spotting and such. There's just a couple of bright things. A couple of bright things about the Caldor fire is it's going to be a bit more humid and a bit more cold than normal. So while it's going to be windy, it's mostly gusts instead of sustained. You know, we had that mini freak out when they said 35-mile-an-hour sustained winds, and I'm like, what? Like a tropical depression? But they meant gusts, and we were able to confirm that. So let's watch the Dixie Fire West Zone Community Meeting, and I'll have a little bit of a rest break and get a snacky. Any other quick questions before we watch that? And then we'll be able to finally see what's going on a little bit at the Dixie and at the Caldor, because these will all go into infrared somewhat soon, probably by the time this meeting is over. So are we ready for the meeting? Are we ready? Here we go. Yeah, we're 12 minutes into it. Hang on, I gotta mute it.
21. If you have any questions for our speakers this evening, please submit them in the comment section below, and we will address them with our speakers after their presentations. First, we'll look across California. Our state is under extreme drought conditions, and wildfires are burning rapidly and with extreme severity. More than 12,000 federal, state, tribal, and local firefighters are assigned to a dozen active, large wildfires across the state. So far this year, almost 1.5 million acres have burned, and that's an increase of 500,000 acres versus the same time frame last year. Over the last 37 days, the Dixie Fire has consumed 705,000 acres, and it currently stands at 35% contained. This remains the second largest wildfire and 14th most destructive wildfire in California history. Currently deployed to the incident, we have 5,734 personnel, 477 fire engines, 206 dozers, 92 crews, 19 helicopters, and it's affected 5 counties across Northern California, including Butte, Tehama, Plumas, Lassen, and Shasta. We currently have over 25,000 residents under evacuation orders and warnings, 281 of which are staying in 4 temporary shelters established around the fire. Damage inspectors are continuing to evaluate the burn area and perform damage assessments. For Plumas County, we have 1,150 homes or structures that have been destroyed, 79 structures that have been damaged, and I'm happy to say 1,555 that show no signs of damage and have been saved. In Lassen County, we have 52 structures that have been destroyed. 7 have shown signs of damage, and 137 have shown no signs of damage. In Tehama, 30 structures have been destroyed, 5 have been damaged, and 62 show no damage. Overall, for the Dixie fire, 1,232 structures have been destroyed, 91 have been damaged, and the number I'm happy to report, 1,754 have shown no signs of damage and have been saved. It's important to remember that these inspections are ongoing and that the numbers are subject to change. Our first speaker this evening, I'd like to introduce incident meteorologist Joseph Goutsworth.
And good evening, everyone. It's great to be here once again. I do have some good news to talk about for once. I know I'm usually the bearer of bad news, but we're going to have to wait a day for that really, really good news. We're looking at another upper-level system working its way across the state as we speak. Past couple of days, we had northeast winds. We had some clean air. Well, that obviously has changed. Winds kicked around to the southwest earlier today, and we brought in that smoke from all the surrounding wildfires back into our area. We are going to keep those southwest winds in place overnight and for tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, a dry cold front is going to come through. The winds are still going to stay out of the southwest. However, they are going to pick up in speed, and we're looking at maybe 15 to 25 mile an hour winds. Do not be surprised if you see wind gusts around 30 to maybe 35 miles an hour, mainly in the higher terrain areas or in those normally wind-prone areas like valleys or where the winds line up properly with the topography. There is one very big limiting factor to all of this, and that is the smoke. So in this case, the smoke is actually helping by keeping a lid on those very strong winds. So if we can clear out any of the smoke, we'll see those winds pick up accordingly. If we stay really, really socked in with smoke, the winds might not be quite as strong as what we're looking at right now. So tomorrow is the critical day, and it all comes down to how much smoke we're actually going to see. And once we get past tomorrow, the weather pattern really quiets down. It's going to be warm. It's going to be not that windy at all. We're still going to see some dry air, but again, once we get past tomorrow's wind event, things are looking much, much better across the incident. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be fire behavior analyst Brian Newman.
Good evening. So I'm going to start over here in the southeast portion of the fire out in the Janesville area and just talk about some of the activity that we're seeing here and what we expect to see for tomorrow as well. So the fire did stand up in some of these areas today as the wind picked up a little bit this afternoon before the smoke came in. And we did see some activity on the flanks, both on the north and the south end, above and below Janesville and above Milford over here. And we expect that tomorrow, with that wind coming across, depending again on that smoke layer that we just heard about, we'll see some activity, especially down here in the very southeast portion of it, potentially push on the lines here a little bit and potentially challenge the lines. But overall, the activity for the most part is on the top of the escarpment, and there's a bit of activity just on the lines on either side of that, but most of it's over the escarpment itself. Moving over towards Susanville area and then the Hamilton Mountain, this is where we had a bit of activity today. There's different activities going on in terms of some firing, but also because of that wind that we had today, it came across the lake bed there and stoked up that fire a bit before the smoke came in. So activity was occurring in there, and we'll expect that we'll see some again there tomorrow, even just under a light breeze. A little bit of a thinning smoke here really allows the fire to get up and stand up and start to show itself. So I expect that that's going to occur again tomorrow, especially in some of the deeper pockets of heavy fuels and the steeper topography. Coming a little further west over just north of Westwood, not a lot of heat showing in here, and I expect tomorrow that the activity that will occur in there will be just interior islands and pockets that are continuing to burn out. That's really heavy fuels in there, and they have been a bit before they've completely burned out or been mopped up. And so again, tomorrow we're going to be concerned about spot fires that could come out of there, but the amount of work that's been done in there is limited to those for the most part. But that is our concern as we move around the north end of the fire, just because of the direction that the wind is coming. So as it's generally coming from the southwest, it is allowing this activity that's up here in some of these areas that we saw today to continue to burn tomorrow, especially in these larger areas that have a lot more topography, a lot more rugged terrain. It's going to see that exposure to that wind that we just heard about. And so there is an opportunity for that activity to pop up and start showing some smoke columns up there. So overall, there's some chances for some spotting potential within the burn area and then just outside of it as well. But again, the limiting factor is that smoke. And so there's kind of a mixed message about wanting to have that smoke to keep that down. But that also limits our ability to put some aircraft in there. So as we move across the top over here, all the way over to the Lassen Park area, the part that has the most rugged terrain, highest elevations, it should pop out of the smoke tomorrow. And we'll see some smoke columns coming from that area just because of that height in the elevation and the heavy fuels that are burning in there. But again, some of that's sheltered from the wind on the backside of the topography and the backside of the mountains. So it shouldn't allow it to make any major runs, but there still will be some continuing activity to the north and to the east as that heavy terrain and heavy fuels continue to burn out. Coming down here to the Mill Creek area, that was hit today by that fresh wind that came in off the southwest, and so it did allow that to stand up a little bit in there, but again, it burned back into itself for the most part. So mostly it's on the flanks that are progressing just kind of left and right off of this finger here, but nothing that's really challenging the lines that have been built in there, and I expect that to continue again tomorrow as we see the breeze come up the canyon here. It shouldn't be threatening any of the lines that are already established in there, so that's the activity that you should expect to see in there. And the rest of the fires that comes over towards Chester and Almanor, really all that's left burning in there is just some smoldering pockets, some stump holes and some trees that are left burning well interior, nothing that's threatening any lines. And I expect to see that even tomorrow with the pickup in winds, that we shouldn't see anything that's going to challenge anything. And that kind of activity is what you're going to see in a lot of these other interior areas that have been burning or had burned quite a few weeks ago. So that's what's really going to be left with that. And really, like we talked about, the limiting factor is that smoke. So if we keep that smoke layer over the fire tomorrow, a lot of this activity is really going to be dampened down and moderated. Thank you.
And next, we'll stick over here at the map with Operations Section Chief Mark Brunton.
Good evening. Overall, we had a really good day with the fire as far as being able to get a lot of our control objectives completed. So I'll start basically through the middle of the fire, which is our Westwood sector. Basically, everything's looking really good around the communities on the West Shore. As the FBAN noted, just some calls for service for those burning stump holes and such, pretty minimal. Our firing operation the other day on Highway 36 continues to hold very well, mopped up very well. So it creates a nice closed door from anything moving from the north into the peninsula, into Westwood, or into Hamilton Branch. So that's looking really good. Right here on the line between the east zone and the west zone, did have a slop over on Dyer Mountain yesterday. We were able to pick that up, and we're continuing to mop up stage there and continuing to strengthen that line within that area, so that our idea is to close the door from anything moving from the south to the north. Continuing over here where you see the Duffy group, we did a firing operation a couple days ago starting at 36, so between drop point 276 and Willard basically got that all fired in. It's got a lot of good depth in mopping that up. And then we were able to fire slightly more down 36 and then able to find a good place where we have a check line that we stopped it and then go direct within that and continue to go direct. So that's had a lot of success, and just in the process of mopping that up and making sure that's cooled down so that when we do get those slowly push winds, that we don't have anything that's going to challenge the line or influence anything that's on our unburned part in that clear branch. Right here around Susanville, I've gone direct on this line. It's in a continuous mop-up stage, and we also have our secondary lines opened up from previous fires. So that's looking really good. And then moving over to Janesville, continued work throughout there. That's right there in our zone break. So we've been assisting the East Zone with some resources, and then they've been continuing to put line in and strengthen on the south end. And then on our end, we've been able to continue to improve our line. We have a very large line going from the escarpment to 395, about 4 dozer blade wide. We've got hose in there. We've put retardant lines to strengthen that, and then they're mopping up any of the hot spots to protect any sort of push of the fire into Janesville. And then we have a very large contingency line across the top of the escarpment that we're continuing to construct so if fire does make any sort of turn or push, that we have something to box in and protect the community there. So that's looking really good as far as from our end in Janesville. Moving on to our Lassen sector north of 36, activity is over here on Mill Creek and the plateau. Looking really good. This little finger of fire down here, as of yesterday, we were able to go direct, put good control line around it. As FBN said, it was with the wind push, challenge. It didn't really challenge any of our lines. It did increase some activity on the flanks. However, our lines are holding very well. We also have a good secondary control line that to catch anything that to push from the north down. But with our winds changing direction, that actually goes into our favor. And then we have a third line to isolate Mill Creek from any sort of western push of the fire. So that is doing very well, and we've got a lot of resources in there working on that. Into the park highway is holding as we've expected and wanted it to. A lot of various line construction throughout various parts of the park, where we found some good control lines and areas to use as control lines. So that's continuing. We haven't really had any really significant movement within the park. A lot of that fire has been moderated, and it has some little runs here and there, but for the most part, it's going very well. Moving outside the park, we have our Division Quebec. And that has been a line that we've put in past couple of days preparing it, and we'll be conducting a firing operation there. The idea with that is to create a block so that we don't have any further northern intrusion of the fire, and to protect the Highway 44 corridor, the infrastructure, and reduce the spread of the fire. Romeo Tango is looking really good, heavy mop up, and just shaping up very nicely. So that's good to see. And we'll have a test from the wind pattern. Once we have that good wind test on the lines and it holds, which we expect it to, then we'll be seeing more of this black lining on the map that shows that we're very comfortable and confident to call that out in that part of the fire. Overall, the weather conditions the past couple of days have been very conducive for us to fly our aircraft, both our fixed wing and our rotor wing, which we've done extensively on all parts of the fire. And today, with some of the smoke conditions, reduced the amount of we could fly, especially at the fixed wing. But however, with our rotor wing, we've been able to get the copters into a variety of these areas to help us out with our priorities and objectives. And we're going to continue to do so as we get into this next wind event. Once we get past that, as our IMET said, that we're going to get into a more calm pattern, and then we're going to be able to institute more of our priorities and objectives to accomplish our mission of controlling and putting out this fire. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce a video submitted by the Plumas County Sheriff's Department.
Good evening, I'm Carson Wingfield, the Incident Commander at the Plumas County Emergency Operations Center, giving you a quick update for today, Friday, August 20th, 2021. Currently, we're working to escort residents onto properties in Greenville over the next few days. We have not completely worked out the logistics of that and where and when that will happen. However, if you have contacted us to give us your name on one of the lists available either online or by phone, you can expect a code red and or a phone call from us to make arrangements to come in and view your property within the next couple of days. We know that this is going to be a very difficult time for a lot of residents, and our hearts go out to you. But we'll do everything we can to accommodate getting you in to see your homes and your property. There's been some good progress made on the fire over the last few days. Have had some favorable wind conditions that has allowed firefighters to make good contingency lines. Please stay vigilant and continue to watch and be careful in those zones because conditions are always changing. A local assistance center opened today at the old probation building, which is at 1446 East Main Street in Quincy. It is just east of the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. It's a great starting place for evacuees and residents affected by the Dixie fire and the Beckworth complex fire to begin making arrangements for the recovery process. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Next, I'd like to introduce at our podium, Lassen County Sheriff, Dean Groudon.
Good evening, everyone. Dean Groudon, Lassen County Sheriff. I want to start off by reviewing evacuation warnings and orders. We're talking about that topic, and for up-to-date information related to Lassen County warnings and orders, I recommend you go to community.zonehaven.com. Again, community.zonehaven.com. That website, again, will give you real-time information about Lassen County evacuation warnings and orders. And there are no changes as of today related to those warnings and orders. I want to promise everybody we are working with the teams, our partner agencies, cooperators, to update plans so that we are ready to allow people to go home when the time is right. I want to discuss a couple things about Westwood, Clear Creek, Pinetown. Right now, the fire is burning along that Highway 36 corridor. That area is looking pretty good overall, based on some fire operations and other things. But as you've heard earlier, the winds tomorrow will likely test some of that work that's been done, to protect our communities and stop further fire spread. We are working on power that would sustain the community when everyone does return home. We're staying in touch with Plumas County and officials over there related to the status of Seneca Hospital. If people do return to Westwood and somehow Highway 36 was forced to be closed, I'd want people to have ready access to a medical facility. So we're paying attention to and working with Seneca Hospital. In the Janesville-Milford area, the teams have done a lot of work. They've had tankers, dozers, hand crews, done a ton of work to protect Janesville-Milford, but there is still a lot of fire up over the ridge that causes some concern. And with the high winds tomorrow, a lot of that work may be tested. So right now, everyone agrees that it's not safe to repopulate, or change the order status for that Janesville area, warnings or orders in that Janesville-Milford area. Right now, animals or other critical items you might need in that Janesville area, if you call our dispatch center at 530-257-6121, we're doing everything we can to help people, either recover their animals, feed their animals, take care of the animals, or if people need critical medications or medical devices, things of that sort, we're doing everything we can to help people out while it's safe. And I understand people are emotionally drained right now, patience is limited, and tempers are short. But we can't lose track of what really is important. And I just want to cover a couple examples from my day today that will help give perspective or keep things in perspective. I had the opportunity today to see some good friends who lost their home the other day. And in talking to them, you wouldn't know it, because really they're happy that everyone's safe, they're happy to be together, and thankful for what they do have. I also talked to a family who I was on the side of the highway at a roadblock. A family pulled up, and they needed critical supplies from their home. They were convinced that their home was gone based on the footprint of the fire, but I was able to take them up to get their supplies, and they were overwhelmed to see their home was still there. And again, they were thankful to have what they have. In closing, I want to say I'm proud to be from Northeastern California and Lassen County. I know our people are resilient, and now is the time to show it. Thank you, and God bless.
Next, I'd like to introduce another pre-recorded video with Deputy Chandler Pay.
Good evening, my name is Deputy Chandler Pay. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Plumas County Sheriff's Office and Office of Emergency Services. We wanted to bring you a quick update tonight on some things we have going around the county. First, we want to clarify some repopulation questions that we receive. We receive several questions per day regarding repopulation. When can an individual get back to a certain area? And we just want to say that there's a lot of hazard mitigation that has to be done, which means we have to clean up stuff to make it safe. We have to take down hazard trees. We have to ensure that power lines are not an issue. We have to ensure that power can be restored to areas. So there's many things that go into the process of allowing repopulation, including making sure you have a safe route in and out of the area should we have to re-evacuate if you were to be repopulated. So again, we understand everybody wants to get back into their homes. We want you to get back into your homes, and we are working as quickly and efficiently as possible to get you back into your homes. Please know that. With the wind event this evening and into tomorrow, we are anticipating some possible changes to our evacuation orders. Those will come out later this evening possibly, and into tomorrow, and even maybe the next day depending on how the wind goes. So please continue to follow the plumascounty.us website under the Dixie Fire tab, and also the Plumas County Sheriff's Office Facebook page for those updates on any changes to our evacuation orders and warnings. Additionally, I want to remind everybody that we are continuing security patrols in all of the evacuated areas and warning areas. Our animal services are also providing help for any of the animals that were left in evacuated areas. So if you have an animal that was left behind in an evacuated area that you either need evacuated or you need fed, please contact Plumas County Animal Services at 530-283-3673. We want to thank the community for their patience in this incident. We know this has been a long, drawn-out incident, and we still have time ahead of us. So we want to thank you for your patience and for supporting us during this incident, and we also want to thank all of the personnel working on this incident. Thank you again for your time, and have a good night.
Our next speaker will be Federal Agency Representative Jay Lusher.
I'm trying to fix the sound.
We'd like to thank the more than 5,734 firefighters. They get up every day, put their boots on, go out to the line, and work very hard to control the areas to try and get you back into your homes. We also want to thank the hundreds of cooperators and support personnel that are working in the background to give them the information they need and the support they need to make that happen. Additionally, we'd like to thank all the friends, families, neighbors across Northeastern California who have provided support to their community and continue to support them through such a stressful time. It's these times where we need to reach out, help each other, and get through this together. Thank you.
Okay, wait. So correct me if I'm wrong, I was a little distracted here. Why is he showing that Chester is red for evacuation and 360 degrees around the lake? It's not like that right now. They allowed Chester to be repopulated and the lake shore. And he didn't even explain what changes they were considering. Did I miss something? Did they not even mention Taylorsville? Did I just miss something? Hang on a second.
Good evening. My name is Deputy Chandler Pay. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Plumas County Sheriff's Office and Office of Emergency Services. We wanted to bring you a quick update tonight on some things we have going around the county. First, we want to clarify some repopulation questions that we receive. We receive several questions per day regarding repopulation. When can an individual get back to a certain area? And we just want to say that there's a lot of hazard mitigation that has to be done.
Okay.
Which means we have to clean up stuff to make it safe. We have to take down hazard trees. We have to ensure that power lines are not an issue.
Okay.
We have to ensure that power can be restored to areas. So there's many things that go into the process of allowing repopulation, including making sure you have a safe route in and out of the area should we have to re-evacuate if you were to be repopulated. So again, we understand everybody wants to get back into their homes. We want you to get back into your homes, and we are working as quickly and efficiently as possible to get you back into your homes. Please know that. With the wind event this evening and into tomorrow, we are anticipating some possible changes to our evacuation orders. Those will come out later this evening possibly, and into tomorrow, and even maybe the next day depending on how the wind goes. So please.
Okay, so like what are you considering? Are you showing us what you're considering? Because that would mean kicking everybody out of Chester when you told them to come back yesterday, or was it the day before yesterday?
Please continue to follow the plumascounty.us website under the Dixie Fire tab, and also the Plumas County Sheriff's Office Facebook page for those updates on any changes to our evacuation orders and warnings.
Yeah, we've been doing that, but could you please, gosh, Patricia said these meetings continue to frustrate me. Me too. It's just like, was this the map from weeks ago? Because mineral and such is under mandatory evacuation and doesn't even look like it is here. Why would you show a map from weeks ago? Or is this what they think they should do in the future because there's this big swath over here that's red and okay. That needed explanation. That really does need an explanation. Are they considering kicking everybody out around the peninsula and Almanor right after they just told them to come back? Okay.
Additionally, I want to remind everybody that we are continuing security patrols in all of the evacuated areas and warning areas. Our animal services are also providing help for any of the animals that were left in evacuated areas. So if you have an animal that was left behind in an evacuated area that you either need evacuated or you need fed, please contact Plumas County Animal Services at 530-283-3673. We want to thank the community for their patience in this incident.
Well, we're losing it. We're starting to lose it. You could just tell us what you're thinking about doing, and then we'd be very patient.
We know this has been a long, drawn-out incident, and we still have time ahead of us. So we want to thank you for your patience and for supporting us during this incident, and we also want to thank all of the personnel working on this incident.
I'm not blaming him, of course. I bet he wants to tell us a lot of things he's not authorized to. And I'm beginning to hear from sources that that's more the problem, is they'd love to tell us what's on their mind, but they're not allowed to. There's like a new bureaucracy where everything told to the public now has to be approved by somebody in Sacramento. And that explains some of the delays and some of the lack of critical information flowing to us, because if we can identify the problem, that would be the best solution here. Crucifying individuals is not anything that happened. That's good. We need to identify the system breakdown so that we can find the solution. But the thing is that the public needs to trust the official sources, because they're saying we are considering changes. Okay. We need to know. Okay, so we've identified a lot of the problems here, and I hope that in future fires these get eliminated, because this doesn't work. Whatever system they have right now just doesn't work. So and I honestly don't know why 10 people are talking to us right now. Why don't these guys just tell the one public person who says everything what their input is. Why do they have to take off this hour of their workday when around 7 p.m. When this is displayed? Usually that's when wind shifts and hell breaks loose around the 7 o'clock hour. We're seeing a lot of changes around the 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock hour. The moment the words come out of their mouth, it's usually completely irrelevant, and the situation has changed. We see that time and time again. Why don't they keep staying on the job and just keep texting the one person who would get in front of the podium and just be the reporter? I mean, these people aren't reporters. That's not their job. So
firefighters, they get up every day, put their boots on, go out to the line, and work very hard to control the areas to try and get you back into your homes. We also want to thank the hundreds of cooperators and support personnel that are working in the background to give them the information they need and the support they need to make that happen.
Yeah, exactly. Brooks Rogers, and welcome back, by the way. I heard it from a good source that it used to be more frank talk and more just like I have the freedom to tell. I'm a fire expert here. I have the freedom to tell people what's on my mind. And now that there's a liability issue with that, they have some person in Sacramento that no matter what they want to tell the public, they have to get it cleared first by the person in Sacramento. So sometimes this information is not just, an hour old. It's many hours old. And they have new information and they run it by that person. But that extra step in the process, it totally explains in some ways the middleman here, why they're telling us information that doesn't matter anymore, that's already expired by the time they get to these community meetings. And having completely confusing, inaccurate graphics like that is just completely nuts. There's a lot to improve here. I still rate the communication to the public, not any one of these individuals, but the general communication to the public about these fires as an FF-.
Additionally, we'd like to thank all the friends, families, neighbors across North.
And another gripe here, I can show you guys this. A lot of people tune into the channel because you can't see this meeting without having a Facebook account.
Northeastern California, who have provided support to their community and continue to support them through such a stressful time. It's these times where we need to reach out, help each other, and get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome out CAL FIRE Lassen Modoc Unit Chief, Scott Packwood.
Max Smith, I just want to point that out. Max Smith and others that keep saying Taylorsville has a population of 100 or 150, not right now. It's got a lot of people crammed into it because it was the only spot on the map that was yellow instead of red. So you had half the population of the region thunder into Taylorsville, and people stubbornly sat there and didn't want to leave. And it's part of the reason why they're having trouble with the roadblocks and such, and people going into Genesee Valley, because there's so many people there. That's another thing they didn't think of. So they think Taylorsville is safe for some reason, safe enough to not be mandatorily evacuated when the rest of Indian Valley is. Did they not understand that everybody evacuated from Chester, the peninsula, Westwood, what the remains of Greenville, Genesee, and others wouldn't just congregate there and kind of sit there because they don't want to leave too far away from where their homes are? That's something to have thought about. That's what half the problems today are, calling in law enforcement authorities to help them with their roadblocks and help keep the peace as they told everyone in Taylorsville to get out.
Good evening, Scott Packwood, Unit Chief, Lassen Modoc. First, I'd just like to acknowledge all the good stuff that Sheriff Grouden said and empathize with the people that have been impacted in the county, on all the counties for that matter, that have lost structures. And just talk about the event the other night, Monday night, when the fire came down off Janesville Grade and escarpment there. That fire burned in almost the exact footprint of the Eagle Fire in 1989 in just a matter of a couple hours. And that fire in 1989 took a couple days to burn that same footprint. When it came off the escarpment, there was a fire whirl that lasted in there for well over 30 to 45 minutes. And I thought that there was going to be upwards of 100 houses destroyed, and those resources got in there and went to work. And
okay, fire whirl is basically what may actually be actual fire tornadoes. It has to reach F1 speeds, like I think that's 75 mile an hour. And so, holy mackerel, he's talking about a fire whirl. The Eagle Fire hit the area by Janesville in 1989. And back then, a mini fire tornado overran a crew, and there's a video of that. It was caught on camera. I decided not to show people. It's pretty awful to see a fire crew overrun that way. It goes across that highway they're still defending right now. Gosh, what's the highway by Janesville? I keep forgetting. And because fire whirls and or tornadoes, whatever you want to call them, part of their formation is geography, and it's just this area seems to be good at spawning those. So let's go back. I don't know if he's talking about the Eagle Creek, the Eagle Fire now, or a repeat of it, that another fire whirl just happened. Let me be really sure about that.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome out CAL FIRE Lassen Modoc Unit Chief, Scott Packwood.
Good evening, Scott Packwood, Unit Chief, Lassen Modoc. First, I'd just like to acknowledge all the good stuff that Sheriff Groudon said and empathize with the people that have been impacted in the county, on all the counties for that matter, that have lost structures. And just talk about the event the other night, Monday night, when the fire came down off Janesville grade and escarpment there. That fire burned in almost the exact footprint of the Eagle Fire in 1989 in just a matter of a couple hours. And that fire in 1989 took a couple days to burn that same footprint. When it came off the escarpment, there was a fire whirl that lasted in there for well over 30 to 45 minutes. And I thought that there was going to be upwards of 100 houses destroyed, and those resources got in there and went to work and saved multiple houses along Ponderosa, all the way from Janesville grade south. So unfortunately we didn't save them all, but we did save a great number of homes in that area as the fire came down and impacted 395.
I guess he was talking about another one, not the Eagle Fire one, but I guess he was talking about one being there for 45 minutes. I have not heard about that. I thought he was talking about 1989.
So, as you've heard from the IMET, the incident meteorologist, tomorrow's weather is not favorable as far as the fire goes, and it's another day of southwest winds. So the wind's going to be coming out of the southwest, pushing the fire towards the northeast, and we still have some critical areas, at least on the east side of the fire. One of those being the area of Fredonia Summit along Highway 36. Crews have been working extremely hard in there to contain and get that controlled in anticipation of this upcoming wind event. It's going to be assisted by the old fire scars, the Willard, the Cheney, the Creek, and the Sheep Fire. So they've done good work in there to button that up along the Roxy Pecanum Campground Road and back up Highway 36 to the west towards Fredonia Summit. So that is one of the critical areas that we're concerned with for that southwest wind tomorrow. And that was one of the questions.
Okay, Fredonia Summit? Is that what he said?
What part of the fire was threatening to the Susanville area, and that is the part of the fire that's going to be the most threat to Susanville itself. As that wind blows out of the southwest, it funnels down that Highway 36 corridor, down through Susan River drainage, right down into town. So we'll be focusing on that tomorrow as one of the key areas, as well as the Janesville area. They're still working hard on establishing that line, as Operations Chief Brunton explained. They do have line established along the Janesville grade down to the bottom of the escarpment and up across the top, back up towards Thompson Peak. So those are two of the critical areas of concern on the Susanville side of the fire, as well as all the other areas that are concerned in Genesee Valley, Still have some active firefighting going on over there as we speak tonight. And there's resources over there that Incident Commander C will talk about. So as Sheriff Crowden said, we empathize with all of you that have been impacted by the fire, and we're working diligently to get this thing put out. Crews are working extremely hard, and we keep having these wind events that are going to be challenging us. But after tomorrow, we have favorable wind conditions for the next several days, and we should be doing a lot better progress once we get past tomorrow. So if you're upwind to the northeast of the fire tomorrow, be heads up, pay attention, listen for changes in evacuation warnings and orders. Prepare if you haven't already as best you can, and be safe. Thank you.
Okay, so I love that frank talk. That was just straight up. This community's in danger. Why? And this is what happened. That's perfect. That's an example of doing it right. Susanville is threatened tomorrow. Boom. He just said it, and my speculation of the wind tunnel thing confirmed. You know, the Highway 36 thing. And he said, you know, Janesville, same area, threatened, confirmed. So I'll definitely be here with you guys tomorrow as the hell day that is forecast will unfold. The Caldor fire has red flag conditions, but it's not going to be a cakewalk for the Dixie either. So he just went boom. If you are northeast of where the fire is, look out. I give that an A+. That was nice and simple, easy to absorb. Wish all of their communications was like that. Okay, Madeline says, in my opinion, is it unsafe to attempt to travel up 395 from Reno tomorrow? 395, that was it. 395 was that. Well, that's gonna change hourly. So you know, I don't even think that's open. Is it open right now? I would imagine that they would keep it open.
Thank you, Chief. For our final.
But I don't think people. I wouldn't personally put myself on 395 unless I was there trying to capture Pulitzer Prize-winning fire tornadoes. Another one could spawn.
Speaker this evening, I'd like to introduce Incident Commander Billy C.
Right, firewall definitely is their technical term. However, it is upgraded to fire tornado term if it reaches 75 miles an hour, sustained, which is what a tornado's F1 is, and if it moves. A whirl may not move. Sometimes it's stationary. Same thing with a vortex. However, a tornado will move. And be over 75 miles an hour. So if he says that he thought it was gonna go take out houses, and that indicates to me that it probably moved. Somebody caught it on video, I think, which probably would be copyrighted. I'll try to find it. But it takes a scientific team to go out and verify wind speeds. They'll analyze video, they'll look at destruction and say, oh, it took 75 mile an hour wind gusts to destroy this piece of telephone pole or whatnot. And so usually later they are confirmed at a later time. So, yeah, I do know that whirl is the official term, but if we're talking, if he thought a whole neighborhood was about to be destroyed by it, I think that's a good indication it was a moving, perhaps, tornado. We'll find out later, I suppose.
Good evening. Obviously, today we find there are challenges and successes. The wind patterns and weather patterns that we've been dealing with over the last 38 days.
Okay, he has low volume. Hang on, let me try to fix that. The moment that I fix it, usually it goes back because somebody fixed it on the video. So let me just try. This is what's frustrating.
Today we find there are challenges and successes. The wind patterns and weather patterns that we've been dealing with over the last 38 days have been extremely difficult on the firefighters. Obviously, we have a lot of issues.
Yeah, his mic's not even on.
Give me a different mic. Obviously, we have a lot of issues related to the wind and how it pushes the fire around. Tomorrow's not going to be an exception. We have the southwest wind pattern with heavy gusts, 20, 25 miles an hour. that's going to challenge some of our containment lines that we have in place right now. We have those lines staffed, and we will brief our firefighters and prepare to have surge forces to push into any areas that become active and may impact any communities. There's a lot of questions related to the western side of the fire, the Mineral area, Mill Creek, Deer Creek, Battle Creek area. That fire is spotted just below Highway 36. We've been aggressive on keeping it out of the Mill Creek drainage over there and been getting containment lines on that. With the change in the weather and the wind direction, that's going to help those firefighters out tomorrow, gain additional ground and control efforts in there. Earlier this afternoon, as the winds picked up in the east zone, we sent 25 engines down to the Genesee Valley area to assist the east zone with structure protection. Those firefighters are actively engaged in protecting those communities down there right now, assisting our partners in the east zone. This is a collaborative effort. We're moving resources around on this incident based on fire conditions and where it needs to be at. This is a combined effort between all the agency and firefighters on this incident. It's not a dividing line per se that we're keeping resources in the west and keeping resources in the east. We're utilizing all resources where it's best, using that right tool at the right time at the right place. So we're in constant communication and coordination between all the members, between the east zone and west zone, and we continue to surge those forces where necessary to protect all of your property as much as possible. I want to close by, there's several questions coming in. We're going to have a handful of answers for you from our speakers tonight, and we're going to do our due diligence to answer all your needs that you're sending in to us. Obviously, we're in for some rough weather over the next 24 hours. Once we get through that, there's supposed to be a calming trend, and that's going to give our firefighters a little break in the weather and hopefully a little break in the fire conditions, and we're going to be able to gain some additional ground and protect your community that you live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. To answer our first round of questions, I'd like to invite up Fire Behavior Analyst, Brian Newman.
Okay, so the question I just received was how do we monitor hotspots? So we monitor hotspots obviously with the crews that are on the ground on the line. They're keeping their eyes on the green, or what we call the green is the unburned side, and being aware of that and just monitoring that as it's going.
Okay, I want to go back to the raccoon eyes thing I was talking about in chat. This is a medical thing that you have to, this is related to safety. So when somebody's tired, there are bags underneath the eyes, right? But this seems to be an example of raccoon eyes, and that's why I was pointing it out, and it's hard for me to zoom in on here. But when you see somebody's been in a car accident, or just we'll see anybody in general who has bruising above and around the eyes, that can be the best indication of a hairline skull fracture that you can have. It's an indication of some cancers and also a couple other medical problems. But either way, a person needs to get checked out. So especially if you come across an accident victim and they've got that, they can be up and around and talking and whatnot and completely unaware of their injuries. So just getting it out there, I was concerned immediately when I saw him get up and start talking. He seems to be exhibiting raccoon eyes, unless he's been wearing mascara and some really serious eyeshadow. That's a concern. So I've seen a couple other people talking that have that symptom, but if ever your friends or family come up with it and they joke about it, it's actually, you need to see a doctor to make sure it's an okay situation. I mean, sometimes you just get hit in the face by something, and maybe that's the case, but that was what we were talking about in chat. You don't want to see bruising above and around the eyes. That's not an indication of being tired. That could be an injury.
Coming along. And then from there, the next level of that is our aerial assets, whether it's our air tactical group supervisor, fixed wing plane, or the helicopters that are overhead. And then all throughout the day, at multiple times a day, we have a an overflight of a plane that does infrared monitoring. So they monitor and scan the entire fire and give us the active perimeter so we know how large the fire is, where it's grown to, but also they identify any hot spots that occur both in and outside the perimeter. And we use that to be able to give us an idea of the fire's growth and also really where those spot fires may be that we can't necessarily see because of the smoke or an area that is further from where there's crews on the ground. And then beyond that, there's also satellites that are overflying and they're geosynchronous over the Earth, and they give us a view of the hot spots in a gridded pattern that we use to be able to identify where those
That's what we're looking at. That's the GOES 17 satellite.
hotspots are as well. And we input all of those into multiple systems that we use for our fire behavior modeling and also for our monitoring and be able to give us some projections. So hopefully that answers the question for that.
Thank you, Chief. To answer our next questions, I'll introduce...
No, Matthew. Nobody died on 821, therefore their call was safe. Probably luck, because you know what? We almost lost a fire crew on the 821. So I can't allow you to say stuff like, because a road is open, it's safe. I cannot allow you to just say that. That was pure luck. I was telling people Westwood isn't safe. Please consider leaving it way before these authorities tell you to. I was saying that more than 6 hours before... they finally told people to. That gave people less than 2 hours to escape, and there were only 2 escape routes open from Westwood, north on the 821 and east on Susanville. They kept telling people that north on 821 is fine. A bunch of people left there, and it would have taken them more than 30 minutes to go up on there. And less than 10 minutes later, they said, "Oh, fire has overrun it." So they are making the wrong call time after time. So you can't make blanket statements of just because authorities say something's safe that it is. You know, that's what the big lesson here is. We have to take care of ourselves because they're late. They're late with the info. I have no idea why it took them 4 hours to tell the public that Westwood wasn't safe. I have no idea why they told people to go north when the fire was due north. And on our cams we were watching, 1 to 200 foot tall flames coming racing towards the 821. I don't know what's wrong with the decision-making process, but I encourage people to think for themselves because your life may depend on that. Sorry about the interruptions of the videos, but that's very important.
As well. And we input all of those into multiple systems that we use for our fire behavior modeling and also for our monitoring and be able to give us some projections. So hopefully that answers the question for that.
Okay, you have learned just... Okay, no, you don't talk to me that way. Your definition of safe is way less than authorities, who are the people that matter. I have been consistently warning people 3, 6, and even 2 days ahead of time that they need to get out. 2, 3, 6 hours ahead of time. So you're wrong about that. You know, you are. People can think for themselves, and you have to. Just ask the people, the survivors of Paradise. The authorities didn't tell everybody to evacuate. The people who survived Paradise got nervous, and they left on their own accord. Those are the people who made it out the best. You know, my brother nearly died there. The authorities did not give people the advance warning. I've been doing this a long time. I'm warning you right now. Don't talk to me that way.
Thank you, Chief. To answer our next questions, I'll introduce, Lassen County Sheriff Dean Groudon.
All right, the question I have is, I'm in Janesville and I can get my mail, but not my dog. I'm not giving my key to a stranger to feed. So as I said earlier, we want to help people with their animals. My preference is to get those animals out of that mandatory evacuation and reunite them with their owners. So whoever submitted that question, I'd appreciate it if you'd give us about 10 minutes or so. I'll call our dispatch center and they'll be expecting your call. And what we can do is we can have you meet a deputy somewhere, and as long as the area where your home's located isn't an immediate danger, that deputy can drive you to your home and help you recover your dog. And those are the types of things we're trying to do. But if we bring people in for dogs, for medications, any kind of animal, you know, we need to go in there in an efficient manner, get your animals for you, and move back out of that mandatory evacuation zone. And again, I appreciate everybody's cooperation and support, and let's just keep sticking together. Thank you.
Answering our next questions will be Operations Section Chief Mark Brunton.
Okay, so I've got a couple of questions. One is going to be some questions regarding a number of communities. So I'll go community by community. But first one is a question about the use of aircraft during night operations. That's a very long-winded conversation that I'll try to keep it and boil it down the best I can. In general, we don't fly operation at night as far as the water dropping and the air, the retardant dropping for a variety of reasons. It's extremely hazardous even during the day. Smoke conditions and the low light conditions would add to that. And so in general, we just don't do that. In Southern California, there are some helicopters that are qualified to do night missions, but you're talking a completely different fuel model, not timber, completely different topography. It's not an automatic that they will fly the missions based on the safety considerations. That is the last word by the pilot. So it's a very complex situation, complex decision-making process, and something that is extremely rarely done. And when you look at the risk versus benefit of it, it's not really proven to be extremely beneficial. Typically, when you do see that in the fires in Southern California and that sort of thing, it's during an initial attack phase, during an extreme life safety phase. So it's something that is typically not done, although we are evolving through technology and so forth, that eventually will be there in coming years, especially with the new aircraft that the helicopters that CAL FIRE has, but it's something that we're going to see in the future. So for right now, as far as the airdrop from retardant and water dropping, we don't have that capability available to us. However, we do have some night flying capability that we are utilizing and we have been utilizing on this incident. One of which is using UAS, or basically a drone for lack of a better term. We've been using that every evening for the past almost week now here in our sector. And that's been a very good reconnaissance tool so that whenever we're doing any operations, they can stay above those operations. They can tell us where hot spots are. They can tell us where there's spot fires. And we've utilized that extensively over the past number of meetings, and it has come in extremely beneficial. We've been able to pick up spot fires very quickly and jump on those before they could get any steam to them. So we've been utilizing that. Our firing burn operation in Quebec that we're going to do this evening, we have a UAS that will be on station over that for the just that as a lookout, if you will. We are also going to utilize a drone or UAS asset that will actually drop specialty ping pong balls sort of material that will light our fire for us for the firing operation. And it's something that's been in play and used for quite a while. The federal agencies, our partners in the East Zone, have been utilizing it. And so it's a great tool, and we can do a lot of good work and be very expedient and very, just it brings a whole new level to our operation that it makes it efficient. So we're going to be utilizing that this evening as well. So there are assets we'll use tonight. Also this evening, we're going to be utilizing a fixed wing asset that has on board not only the IR capabilities to be able to see through smoke and to see in the dark, but also has what we call an air tactical group supervisor. And what an air tactical group supervisor is that person in the aircraft, much like our aircraft that we fly during the day, that has a person that is specially trained to conduct not only the reconnaissance elements of it and the aerial supervision for all the aircraft. So it's a huge asset to have. So we're going to have a multi-layered air asset tonight in the UAS and the fixed wing asset to assist us with our operations, not only just the firing operation, but all the other operations ongoing this evening. So that's as far as aircraft at night, that's what we're utilizing and the tools we have available. Moving on to a long.
Okay, I just want to point out, as Wendy has pointed out in the chat, thank you so much for that. When he says drone, he means like, unmanned aircraft. I have seen one of those when I went back to towards Paradise before the fires were even really over. I was driving down 70 and a huge, monstrously large, wedge-shaped low-flying aircraft went over my car to the point where I thought it might be an aircraft trying to make an emergency landing on 70. And I got out of it and tried to film it, and I was unable to capture it, but it made this kind of a sound. And that thing was huge. It was not your little copter. It's, think almost like the Predator drones, although it's not the kind that fire missiles. That thing was slow, low, silent, big. It is not like a little helicopter. It's just really unmanned aerial aircraft.
Long list of communities that we have questions on, and I'll just kind of hit this and briefly just kind of give you an update. And it's kind of all over the board. So one of the ones obviously very concerning is near the Susanville area. This will include the Cheney Creek drainage, Gold Run, Susanville proper, and that's pretty much the ones there. So in this area, basically we're talking this area. Done a burn operation past couple days on Highway 36. That's holding. That's doing very nicely. So that's going to protect the spread to the north. We've been direct on this piece of line here that was threatening the community a number of days ago. It's got line on it, direct line. It's got contingency line around it. It's in a heavy mop-up phase. So although things show red on the map, it doesn't mean that you have a flaming front that is coming at you that is dangerous. It basically means that we don't have it fully black yet because we don't have it fully, completely extinguished, no hot spots over a period of days. That's what that means. So even though you see red on the map, it doesn't mean that there's a flaming front coming down on the town. We have a lot of control lines in here. We have recognized early on when we had the earlier wind events regarding the Susan River and the Trinity Creek drainage that those funnel right into the community. We jumped on that. We had plans in place. And so that's the fruits of the labor there, is that we've been able to stop that spread, and we are maintaining and holding it. And then with the wind that we will be seeing, it will have an effect on it. However, we are very confident that that's going to hold. We have a lot of resources in there, so we're comfortable with that and that holding, and feel that should be a non-factor for this coming wind. So that's that. Also in that general area is the Lake Forest area. Lake Forest area has not had any impact from fire. However, with the hog fire last year that threatened that community, people I'm sure are very concerned. Also from where that community sits, they kind of have a front row seat as to what's going on across the way. But at this point, there's no direct threat to that community. We're very comfortable with there. We also have our control lines from the hog fire last year that we're holding it, and then with the wind that we will be seeing, it will have an effect on it. However, we are very confident that that's going to hold. We have a lot of resources in there, so we're comfortable with that and that holding, and feel that should be a non-factor for this coming wind.
Okay. You're talking about Susanville and that being a non-factor, because the person before last said Susanville was in danger. Okay.
So that's that. Also in that general area is the Lake Forest area. Lake Forest area has not had any impact from fire. However, with the hog fire last year that threatened that community, people I'm sure are very concerned. Also from where that community sits, they kind of have a front row seat as to what's going on across the way. But at this point, there's no direct threat to that community. We're very comfortable with there. We also have our control lines from the hog fire last year that were set to protect that community, and we can utilize those as well. So we're very comfortable that community is going to do just fine and not have an impact. Let me see, another question moving over towards the area here in our Lassen sector towards Mineral and Child's Meadow. So you did see this bit of fire on the map here. As I explained earlier, we have direct line on that. We've got containment lines and secondary lines that have been established and are being established, and even a tertiary line. So that's to protect any further incursion of the fire into the Mill Creek drainage. Child's Meadow did have some impact on it. However, they were able to do some good stops around that area. structures are still standing. There have been some damage, and our damage inspection teams are looking at those, so we don't have an exact count right now of any that were destroyed or damaged. However, I do know from firsthand accounts of people that our personnel on the ground, there were a number that were saved. So I do know that for a fact, and they put in a lot of hard work in this area, and with the winds coming, it really is going to push back onto itself. So that's a good thing as far as what the weather is expected to do, and I feel very strongly we're going to be able to hold that line there. And then one other one, Janesville. So the Janesville grade, the line that was put in there 2 days ago, the dozer line and the retardant lines, that's paralleling that Janesville grade. And so we feel that we have a very good buffer in there. We have a lot of resources in the Janesville area and working on that piece of line, mopping that up, so that we have a good buffer and good line of defense against any incursion of fire into Janesville. So that will continue to be heavily protected, and resources in there over the next number of days. So we're very comfortable with that piece of line. And then the final one I was given is basically the Shasta Hat Creek Old Station to the north. So we have our burn operation in Quebec this evening. What that's going to do is once that does it, it creates a nice buffer or stop and closes the door to any incursion of fire to the north that could impact not only the Highway 44 corridor, but could also push based on some wind patterns towards Old Station. So that's, again, going to be another block for us from the fire push north. And also over the next few days, we are going to be looking at establishing contingency lines to the north of the park, outside of the park boundary, to protect Old Station and any further movement if the fire were to get outside the park boundaries into Shasta County. So we're going to be setting up a contingency sector for the Shasta County area. And we have people that we're putting in that are actually work in that unit and have intimate knowledge of that area. And then looking at opening up some of the old fire lines that are existent currently that we can use for the protection of any sort of movement to the north and towards Old Station.
Thank you, Chief. For our viewers that want more information about the UAS program that was mentioned by Chief Brunton, we do actually have a video that was produced early on in the Dixie fire that we'll go ahead and share to the top of the newsfeed of the Lassen Modoc page. Thank you to all of our speakers as well. Thank you for joining us this evening. Our next meeting will be scheduled for Sunday, August 22nd at 7 p.m. It'll be streamed live here on Facebook of the Lassen Modoc page, as well as on YouTube. With that, thank you, good night, and be safe.
Yeah, well, we'll try to have a good night with all the mixed messages, confusing graphics, and all that, and terrifying wind forecasts. So once again, there's only one speaker in there that I would rate as an A+, and he was the one who just said basically there is a threat to Susanville, just like I was thinking about, just the wind tunnel effect here, and then there's a threat to Janesville, and both these places are under threat. And we also know that based on the chaos and horrifying situation where they couldn't get a handle on the spot fire that went and jumped over from a distance of that, it appears, to the Devil's Punch Bowl and spread here on Grizzly Mountain, that today apparently embers and such rained all the way down on Genesee Valley, and then they evacuated Taylorsville. And did I miss something, or did they not even address that? Or did they address that for like a second and brush it off? Because that was one heck of a panic. People in the chat just said he's having their phones blow up with mandatory evacuation of Taylorsville. I was hoping to elaborate on that quite a bit more. So, well, okay. So that basically is our update. They have pulled off all the aircraft for the day. It's too late to be flying. I want to look at the heat signatures right now, and turn on Dixie Fire chatter to see if I'm missing anything.
Geico presents Motorcycle Word of the Day. Today's word is gremlin. Is a gremlin an unknown and persistent mechanical issue? Or is it something large that gets caught in your teeth when you ride with your mouth open?
Okay, I'm gonna mute that one. Okay, so it starts out with an ad. Sorry about that. There was no word on Taylorsville? Yeah, so right around 4:40, they went to red zone evacuation. But what I just can't believe is that evacuation map that was inaccurate. This is the current one, and they were showing that ancient one. It was apparently from like, I mean, hey, what the heck is this? Where's my video I was looking at? Dang it. I hate autoplay. Back. A message from Plumas County Forest Supervisor Chris Carson. Due to technical difficulties, we were unable to share this video during the live broadcast. Oh, there was more. There was more. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Chris Carlton, Forest Supervisor here in the Plumas National Forest. Thank you for making a few minutes to get an update from the East Zone. I'm going to pass on a little bit of information regarding our closures, as well as the coordination we continue to have with the West Zone. First, for the closures, I want to let everybody know that yesterday afternoon, our regional forester did sign a closure. And from the East Zone, I know a lot of you like to come and visit and recreate on the Plumas National Forest, as well as the Lassen. And we also know that this is the beginning of hunting season. This closure is temporary. It is only through September 6th. The reason for it is because with all the large fires out there and all the resources that are committed to them, your public safety and our community protection remains that first and foremost priority. And one of the things that we are looking to do is to reduce the number of people out on those public lands, especially given the really dangerous fire behavior we continue to see out there. And so the regional forester signed that closure order. We're going to continue to work through it. We'll get that messaging and the information out there to answer all of your questions. Please continue to share your questions. Again, I know all of us enjoy being out on those public lands, especially in times of stress like we're facing now. That's one of the ways we release that stress. But please just bear with us and have some patience as we get through this. We're going to continue to assess, and as soon as it's possible, I know the regional forester wants to make sure that those lands remain available to you. Second item I really wanted to address, just the ongoing coordination around the communities, particularly Janesville and Milford, where we have that line between the East Zone and the West Zone. Our two teams are doing a phenomenal job collaborating across that line and really working well and integrating all of the resources, with that primary focus being protection of the communities at risk and maintaining your public safety. So just, if you have any questions, continue to pass them up. We want to make sure we're getting you good, accurate, timely information. Again, appreciate your patience. Have a great, safe evening. Thank you.
Okay, so somebody just asked why would they allow hunting right now? And the sad fact is there's something called carrying capacity of the land. There's only so much food that the land can provide for animals. And when you have a lot of it compromised, either by a bad summer or floods or something like that, or fires, then hunting would reduce the population, so they would avoid mass starvation. Because if the land cannot carry as many animals as there are to eat it, that would be a one way to reduce suffering. So that's the I'm not starting a hunting debate here, but that's pretty much the point of having just a hunting season being mostly fall. Is winter naturally has a lot less available food sources, and so there's fewer animals to share that resource. And so after fires and stuff like that, their reasoning will be that it's more important than ever to reduce population a little bit so there's no mass starvation in winter. Now, the thing about this that's on the good side, and I need to look at the East Zone operational update because we just watched the West one. I think it's Plumas County, Plumas National Forest, right? the good news is the deer population will explode after these fires, and so will the predators, mostly cougars and such, because deer will have a abundant food source once all the wildflowers bloom. You have that right after mega fires, as we'll see a lot of flowers. That'll be the first things that come back. And I'm not opening a debate there, but I'm just answering a question. So Plumas National Forest, I think, has the East Zone updates, right? If I remember right. And they usually are pretty good. Cal Fire Incident Management 3. Am I thinking of the right place? I don't understand why the East Zone is a different thing. Oh, here's a good picture from today, what they were facing at Genesee Valley. They were making the point here that air attack helicopters rushed over because a lot of that place is inaccessible to vehicle and hiking. That was part of the special vulnerability of Taylorsville and Genesee, is there aren't any roads that go up to some of these jagged peaks. So am I in the right place for the East Zone operational updates? It said there was one 6 hours ago, and here's a photo, but where are their videos? They were explaining 7 hours ago the Dixie fires become active in Genesee Valley and has slopped across Genesee Valley Road. Crews and engines are in place to pick it up. Am I looking at the wrong website here? Because I'm starting to get pretty fatigued. I thought they had warning. Listen to a brief update on the closure of 9 national forests. Yeah, we already sort of watched that. This is what there's a new Model 52 engine to replace some of those that lost their engines at Greenville. I didn't know they lost engines. Wow, so the Greenville Indian Rancheria fire crew lost their engines with the Dixie fire swept through the town of Greenville. That goes to tell you how bad that was. Just how intensely bad that was. So this is talking about Taylorsville earlier today, the evacuation order, and I had the great pleasure, I guess it's not the right word, but I mean the great, not pleasure, what the heck am I trying to say? I felt good about people immediately having their cell phones buzz and saying they're evacuating Taylorsville, and I had this little beacon up here going before it even hit the official channels. This was about 4:41 p.m. Taylorsville mandatory evacuation. So yeah, sorry about the misspeaking there, but this what I do. I do because I feel it's important, and that sort of thing is what the goal is about the channel. Is try to provide as real time info as possible. And what we do is this is community, and I thank all of you for telling me about that. The community coming together and giving each other information, even if there's a big lag sometimes, and getting it from the official sources. So yeah, that is scary. I did not know that. Where is the location of the East Zone meetings if it's not on the Plumas National Forest? Is it Cal Fire Lassen Modoc? Because I don't see that. Usually we have the West Zone here. West Zone Community Meeting, Office of the Sheriffs, this and that. Was it Plumas County Sheriff's Office? Thank you, firefighters. This is so awesome. That is so cool. West Zone. Is it YouTube? Anybody know? Because I totally forgot about where to find this. Yeah, that's the first time I'm hearing of that. Holy mackerel. So that's West Zone. Yeah, that's where it usually was the Forest Service. We got things about elephants here. Did they not have one today? Okay, here's August 20, 6 p.m. Okay, let's try this one. It's gotta be Genesee. Yeah. Okay, so it says 6 p.m. Dixie Fire East Zone operational update showing you a helicopter working in Genesee Valley. Please remember Taylorsville is under mandatory evacuation. Please leave at once. And that was issued 3 hours ago. I'm going to say maybe they just didn't have anything more than this, unless I missed it. Matthew, that's hilarious. Thanks for the $5, and thank you everybody who's donated. I couldn't speak during the meeting. I don't know how I feel about that. Do you like my abuse? Okay, I'm just enforcing the law. And let's. They have for all the best information. Please try the story map. We believe it's useful in telling the story. So I will share this. You don't need a Facebook account for this. The Dixie Fire started on July 13th. It's burning in the National Forest. Okay. So if you guys want to peruse this, looks like a good story map. Story is not yet done, but it's cool. They're explaining things like night operations last night in the Genesee Valley. Firefighters conducted a strategic firing operation using a drone outfitted with a PSD machine. A PSD is a machine that uses what looks like ping pong balls filled with potassium permanganate that are injected with glycol just as they are dropped. They ignite about 40 seconds after they are dropped, starting a small fire. They are used on a hillside above some homes, roughly in the area shown in the map below the arrow. The very successful operation was designed to bring the fire slowly down the hillside to the bottom of the slope to protect the houses, in which it did. See the picture of the operation below. Yeah, that looks nice and mild. That's just pine needles and stuff and little bushes burning up. That's how I interpret that photograph. So I like this. This is very good. This is very good information for the public. And then they say the information is available here and such. You can email blah blah blah. Updates. We will be providing one daily update specifically for the East Zone in English and in Spanish. For the PDF of the morning East Zone English update, click here. I thought they were going to do videos still. Okay. So this was in the morning. I think the Dixie Fire remained very active under northeast winds with spotting and torching. Yeah, this was issued in the morning regarding yesterday. So I just linked this into the description of the into the chat. So I don't see anything. Yeah, let's check the night vision cams. Fire Mountain. Looks mild. There's Indian Ridge. Well, from what we can see, that's nice mild activity. Hamilton cams are down. Let's look at Susanville and see if we can see Janesville. Schaefer Mountain. Way too much smoke. Looking back at chat. Yeah, use the snow making machines. Let me back up. Somebody talking in chat. Yeah, the trolls need to troll harder. Yeah, brown is a color phase of the black bear. Don't they call them cinnamon bears? I gotta look at Sierra Tahoe cam. Is there something going on? Okay. So let's do that. Here's Leak Springs. Seems mild. Whoa, Armstrong Lookout is in color. Color. Wow. So that camera thinks it's daytime because there's so much light. Armstrong Lookout 2. This is the Caldor fire down there. These are our last 15 minutes because they just clicked into night vision mode.
Go ahead for 1766.
We're listening to Dixie fire to make sure there's nothing going on that I have to attend to. Sierra Tahoe. Has fire. But it could be zoomed in quite a ways. I do believe that it is. It doesn't mean that the fire's at Sierra Tahoe. Yeah. I think it's zoomed in that far, or sorry, not that far. I'm drawing the wrong thing. Here. Now, if we do a longer time lapse, we'll probably.
This is East Communications. Go ahead.
There, you can see how far.
Communications copies. Have a nice night at 21:25.
Still quite alarming, though. I mean, as a general concept, to see the fire getting closer. Yeah, you can see the zoom that it just did.
Division Kilo, West Communications, on command.
Division Kilo.
Now, judging by the smoke, it's trying to.
Division Kilo, West Communications, with a report of a flare-up. Let me know when you're ready to copy location.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
Division Kilo, West Communications. The flare-up location is between St. Bernard Lodge and the Highway 32 turnoff of Highway 36.
Oh no.
Confirming it's in front of the St. Bernard Lodge, Highway 32 and Highway 36.
Mile away from St. Bernard Lodge towards the 32 on the 36.
I copy, thank you.
So, from memory, I think the St. Bernard Lodge is right there. So in general, the wind should be blowing away from it. Yeah. So we're at 36 reads 32. Hopefully it's going to be okay. Because as far as I know, they managed to save the St. Bernard's Lodge when we lost so much in the area. I'm hoping they continue to save it. So they'll be battling some winds and stuff. The Shirley Peak camera is alive, guys. Down by look at that. It survived down by Woodford down there in Kern County at the French fire. Ha! I won the bet, Dusty. Let's do last 3 hours. That poor camera. It's bespattered by retardant. You guys have to see the time lapse of the fire trying to eat this camera. It's back in my around 4 o'clock today. No, 3 o'clock today. We were watching that. 3 to 4 o'clock. You can rewind the video if you wanted to, but the flames almost ate this camera. Now, if you're flame sensitive and don't want to see it, I want to do a 12-hour time lapse. You won't believe this. So don't look if you don't want to see some insane fire action.
Dixie Group, Water Center U960 on command.
Now the red is retardant around the structure, but it was kind of dry. And for a moment we thought, well, the fire will go right up to the retardant and maybe stop. But then it found a breach, and then an inferno.
Water Center U960, 23 Charlie. Yeah, Hicks Group's probably on the other side of the hill.
An inferno erupted around it. It was unbelievable to watch.
Wingfield Group. You're a 24-hour block tender. Wingfield Group, Janesville branch, where you calling?
I had a timeout.
Branch, Wingfield Group, that report of a flare-up was just a light from reported across 395, a couple miles away. We're all clear.
False alarm.
Branch, did you copy?
A false alarm. It was a light. Somebody reported a fire by the St. Bernard Lodge, and it's a light. Oh, that's some wonderful news. Phew, sigh of relief. So here's the latest image from that Shirley cam down there. Shirley Peak 2. If you want to run your own time lapses, you can. So there you go. Yeah. Never overestimate the effectiveness of retardant. Well, it found a breach in the retardant. It just ate all the trees with the retardant on it. But it was a speed bump, and it was a good example of how retardant is a speed bump until it fires around it. It eventually kind of dries it out. But yeah, Dusty's comment on that was that the retardant probably still did save the cameras.
Tender E1019, Wingfield Group on command. Do you have traffic?
Because less of it burned at once. That was basically the there would have been more intensity if it had all whooshed up at the same time. But the fire kind of went around it and was consuming other fuels, and then eventually ignited that little burst. And so maybe that is what helped. Yeah, this is current. That little camera survived. The Shirley Peak camera 2 survived, and I can show you the time lapse of Shirley Peak 1. So if you're fire sensitive, don't look at this yet. So what an amazing little cam, little beacon of hope there, just like the Hayfork cam that survived. So here's Shirley Peak 2, and I'm going to do the 12-hour time lapse, and hopefully it doesn't have an error this time. So don't look yet if you don't want to see the massive flames and stuff. Looking back up there, yeah. Oh, hey Dusty, you're still here. It crept through instead of crowning right to the tower. Cool, cool. Yeah, I did see that creeping action for a second, where the pine needles were burning off the ground, and yet the trees weren't burning. Yeah, here's the view from Shirley Cam 2. Just madness. Well, you know, these cameras have a good story to tell. You know, you could tell the other cameras at the bar tonight. You know what I went through today? Hang on. It's not over quite yet if you're closing your eyes. Okay, the fire part's over. Now we just see the normal cams. But isn't that nuts? There's crazy fire footage of destruction in Grizzly Flats. Yeah. We try not to show building destruction. It's pretty PTSD inducing for the traumatized in chat, and that's not the point of my channel, really. I do have a curiosity about like what happens, but it's even hard for me to watch a lot of that stuff. It's just people's homes, history, and everything disappearing. We can teach with these cams. We were talking about what is torching, what's crowning, what's backing, how does retardant work. But just wanton destruction is not the purpose of the channel. You know, I feel there's a slightly exploitive nature to that kind of journalism, and so when I want to cover disasters, different ones in the future, I will only do so if there's an actual point to it, such as remembering the dead, or remembering their sacrifice, or this is how we can improve safety in the future, or you know, this is how you can survive. This is what survivors did versus the people who didn't. And I'm going to try to carefully walk that line with video content in the future of my channel, because I'm not a, you know, I despise the ambulance chaser gore mentality thing of some tabloids, you know. So I'm satisfied that things are a little bit. Yeah, they're just saying follow yellow flagging, arrange this way, go this way. I really don't think we have an east zone to look at, unless somebody else has a link. Kathryn Talley, welcome. I have a friend who lives in Seattle and says she is okay for now. Oh, okay. Was there something wrong with Seattle? Wilto Talro, I see why people in SLT are getting antsy with 40-mile-an-hour predicted tomorrow. Yeah, South Lake Tahoe. They have 0% containment, right? Yes. How jam-packed would Highway 50 be when trying to flee Tahoe? I don't know that it would be impacted at tomorrow. I think they would start figuring out tomorrow whether or not it would be. And I actually haven't been to Tahoe since childhood, or maybe I was a young teenager, so I have no idea how much it's grown, and I barely remember, you know, as a kid you look at the Game Boy, you know, instead of the out the window when you're driving around. I'm not sure what the population would be, but I do know that if they wanted to evacuate such a place, 89 and 50 would be jam-packed, really. Especially if you couldn't go south on 89 and it was only those two different directions. I'd imagine most people would try to get out the 207 right here, but I imagine it would just be quite packed. I don't know how many people are there right now. I unfortunately imagine a lot of people are canceling their plans, and this is going to impact economically the region pretty severely, even if the fire doesn't reach it. Which, the way to think about fire is understand that it has to move to survive. It constantly moves, as it finds new fuels, and that's what keeps it going. If it stays in one spot, it eventually self-extinguishes by eating all of its fuels. And so that's part of the idea of containment. So what you should always think about in fire is assume that it will keep going mostly every day the direction of the wind. That's just typical. And of course, it does other things like run uphill, and there's other factors. But in general, the main bull's charging head of the fire will go until something stops it. So that's going to be either completely impassable terrain, like a sheer vertical cliffs, like El Capitan in Yosemite. Nothing's going to climb that. And we don't have that. There's weather, such as torrential downpours and snow. We don't have that. Are there lines secure enough to contain it and prevent spotting over it? No, we don't seem to have that. What else is there to stop it? They can do a lot of retardant drops and a lot of backfiring. They can do that. So they can try to create a scorched earth line ahead of the fire, and lines aren't worthless. However, in these rugged, it doesn't really get much more rugged than the mountain peaks around Tahoe and the high Sierras here. It really could do a hopscotch, even though it's going uphill. We already saw 3-mile medium range spotting. And tomorrow there's going to be these wind gusts and some sustained winds behind it, but it's going to be a little bit more humid and a little bit cooler, like highs of 70 degrees. That's going to significantly be a moderating factor. Smoke might be as well. This just really depends. So I don't think it's going to be going fast enough to be like, oh no, Tahoe's going to burn down tomorrow. But that's my completely uneducated opinion. I think the smaller communities would be impacted first, and they get an idea about what might happen. That's why I'm terrified for Twin Bridges, Strawberry, and the like, and Kybers. But somebody else was saying they were trying to do firing ops in the corridor here, in the 50 corridor. I can't confirm that, but that would be a wise idea. So that if the wind tunnel effect of moving embers around, if there's not as much to burn during the high winds, that's going to reduce that. Also, I would imagine they might want to try to burn off. I don't know if these are sheer cliffs or what. We'd have to look at Google. I'm sure the Google car drove through here. If they burned that off, then that would reduce the chance that it goes down and then climbs. And then it could run wild along ridges like that. And, once again, I wanted to just reiterate that some people are rosy about this desolation wilderness here being mostly just little lakes and bare rock. But there's enough vegetation in there that we can see hopscotching on its way over towards, towards Emerald Bay or other places. It would be a speed bump rather than the complete brick wall that we would hope that it would be. But I think much more likely if there was impact to Tahoe, it would be from the south, and I still believe that either through the wind tunnel, the ridge line, or the hopscotching effect on peaks. So we could have a situation where South Tahoe is not impacted because they do something extraordinary here to hold lines, and this being flat ground, consistently slam with aircraft. I mean, we've got a big lake here where they could, if it was threatened from below, they could constantly dip, splash, dip, splash, dip, splash. You could have a fleet of helicopters protecting Myers and South Lake Tahoe, and you could have a situation where it kind of goes past. And that's a possibility. It'd be much more difficult to police these wind tunnels here and these ridges that are in alignment with the wind. Now that I notice that alignment with wind, if the wind's that direction, it races along ridge tops. So it could be that you've got this kind of protected better in a better situation. But at the same time, there could be a different scenario where, say, the wind goes more like that way, and this stuff takes, and then it rains embers down. That would be a lot more difficult to deal with. It's just really hard to tell, like, what would go down. What's if the fire reached here? What exactly would happen? And that's, the big shrug. We don't know. So, hopefully they'll have a good strategy. So far, they're not exactly sharing it with us. Maybe they're still formulating it as they get new information. Maybe they'll do a lot of formulations tonight. But we will see. If we look at its current footprint, Dire Mountain's got a significant amount of wind right now. If we look at its current footprint and the current heat detections, wow, it's got some strange wind patterns, according to CalTopo right now. That would be good in a little bit of a way if it blew back on itself and exhausted more of its own fuel. That might be a small little blessing right now. It's showing that wind is swirling like that, and then it's splitting off and going this way. That's a little bit of a strange why that it's making. Like I said, I'm a lot less familiar with this area than Plumas County. We'll see what they're able to do. We could read the InsaWeb for more of their strategy. I'd be more comfortable with reading that tomorrow morning to try to figure out what they'll do for today. But it could be worse. It could be a lot hotter and drier and triple-digit temperatures or something for crazy explosive fire spread. It's not going to be good. But maybe it's like the Chernobyl quote. It isn't bad. It's not good, but it isn't bad. I mean, it's bad, but it's not what it could be. So this hopefully will buy them a little bit more time, that it won't be as explosive as it really could be this time of year. This is August. Highs of 70 degrees in August. We'll take it. We'll take it. So going back to the chat, going and reading David, is it Nemai? I'm sorry, I butchered your name. Wind patterns this evening could just be the diurnal winds down slope and down canyon as opposed to being overpowered by the general winds. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's not great. It's not terrible. If you don't know the meme means it's a running joke. The HBO Chernobyl show, which was a masterpiece in showing people that tragedy, there was a guy in denial. He was the control room guy, and after the nuclear reactor blew up, he kept telling people to put water on the reactor to cool it down, and they said, "Sir, it blew up." And he goes, "Sir, get this man to the infirmary. He's delusional." And they get out the dosimeters. You're talking about moving water tenders.
I copy that. Yeah, I'll try to get with George and see if we can find one for another division or something.
Okay, why do they need the tenders? I have to admit, I just think of chicken tenders whenever I hear that instead of a water truck. I'm a little hungry. They may just be moving around night cruise stuff. I don't hear any urgent need for water tenders. But anyway, back to the Chernobyl show. So you can look up the little clips where the guy says, "Sir, the reactor blew up. We can't put water on it." And he goes, "Get that man to the infirmary. He's obviously delusional." He whips out a dosimeter and he goes, See, everything is fine. It's 200 Rontgens or whatever he was saying. I'm just making up a thing. Or 60. That isn't great. It isn't terrible. Not Rontgens, but some smaller amount of. I think somebody would be instantly dead if it was Rontgens. But it's getting late for me, and the thing was that the dosimeters maxed out at that 60. In reality, it was like 2,000, and they had to find new equipment to figure out how bad it was. And he didn't even know that he was in denial until he started feeling radiation sickness. But so the meme isn't great. It's not terrible. So super sad, Diane C. I love Tahoe. So beautiful. We're losing way too many places. I know. So Max Smith says, I see zero chance this impacts Carson City. Yeah, I'm hoping you're absolutely correct. You know what? The Tamarack almost did, though. The Tamarack got close to it. So are you sure about that statement? Do you guys remember the Tamarack? So short is our memory. It breached everything and went into Nevada. You know, they did a great job trying to keep it out of there, but look how close it got.
Something within the burn, right along 36. No threat.
Good.
Division Kilo, West Communications, copies.
Yep. So what they were worried about on 36, they just inspected and said, nope, it's well within the burn area. It's no threat. So that was over there by Hamilton. What do they call it? Hamilton Towers, I think. So good to hear that. So hi, just joined Live Fearless 87. Welcome. Thank you for covering. Think it will make it to SLT base? I think I just said that that's a possibility, but we have no idea. So if you actually rewound about 20 minutes ago, I think I was explaining that for about the last 10. Sorry you came over here. But is there a specific reason, Max, that you think that it would not ever make it to Carson City? I mean, is there a specific reason? Because I'd love to actually know. Because I want to know your thinking process. I'm not challenging you, but I don't know the region well enough. I know the crews are dang swell. I mean, they responded expertly to the Tamarack coming out of Nevada to help California, but they still couldn't quite protect everything. You know, down here this was severely impacted. There was a lot of structure loss over here by Holbrook Junction. Markleyville almost got erased. I mean, that's California's side, but that was a hard battle. The way they protected Nevada was they lit vast areas of it on fire in front of the fire. This is a wind tunnel. The videos I was getting by Cogito.
Yeah, 1418 has a radio.
Cogito was showing us this area, and it looked extremely dry, windswept, and with chaparral heavily loaded.
Up the lower motorway, you'll run into the forecasts that are pushing the road.
Pushing a road. I mean, I have his videos that he sent, and I was covering the Tamarack, and I was happily showing them, and it looked like all this was primed and ready to burn, like this, all here. Steep, rugged, towering over the road. It looked very, very ready to burn, like very receptive. They did a little bit of firing, if I remember right, to keep it from crossing here. But it was quite something to see the home videos of what that area was like. So I do want to know your opinion on that. Let's see. Yeah, Matt D says, I like to look at the Google Earth 3D terrain to better understand it. Yes. And you know what? I should whip out those videos. In fact, I have some. You want to see real quick? Let me just do a quick search what he was showing. Cogito is, I think he's either retired or a volunteer firefighter at this point. Where are his videos he sent us? Well, I shared them live on stream, and I was so touched that he shared those. They may be on a different hard drive. So let me look. Sorry, Dixie fire. Turn the radio back on. It's just crackling for the most part. Yeah, Iceman's video. So westbound highway. Do you see what I mean? Westbound Highway 88 looking back eastward towards Woodford's proper. That's heavily loaded chaparral stuff, rugged terrain ready to burn. You know, this is when the Tamarack was kind of starting to take off. Hard to access stuff. How would fire crews get up on the peaks and prevent spotting over? You know, this is just weeks ago. It seems.
From Genesee Medic.
How do you prevent that from spotting over?
Okay, I've arrived at the
There's Hope Valley. So I'd love to find a reason to believe you that the fire couldn't reach Carson City, but this looks quite locked and loaded for a fire, really. And listen to the wind.
I was just talking to a gentleman here, and it's sad to say, although it is understandable, the annual infamous death ride has been canceled.
You know, he had 100-degree fever when he was filming this, so he's all over the place. But man, we appreciated him getting out of his sick bed to help us. This is the legendary Iceman from last year. He's one of the resident firefighters who usually is hanging out in the chat. So this is what I mean, where the community here comes together and we all educate each other on, you know, right. It's a little bit north of there. I wouldn't say far. But what I'm trying to tell people about is fires. They cover long distances with long-range spotting. It's not a moving wall of fire like people think. With these high winds and wind tunnel things, you can get stuff like that happening. So they make a good fire line down here. That's great, but when you see these rugged tall peaks and the elevation, and that's what can happen. That's what can happen. So I know that that's the concern because South Lake Tahoe is more densely populated, but what I'm saying in my examples is that judging from geography, that it could go past South Lake Tahoe depending on if the wind favored it and get into this stuff and head that way. Whoopsie. Did I just completely close that window? Hang on. What did I do? Hang on. Let me try to bring the picture back.
The 97597 are pushing down the other side, and then they were going to head back up and try to push. But I got a feeling it'll be the story tonight.
I just somehow closed that entire window. No. Okay. Darn it. Sorry, mates. That's the rogue mouse. The rogue mouse for you. So we're back to let's have to reopen this again. Okay. So what is the reasoning, Max? Fire is far away. South Lake Tahoe should be fine unless something happens close to the town, then all bets are off. Yeah, I'm not worried about it for tomorrow too much because for the reasons I outlined, it's higher humidity, 20 to 30% is not the 9 where we saw, the Dixie exploded. And 70 degrees is not the 100 degrees we saw when the Dixie exploded. There are some factors in our favor that will moderate things. And if there's smoke over it, that'll also moderate it. We saw it moderated today by the smoke. That's going to be a big question mark. So the thing is, though, that in general, fires don't stop unless something stops it. So I am unaware of what exactly would stop it, except if they did firing ops in front of it, so that the embers couldn't reach those areas. Max Smith says, as the fire moves east on the 50, does it have to climb a mountain before getting to South Lake Tahoe? So this is the terrain. I have to go back and stack my layers. And I want to go to sleep early, guys. I gotta go. Like I was illustrating, if it gets on ridges and these things, fire likes to run up hills, and so if it got here, I would be very, very worried for South Lake Tahoe, quite a bit. Then it would run over. But we have the huge advantage of the lake, and when spot fires would appear, what would be a better scenario is, say it got to here, the wind might just be pushing it aligned with the topography, wanting to push it that way, and so you might have some situation here, but they could dip and splash eternally here. I mean, you